ride or die.
To the B-side. Get down to the B-side.
Time it is. Marvin Devine, Huber, Axel, and you know how we do. Yeah, I got the juice, yeah, I got the juice. Whip game cool, make them look like cool. Always play it cool, that's the biggest rule. Fuck it, what they doing, keep on doing. I've been making loot since like 22. Ask me how I made it right here in the booth. I'm always pursued cause of what I pursue. That's greatness, yeah, I gotta make it, I got things to lose. Boy, wanna get in my crew, but you can't get in my crew. Me, XL, and Huber, way too fireable. When this joint drop, better call the troops. And when you hear the drop, better raise the roof. Better raise the roof. You already know what happens when we link up. Let's go. Yeah, I got the juice. Yeah, I got the juice. Whip game cool, make them look like cool. Always play it cool, that's the biggest rule. Forget what they doing, keep on doing.
Every day we escape, losing all of our faith. We can't live this way. Feel me slowly fade away. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. Every day I feel time slipping, passing, skipping by. All the words I could say, but just can't really seem to stay. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me.
future's far away, but I'll stay, I'll stay. Just take a leap of faith, we'll find a way for you and me. Can't look back, can't run from what I feel inside. There's no more time to hide, because I feel again, I feel again. Oh, now I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. I feel it again, I feel it again, I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. Help me find the right words to say to get us back on our way. Can we try to fight against the grain of throwing out what we made? The future's far away, but I'll stay, I'll stay. Because I feel again, I feel again. Oh, now I feel again. We're bringing this back to life. We're picking up where we left off and on again. We never quite could forget, 'cause what we got so intense. I feel it again, I feel it again, I feel again. We're bringing this back to life.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LOOT.BET Season 8. You're watching once again right here today. Thank you very much for joining us. Ago versus... Who have we got, Josh? I want you to break us into...
Team Secret, of course. It's going to be a really, really super... We talked in the pregame, all morning, in fact, about these two teams. We really don't know who's going to be able to take a really, really exciting match. Absolutely go either way. So as we get into this and we start to break down these groups, we get deeper into the Swiss stage of Season 8. I think this is where these matches really start to matter.
Yeah, I think so as well. Both of these teams are stationed at that 0-1 record right now. That's really important. You go down 0-2, then you've got to win 3 best of 3s on the trot even to make those playoffs, and you're not really expecting to do that. Both of these teams are kind of dark horses in this group stage. I'd say especially Secret. They don't have that core 5 players to rely on. Obviously, with Anakez previously leading the pack, this team has undergone many, many changes of the last couple of weeks and months, realistically. Obviously, adding just Lemon and Deagle into the roster over the last 1 month. They're literally 20 days in this roster.
Yeah, that's a really big factor coming into today's match. We've seen some really good stuff from these two guys in the last sort of 3 weeks that they have been playing under this Polish side. But Deagle with that AWP, he's shown a lot of talent. Lehman's done the same as well, of course. But you notice with so many rosters, it's all about chemistry. It's all about how long you've been playing as a team and how you can coordinate certain approaches. And actually your ability as a team as well to maintain composure and kind of mentally reset when things aren't going your way. I mean, looking at the world rankings, 37th and 38th really couldn't be.
I think we've seen that a lot during this tournament as well, where teams are very closely matched. For my money, this is the most competitive season of LOOT.BET ever. We look at last season, lots of 2-0s. This season, however, Josh, it's been lots of 3 mappers, going the absolute distance, really, really interesting stuff. And that kind of continues throughout the whole of this group stage. And when we get to the playoffs, adding in those invite teams, I don't necessarily expect this to change. A very confident, competent roster of 16 squads. I think that these two definitely are dark horses in the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm actually quite surprised. Obviously, it's still only early stages. Both teams are only 0-1. But the fact that these guys are in this situation, and you look at that lower end of the bracket as well, you see that Espada are down there too. And it's very, very easy to lose one more game, as you say, get into that 0-2 position, and then you've really got to fight hard to get back up to the top. When either one of these sides is absolutely capable of taking a top position, making it to those playoffs. So it's a real surprising one. I think that whichever team wins today, they're going to really upset the other.
Exactly. We've got a really interesting matchup here, and I wouldn't want to put a specific prediction on who's actually going to win this one, because I do think they are tightly matched. Funnily enough, getting into these picks and bans, I was really expecting Secret to go towards a Mirage. Instead, they've picked up Nuke as their first pickup there. Inferno being, of course, Ago's selection, and then Train as a decider. I really do think, Josh, that this one is probably going to go to all 3 maps, looking at these picks. I think that Secret might actually be challenged slightly on Nuke. We're maybe looking at an Ago 2-0 or a long morning.
Yes, absolutely. I think that Ago have ever so slightly won those picks and bans, but that does come along with just playing a lot of online CS recently. Both teams we saw, I think actually Secret have been playing a little bit more. 72 matches played in the last 3 months, versus Ago's around about 50. So they've both been playing a lot. Just Ago have been picking a few of the better results, and obviously playing in a few of these higher caliber tournaments as well. So trickier opponents here and there. But as we go into these win rates, they're a little bit surprised.
Yeah, Nuke is usually one that Ago doesn't pick up regardless. That 0% is based off of very few maps played. And then getting Inferno out with that 12%, I don't really know if those statistics make sense or anything to really kind of look into too much. Remember that Ago previously in the ESL Pro League, playing really at the top of this online scene, and Secret maybe more of an unproven roster here. But I wouldn't pay too much attention to these numbers particularly. I don't think that the 60% win rate on Inferno is massively impressive, to be perfectly honest with you. That's based off of very few matches played and it's against a massive variance of teams as well. So when you get into a game like this, which we are doing, funnily enough, right here and right now, that's definitely something to watch out for.
Absolutely. As we jump into Inferno, it's going to be a real funky one. Of course, we talked about the fact that Ago have got these 2 new players, and it completely changes the whole dynamic. When you go into a game, you go into some new maps, obviously you get those 2 new players in, and you have to completely rework everything you've done. Maybe you make one small change, and you can stick them in, and you can say, you're replacing this player's position, and therefore, this is what we want you to do. When you're replacing 2 players, you have to change a whole dynamic.
And remember, they've changed the whole dynamics of this entire roster. With Anarchez previously on the ropes, he was somebody who obviously was the in-game leader, bringing that structure, not massively experienced either. That has all changed over the last 1 month, bringing in Deagle and, of course, Lemon as well into the mix. Fika's really not been in the roster too long either, so you're talking about moving 60% of your roster away. That definitely poses certain problems. It's not like Secret haven't had their problems either. Obviously, neither of these teams having quite the stable roster right now. Moving Juan Flatro to the bench. For my money, he was probably the better player. Definitely providing the most firepower into this system in the squad. Thankfully, we're getting into the action, though.
Kick things off on the pistol round. It's Ago on that attacking side versus Secret on the defensive. No man going for... No, in fact, it's knife round. It's knife round.
There we go.
It's the knife round. All right, we're
getting ahead of ourselves. That's fine.
We are getting ahead of us. I forgot in LOOT.BET, even though they do the picks and bans, they still do a knife round to pick side. So on a map like Inferno, that doesn't make all too much difference. It's not massively one-sided, but certain maps, certainly a Nuke, certainly a Train, that can be a real advantage if it's your map pick and you can kick things off on the CT. Yeah, a real booster, especially mentality.
Yeah, and we'll see that twice in this series as well, remember, with Nuke and Train both in the pool. We'll see that second and third map here today. Said though, Josh, Inferno doesn't matter nearly as much, and we do see that knife round going Secret's way. They pick up CT side.
Here we go. Now it's Ago with the utility to work with. Furlan, he's gone for the flashes and the smoke. Deagle with a Molotov and smoke in hand. Only Ratifaction on the CT side with the kit and the smoke. So as they kick things off, they're coming out of this spawn. They want to try and head over towards B early. This is looking like their destination straight away. Picking up this pace, they want to take that banana control. They want to try and contest it. They're really hoping that Team Secret try and get some aggression in, try and feed for some information. But by not doing so, it's given Ago loads of legroom to work with.
Exactly, and Secret are playing the most passive defense possible. This 2-3 setup with the triple man towards the A bomb site, fishing for relatively little information whatsoever. Ratifaction heading down towards the middle of the map, getting a little bit of intel. This push should come through, surely, from Ago.
You really expect it, especially in a pistol round like this when you've got the range advantage. You expect them to kind of contest this banana control a little bit. Instead, they're really not gaining very much information towards this B site at all. But with Anarchez wrapping all the way around the back, they know exactly where their opponents lie. He's got all of the information that no one's in second mid, no one's towards middle. They've already rotated Percy over, and this is where the pincer comes through. Anarchez behind, spotting out all the men.
Does hit that first headshot, though. Deagle instantly eliminated. Has to head towards this B bomb site as a result, where there's a triple man stack waiting. Flower pop boost not in effect. And Grubby's able to eliminate at least the first. Lemon deals with the second, and it's a team effort on the B bomb site to secure this pistol lock and key.
4 versus 2 situation that I really don't think they should have a whole load of equity in. Fact, already going for that save call towards A. Anarchez not even bothering to rotate over. He just wants to hold on to that Kevlar. And then Oxy maybe just trying to punch in a little bit of damage as he slowly but surely creeps away. So, a really, really good round for Ago. I can't help but feel that initially, they were gifted that one a little bit. They could get right up close and personal towards Banana. They were given all of this control for free. They didn't need to take any gunfights to gain it. And it was only later on in the round that actually Team Secret started then they realized what was up. They rotated that extra man over. But by that point, Ago, all of the pieces were in place, and it was just an unbreakable attack.
You'd think with Anarchez taking so much control, though, that it's more than doable to actually have that stack in and really hold up. I'm kind of worried. What is Secret actually going to bring to the table here? At least in the second round, it's a couple of Deagles and Scout. That's the answer, perhaps.
Is it going to be sufficient? Of course, going into this second, Anakez has to do some work with that scoped rifle, and the Molotovs go in. Ego just quite confidently again taking this banana control. If it is contested by Rapid, he might be in for a world of trouble, but fires off a couple of shots, gains that information, and then he can fall right away. They've got pretty limited utility on this side, but every single man with a smoke and a flash means that they can keep this attack at bay. They can kind of push back their opponents, delay as long as they can, and see if they can punch through the damage with the pistols later on.
Mac 10 fishing for some initial information between both Banana and the apartments. Lemon's going to be the first man through. Again, it's all about intelligence towards the A-bomb site. Ego need that bail plan. There's the first man. Synopsy instantly eliminated, and Lemon can backtrack and rejoin the forces.
That's a really nice opening kill for him to find there. Of course, they've taken some damage in the process elsewhere, just from some of this expended. But finding that opening pick just means that they know that the apartments are now clear. They can go for 8-1 if they choose to. But with Percy reaggressing, that levels out the numbers once again. He now has some information as well. And is he going to relay this to his teammates? By the looks of things, Team Secret absolutely anticipate this to be a B hit, purely down to this fake from Furlan. But little do they know that all of these Ts are wrapping around towards A, and they've pretty much been given a free site.
Should be lost as key. The forces moving on through. A hell of a lot of damage. The 5-7 cannot connect. Furlan's next man in. Not even needed. Bomb down, easy round, and Team Secret, they're sent saving towards the B-bomb site.
This absolutely could have gone Secret's way had they just guessed correctly. They, of course, had a 4 versus 4 situation. They had that 3-man setup towards the B-bomb site. When you look at the HP on some of these Ago guys right now, Grubby sitting on 12 points of health. He could have been taken down by a single bullet from any man side. And Furlan and Fiku as well, they're in that sort of health point where they can be quite deadly towards the Deagles. So it certainly could have gone Secret's way, but they go for that gamble stat towards the B site. It doesn't work out for them at all, and Ego are able to put their second on the...
Let's get touch and go. 3 players remaining on Secret. Carries through a couple of the advanced weapons into round number 3. Ego should be able to deal with it nice and easily. Ability comes out, and those odds as well, Josh. Nice and close for this one today. We're expecting this to be quite the tight series, and already a couple of these rounds have been close. A little too early to call, though, to be perfectly honest. Inferno will hold best of 3 to come.
Absolutely. We're only in round number 3. Anything could certainly happen. And now, looking at this one, we've got those 3 weapons that were saved in the last. There's only a couple of pistols and a scout, and no reinvestments going around it either. So there's not going to be a whole lot for Team Secret to work with. As the Mac 10 just push right through, they know what they're up against. They don't need to give it any respect whatsoever. They can just charge through, take these initial gunfights, and they will almost certainly continue to press forward then. It's only going to be Radifaction to find himself that single frag. In doing so, he's not going to be able to live longer. SMF's going to fall, and there you go. Very, very comfortably take that third. They do actually take a couple of casualties here and there, but they're not going to be too phased by it because these are the Mac 10. This is the bonus round. In the next, they're going to want to reinvest into those AKs.
Simple stuff. Secret, it's their first buy. Anakez on that classic AWP. We know that he's not the most fiery player. Certainly can bring a little bit of flair to the table. Not much utility, though. Only the single flashbang, along with these automatic rifles for Secret. A massive amount to work with it. Now it's a start.
Utility usage from Ego has been really strong so far. Of course, we are only on the 4th round, but when you see them taking this early control, the nades go over, the Molotovs go over. There's no way that Team Secret can continue to stay on this corner and contest that angle. They have to fall right away, otherwise they are dead to rights. And Ego, they're not going to do anything with it. They're just going to hold on to it, make sure that they keep Team Secret at an arm's length, and if they do reaggress towards later on in the round, they're able to do so without having to worry about maybe someone hiding behind logs or tree. And that's a really, really beneficial factor.
Very standard stuff. Secret, the 3-2 setup once again. It's what we saw in the pistol. It's what we saw in the follow-ups. This time, though, it's with rifles in hand, and Ago, their initial challenge. Utility about to go through. Anakez, he's on the initial angle. He's got a chicken pestering him in the meantime. Go over the top. It's a tag, no frag. Eco survives. And is able to find that jumping shot. It's Percy next alive. Try and deal with this with at least the first smoke grenade to drop. We'll hold Ago at bay temporarily. Expect the reserve flashbangs to come through. There's a Molotov for mini pits. Percy now needs to hold up to the challenge.
The rotations from Team Secret could be absolutely deadly, but they're taking such a long time that Deagle and Lehman, the two young new additions to this roster, can fire through, take this A bomb site, and they've still got plenty of time as well to establish these post plants, as Team Secret are only just arriving to the party.
Very easily be 4-0. Radifaction and SMF need to make the retake to attempt into this A-bomb site. Eagle's going to hold them at bay, and Radifaction now the 1 versus 2 with a crossfire to breach and break. Lemon's ready and waiting for his aggression, and it's a headshot to finish. 4-0 Ago, nice convincing stuff onto the A-bomb site. They keep this scoreline rolling.
I can't help but feel that that was just weak from Team Secret. Incredibly disjointed. And it just didn't work out whatsoever for them. They had all of the information that Ago were pushed up towards long. The smokes were keeping them at bay. They even won those initial 2 gunfights. So they had that 2-man advantage, but the rotations didn't come over from B. And had they done so, they'd be able to get that pincer in. They'd be able to overwhelm Ago and approach them from multiple directions. But instead, it just didn't work out that way. The kills came through for Ago. They were able to get onto that site before the rotations came over, and it all went horribly wrong.
Early in the 5th should be a simple setting for Ago. Banana control once again, seemingly the staple of their T side, and Secret don't want to contest it whatsoever. They're playing the utmost standard defense. It's 3-2 setup. Hasn't fortunately worked out for them as of 5th round. They might be able to maintain a flawless scorecard going into number 6.
Once again, it's this banana control that they're looking for, and with Deagle with a snappy headshot to find Radifaction, that's going to go this smoke, they will connect a couple of shots, and SMF, he's not able to stay alive a whole lot longer. This is the bomb site. That smoke grenade in place actually allows time for rotates to come over for Secret. This makes Ago start to second guess pushing through here.
Ago don't know what they're about to walk into. This could very easily potentially be a stack on the B site. It, of course, isn't with only 2 players left. We can see that. We're watching through rose-tinted goggles. At the 30-second mark, should be a simple cleanup with only Anakez cowering and quivering towards the pit. 30 seconds left to survive. Of course, that's not his goal here. Wants to punch in an initial bit of damage, but I don't think he's going to be given or granted that. Bomb should go down, and Ago... even more pressure applied.
Absolutely. It almost felt like Team Secret did play all their cards right there, but with just the lack of firepower, they weren't able to win any of the gunfights. Just the pistols with no Kevlar to back it up in hand. They're going to lose every single fight they take. Now, the real issue right now is the fact that Ago are starting to build up this bank quite substantially. It's very uneven. If you look at Furlan's money, you look at Grubby's money, they're absolutely away from some. But Deagle sitting on 5 figures. Lehman and Fiku sitting above that 5k mark. Bearing in mind they're going to keep every single man alive in this one and get that $3,000 bonus. They are all going to be absolutely rolling in it. And that's very difficult to break in these follow-ups.
Simple start. Inferno often slightly two-sided at this level. Ago making it more so. 5-0. Opportunity a little more going into number 6 against the rifle round.
There you go. They've come out the gate hot today. 5 rounds, very, very convincingly taken. And as they go into the buy-up here from Team Secret, it is going to be Anakez with that big green-scoped rifle in hand, the AWP. He wants to go for an early pick. Whether he's going to be able to find it or not is another matter, as he's just creeped up short. He's got Percy here to protect him, but with the absolute pace from Ago, they are able to find the first. Anakez trades it right back. But with this man advantage, he needs to fall away and make sure they hold on to it.
Containment policy on the A bomb site, but Ago want to go elsewhere. It's full CT control for Grubby and Co. as Vico's able to trade out that first frag. There's Furlan straight through the smoke for a second one. Anakez drops. And now we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2. Ago all over this map right now. And Synoxy might be the next man to receive the challenge. It's a head glitch angle. Wants the smoke grenade for support. Chicken eliminated, but he needs to find even more damage than that. And Furlan disallows it.
Ago coming in really, really quick there. They know that the faster they push into that A-bomb site, the more chance there is that they're only going to be faced up against one man. And Percy, very, very late to the party, coming in from short, has to try and clutch this one up.
Health, and it's one bullet to take him down there. 6-0 Ago, flawless scorecard, looking for even more going into number 7. Gotta say, Josh, it's all of this control towards the A-bomb site which is paying dividends. We saw Grubby there, getting his way into the CT spawn, controlling those rotates, and Secret just don't know how to capitalize. They're back to the pistols going into round 7, and this looks like a very dominant start. We looked at those odds at the start. We also looked at those percentages, seeing that Ago maybe had, like, I think 12% here on Inferno. I said that that didn't really mean a lot, and this is exactly why.
Seems like a little bit of lack of communication, maybe a lack of coordinations coming through from Secret here. We saw in the last, they were actually able to take that initial man advantage and fall away untraded, but a little bit of prod of aggression towards B, lost them a man, a re-aggression towards the apartment tools as well, lost them another player, and all of a sudden it starts to fall on its head. With SMF this time finding himself 2 openers, it does give Team Secret a huge advantage, but both of those rifles are completely unretrievable, and Ago, despite being in a 5 versus 3, should be able to pick up the pieces.
And simple, but the pistols complicating matters upon the B bomb site. A minute on the clock. There you go. They will re-aggress here. Eagle's going to be the first man through. Bit of support from the AK-47 of Grubby as he heads into the bomb site. At the 50-second mark, got 2 players to try and collapse. So difficult. No flower pot boost. Team Secret with a sturdy defense, and the AWP meriting a little bit of information, but no results as of the 42nd mark.
That time ticks away further and further. Here we go. The pressure starts to mount. They're currently at the top of Banana. They need to try and work out whether they are going to regress towards B, whether they want to try and wrap back around, punch in some damage towards this A-bomb site. Clock ticks further. They realize that the second isn't an option. The smoke has to go through. They have to push onto this site, and they've got 15 seconds to do so.
The AK-47, headshot to open things up. The Secret, so many reinforcements at the ready in this. The Eagle to capitalize. Lemon with 2 of his own. Should get the bomb down here, but tick-tock, there's 5 seconds on the clock. And Synopsy instantly ends the round.
That's exactly what happens when you let the clock tick away. Even when you find those opening kills onto the site, there's then this mounting pressure to get that C4 down with only seconds left to spare. And when that pressure's mounting, Team Secret, it's no question to just charge through the smoke and stop it.
Six one. There you go. They're actually on quite a tear right now, you must say. Bit of a beginner shake against a couple of the pistols on the B bomb site, but this does happen in Counter-Strike. You have to be able to kind of put this behind you, and with the aid of this tactical pause, I do think this is going to help them out right now, gaining a little bit of composure, try and get to that sort of like 10-1, 10-2 mark. They need to continue this T side. You know what it's like. You start on that terrorist side, you get the first couple of rounds on the board, 6-1, 7-1. Then it starts to slip. This game's certainly not over as of this point. We're only 7 rounds in. Team Secret now with a full rifle round behind them, full utility as well. Simple stuff.
Winning that eco round as well absolutely works wonders for them. Think about the fact that they go for that eco, they lose it, they then go into this one with a buy. That they'll have everything they want to work with, but no cash left to back it up if it doesn't work out. But winning that eco means that they can carry across a few AKs, which are very, very powerful on this CT side, and still have tons of cash to buy that AWP, have a healthy flurry of utility on every single man, and still have 3k in the bank behind Percy and Anakez. So this is a really, really good start. This could be a really good launch pad to get them going, to close this gap early on and have a good half here on Inferno. But from what we've seen so far from Ago, I'm not sure if Team Secret have got it in the tank right now.
Certainly doesn't seem the case, does it? Something is definitely amiss on this Secret side. They haven't realistically been themselves. You've seen lots of missed shots. This CT side, it's been incredibly porous. And now taking quite a lengthy pause as a result as well. This is quite a key point in this first map, Josh, where Ago, they could really snowball this scoreline out of control, or we can find ourselves in a more even-Steven scenario. How many times do we see that? 6-1 to start things off, the half ends 8-7, and then it's all playful going into the second pistol. That could certainly be the case here, but Secret, they need to get their deck in order and really come into this game firing on all cylinders with the rifles.
It seems to happen more often than not at the moment, especially in LOOT.BET. We've seen it time and time again. Team just come in with some flair. They're really fired up. They take some early rounds. And I think that there's a lot to be said for certain rosters just either taking a little while to get going. We see some rosters as well really struggling to out maps towards the end. We've seen some crazy score lines where we had 12-3 halves and then comebacks in the second and a reverse sweep to come through. So it's certainly like not even callable at this stage. Go into the 8th. Lengthy pause. I'm sure it's of a technical nature, but of course, on online CS, it does give Team Secret a real opportunity to discuss in depth what's going wrong.
Certainly, there's a lot of experience. We haven't talked about Radifaction yet, obviously coming from Nordavind, coming from Apex, these very aim-star-esque rosters. Radifaction obviously filling the massive shoes of Juan Flatro over the last couple of months. Certainly somebody to watch out for here today, and somebody who hasn't massively had a big impact in this first map. That's certainly something that I don't think is going to be the case over our whole best of 3. I think that will be a shining star at times. Need to see what happens as we get back into this action in the next couple of moments. It is a full buy for both squads. Anarchez and Deagle, both with those AWPs. The AK-47's out. Ego, I'm sure it'll be more control towards Banana, that standard stuff. They've got their kind of set play, default setup. They're gunning for these first kills. Secret, I think they have been a little too timid towards the B bomb site. We've seen many a time just putting 2 players towards that side of the map. No Banana control to talk of whatsoever. I think that's really been hurting them.
Absolutely. Ago, what they've been doing has been working perfect. Other than in that single round in the last where they were against that eco and they did walk into that deep stack, there's really nothing that needs changing. Everything they've done so far has worked very, very well for them. And if they can continue it, they can certainly be dominant. Mentioned some of these guys on that Team Secret side. Radifaction, of course, backed up by the brains of Percy as well, as got a lot of experience, obviously playing in that Sprout roster, previously tricked as well. He comes into this one with a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, taking up that IGL role as well. Could certainly be very, very powerful, but right now what we're seeing is actually a very, very uncoordinated side, and that might be to do with this transition that we with the recent addition of like the kind of change around in some of these roles. Anarchez taking a little bit more reins, and then away from that, we're just not too sure.
I never saw Anarchez as a massively tactical in-game leader, to be perfectly honest. Seemed to be more of a rally the troops kind of boss, keeping the rank and file as more of an open circuit, an open statement. I think that Percy might bring a little more structure to this setup. We've seen that in the form of absolutely no aggression whatsoever. That's obviously something that he brought to the table here, calling for those massively default CT configurations. Fortunately on Inferno, it allows the T side to pretty much get right outside that B bomb site, bombard the whole of this map with smokes, Molotovs. It's really quite hard to hold when you're playing behind New Box, for instance, and you have to eat 2 incendiary grenades. It forces you out or costs you all of that precious utility, smokes that you actually really need on the B bomb site. You can't just be using them in every single these holds. This has been a more lengthy pause as well. We don't have any information about this one yet. What do you think they're doing? Do you reckon they've popped out for some lunch?
Playing Beats.
Playing Beat Saber. Who would do that?
I don't know, man. Heard it's gets you hyped up.
I'll be honest, I'm not very good at Beat Saber. I find it a tough game. I've
Maybe
not
it's
got the
just fun.
hand-eye coordination for it.
Getting old. Yeah.
I am getting old. 22 now. I feel a bit much.
Sure, what this game often get yes, everyone set up and no one there to fix it if things go wrong. Not there is it wizard. So something breaks, knows like can't send out a fix it. However, maybe that's exactly what they've done because timeout's expired. We're getting back into this one, and as we go into the 8th, it's going to be a hell of a round. Buys up on all sides, healthy utility on every man. This is all to play for.
Back into the action now. Both AWPs in play, as I mentioned. And Ago wanting to roll this scoreline back into a successful fashion. Perhaps rack up those double digits. It's a bit of banana control to start with off the secret. Molotov's on through, and Deagle's the first to receive the challenge.
Actually gets away scot-free though, despite all the bang. What the hell is that from Furlan? He sprayed directly through the smoke, straight onto the head of Percy. And that just opens up that whole brackets area. They've got so much control towards B now. And with Deagle finding another, this is just falling apart for Team Secret.
Spoke about that aggression and that Secret had played the most passive of defenses, this time changing things up, and it really doesn't work out for them. Only SMF can defend this B bomb site. The rest of the forces over towards A, tail tucked between legs, and it's Ago's time to shine and perhaps steal away their 7th. With SMF backtracking away from this B bomb site, that leaves it completely open at the minute mark. Expect this bomb to go down in the next few moments. Ago control. 7-1's an absolute guarantee. This is a retake that Secret cannot even afford to go for.
It's a really easy safe call at this point. When you're in a 5 versus 3, especially on a map like Inferno, where the rotation is very, very long. It takes a very long time to get from one site to the other. You can go for these situations where you just say, right, it's a 5 versus 3. We're just going to stack a site, and if they go for A, then fantastic. We've got enough defenses there to maybe hold it up. If they don't, we're just going to save. We're not going to move a muscle. We're just going to hold on to these rifles and try and bring them to the next. And with Anakez and Percy sitting above that 3k mark as well, they can certainly afford to do this and still have a healthy...
else to expect though. Yes, Anakez drop over a single rifle. Percy can best primarily just for himself. We see these opening kills on your screen right now. Furlan doing a lot of the heavy lifting. It's only 2. A lot of the time this doesn't really show us all too much. Realistically, it is him and Fiku at the top of the table with those highest KDs. Lots of entry frags all across the board though from start to finish for Ago. The rifles once again in hand for Secret. Full set of utility to both bomb sites.
On Inferno, control is absolutely everything, and now Team Secret trying to gain it, but Deagle, standing in the flames to find that opening shot, is able to do so. Brings things into a 4 versus 4, and Ago realise that they have to give their opponents some respect. They can't just charge in and take Banana for free anymore. They do have to pay a price for it, and this time it's the AWP.
1 minute 20, lots of time on the board, but Anakez, they get caught out initially. No damage traded. Grubby down to 44. Standard stuff. 7-1.
Action re-aggressing onto Banana as well. This is actually really smart from Secret. Not only are they contesting the control early on, but when they realize that it's not just gifted to them, they have to fall away, wait for that utility to stop raining over, then they can re-aggress. And as Synopsy finds himself one more, it leads to a 4 versus 2 situation. Ago, this is a very, very difficult one for them to try and pick up. They're just going to try their chances over on.
They have smoke grenades available. Expect one to fall between the CT spawn to try and block off the WP initially. It's opening frag for Furlan, but Grubby cannot capitalize. No trade onto SMF. The B bomb site now open for the taking. Smoke's down and away, but that comes with a limited time. Scrubby gets flashed. Beautiful teamwork there. That's Secret second.
That is actually fantastic in that scenario. To not go for that repeat, wait for the reinforcement, wait for the rotation flash to come in, then he can go for the swing. And there's nothing. He knows he needs to be quick, otherwise the are going to come over. But he can't do anything if his opponent isn't. So, very, very nice play from Team. They're able to keep 3 men alive and put their second on.
7-2. Deagle retains the AWP. AK-47s all around.
Control, but Furlan trying to go for the anti-flash. It isn't going to work out for him at all. He walks straight back first into SMF. And once again, we just see a 1-for-1 engagement to kick things off.
So the smoke's away, the Molotov as well. Finally extinguished by the other Gratifaction just to keep the angle towards the top of Banana. Completely contested lock and key. Ago decide to backtrack. It's towards this A bomb site where a double defense is posted. Notably Anakez's AWP. Only 5-3 for the first. There's the trade. But Synopsy in a world of trouble towards the balcony. Needs to hit all of these headshots first, but traded once again. Ago, they're opening up on every single regard, and it's all Fico with the 3K. 55 seconds left to play, but as this bomb goes down, time pressure for Secret. Percy, he has snuck his way through. Fico should secure even more here. Almost the ace, just leaving Deagle inside the pit to close it all out. An 8th for Ago.
That's what happens when you lose so much control towards that A site. You think you've got it under wraps. You think that finding that opening kill towards the apartments and then focusing on short is sufficient. But when they've wrapped all the way around long, there's absolutely no chance. It was a valiant effort there from Synopsy, but as soon as he drops, the A site's given up. And you just can't expect that retake to come through when Ago have already got men in library and wrapping around shore. It just becomes impossible.
Piku's position is absolutely pivotal right there. You're absolutely right. Inside the library room, there's no way that Secret are able to capitalize. Might be the aggression once again for these CTs to do the trick. Anakez with the first. Smokes go away, creating a stalemate on the B bomb site at the 90-second mark. Here we go. Watch and wait this one out. Lots of aggression here, though. Ratifaction knows he's got the MP9 in hand. Wants to get up close and personal.
Those smokes certainly provide him the cover to do so. Really limited firepower here on this Team Secret side. 3 men with the MP9s. They have to get up close. They have to take these short-range engagements. And if they don't, they're just going to be torn to shreds by the AK. Minute left on this clock, and Ago needs to start making some decisions as they do want to try and re-aggress towards Banana. This could be their downfall. Around does so much damage with the MP9. Picks himself up an AK as well, and I don't see any way back in here for Ago.
Molotov's through, and SMF the first to burn. Lemon needs to be the supportive factor here, but he's towards the A bomb site. Deagle is isolated, and there's 3 CTs watching this position. The initial swing from Anakez, and this round is over. No chance for Lemon. Might even resort to just saving this AK-47 at the 30-second mark. He's towards this A bomb site. There's no point in re-aggressing. The money fairly low on this Ago side as well.
Only taken 3 rounds to do so, but Team Secret have broken this T-sided economy. I think they will still have somewhat of an investment going into this next one. If he saves this AK, they could certainly go for some pistols and armor. I don't think it will be a full buy. There certainly won't be an AWP available. Not going to be as healthy as we've seen so far. And yeah, there we go. There is enough money for a small investment here. Sure, Deagle wants to save some cash in the bank. He can go for that scoped rifle in the next.
8-3. There you go. Will be slightly strapped for cash going into number 12. The Glil comes through for Furlan. Just a Desert Eagle pulled into this one. We see those odds once again. Ago now solidifying themselves firm favourites. Kez so influential with the AWP. We saw him find the frags in the last round, just rotating away his position, staying unpredictable. Certainly a surprising factor onto the Banana at least. Gratifaction, that young gun wanting to get aggressive.
They actually find the kill. That's so smart. They jump up, they spot out that information, and they coordinate that double nade stack. gives them that man advantage. Synopsy even finds one of his own, so that brings things into a 5-on-3. And with that bomb being left behind, Ago really need to find at least a kill, preferably 2, before they can go back and grab it. But a 5 versus 2 situation, Team Secret are looking a lot better. They've started to find their footing on the side, and it's really showing.
Been a sensational change of pace, and expect this to continue throughout this first map. The Eagle, now the final weapon in hand. Grubby does send it towards the other side of the map. Inside the apartments, bomb totally isolated. Don't expect too much action, ladies and gentlemen, out at the end of this 12th. It will be a secret 4th. What damage Grubby can do towards this balcony area. He's got hand cannons ready and waiting, but already spotted, meaning the headshots not going to come through. Secret, that's their 4th.
Huge opportunity for them to extend it further. They're against nothing right now. This is almost certainly a Rico from Ago. Gonna bring things to 8-5. This is certainly where this can turn on its head. So such a strong start from this T half, and then it's just started to drop off a little bit. As soon as that money's broken, they go for what I would consider a bit of an ill-advised buy on the last as well, where instead of just dropping down to those pistols and then having loads of cash to work with in this next one, they actually decide to invest around what was saved. That means that they have a couple of AKs, the Galils, the limited utility. Grubby was only down to a Deagle. It becomes very, very hard to fight against a side that's starting to build some confidence, and they've got all the weapons to work with such limited weaponry.
Admirably, that's 3 in a row for Secret as well. Broken the Ago economy. We see the first eco coming out of the poles. Likely send it to just find a tiny tickle of damage. I can't imagine they'll find all too much more with only a couple of Glocks in hand.
The only man with that Deagle, maybe he finds himself something. Danikes. Yes, I don't think the Fox is going to be able to get a whole lot done, especially on a map like Inferno, where there's a lot of long-range choke points. Actually becomes very difficult to get close.
Inside the apartments to start, the AK-47 holding Synopsy to very likely close this one off. Doesn't need to re-aggress into the apartments and give away his life. The single Deagle being maybe a slight difference maker here at the minute mark. To be just very simple stuff. 9 push towards the middle of the map, and expect this one to fall on deaf ears once again for Ago. I've got to say, they have slowed down on this T side. What we were expecting, maybe an 8-1-9, 10-1 start. That has fallen apart. And the complete closer, the nade nicely connects. Secret their 5th.
No damage whatsoever in that one. Really, really comfortable stuff. As they go into round number 14, they are going to be faced up against a buy, but it's certainly not great. There's no AWP on. There's very, very limited utility on many of these guys, and there's a real issue that there's no Molotovs. In fact, there's a single Molotov. That's going to make so many of these precarious angles really, really tough to clear. And with no HEs as well, it pretty much does the same. So they're really relying on finding these opening picks. And as Lehman does exactly that, it's going to put them in a much more comfortable position.
Percy gifts it away. He's 5-10 in this first map, and that's massively unsuccessful. You can't be giving away those openings here on Inferno. There you go. They'll capitalize towards the safe bomb site. They predicted correctly. The rotate, it's millions of miles away, Josh. And Furlan is just going to bank right on top of this one. Synopsy instantly traded. And now Arnarquez, he will be challenged. Orp at the ready, but cannot connect the first shot. And that might be all she wrote for the A-site defense.
This is where the rotates need to hurry up. But Radifaction and SMF, they're just miles away. And now they're getting close to the party. It's definitely worth them going for this retake. Of course, the A-site is a very retakeable one. They've got loads of utility. Fiku's down to 3 points of health as well. But as this time ticks away further, they're really missing their opportunity to get in.
15 seconds left on this one. Secret TikTok once again. Deagle's behind the smoke, and the kills convert for Ago. Very successful stuff. We always talk about that A-bomb site, Josh, of course. That's the penultimate round, and Secret can invest into this one. So there's absolutely nothing to lose, and perhaps a lot to gain, considering only 5 rounds on the board for the Secret boys. They really need a couple more before this half comes to a close. Unfortunately, only one available.
He's By comparisons, it's actually Fiku on the Ago side that's doing a lot of work, sitting on 11 frags here as we go into the 15. But everybody's certainly pulling their weight. Anakez wants to try and get that pick towards middle early on. He's going to get flashed right off the angle and really forced to fall away here. Ago in the last of the half. Available, but nonetheless, it's Furlan.
So many giveaways out towards the map, and it's really not working Secret's way. 2 quick kills, feed bomb site falls, and Ago just looked like the better team on this T side. Comeback definitely possible. Take is Secret 3 versus 5 to get back into this one. As the C4 goes down, it's Furlan to pop through the smoke completely unbeknownst to Anakez. He takes the shot regardless. 30 seconds, and Ago can try and hold away this line. Nade doesn't land in time. With the Secret just holding up the angles. It is once again incredibly slow. Defuse kit's available, only 15 seconds left now for Grubby to line away the shots. AK-47 in hand. They're able to connect in unison. Nothing that Anakez can do here. He's all out of time. These will be isolation frags at and the Deagle cannot connect. 10-5.
Once again, a retake that takes far too long. The initial smokes really do keep them at bay. And I think it was smart to wait for them to dissipate before they re-aggressed. However, just charging in with 10, 15 seconds left on that clock, knowing you have to win at least 3 gunfights, possibly, I think it was even 4, there's really just no chance for them whatsoever. This B site provides so much cover as we go into the second half. Ago sit 10-5, a pretty dominant scoreline here on Inferno.
That's what's so difficult as well about Inferno. It's, yeah, all about those retakes at times. You see 10-5 now getting back into this one. Realistically, we're expecting this pistol round to be worth a hell of a lot here. Secret, it's actually one that they need to win. If they don't, be sure this map might be over sooner rather than later. So 11, 12, 13, certainly on the cards if they can convert with these pistols here.
Well, you've said it. A must-win round for Team Secret. 2 men with the utility as they head towards B. They're taking a strat out of the Ago strat book, and as they charge right in, it's only Fiku to try and hold things up. He does fall away, and Deagle's able to be that support beam to find that opening kill and call the rotations over.
Fox at the ready, they're closing in. Snopsy with the first, and there's Anakez to convert. This now becomes incredibly touch and go. One that Ago will want to go for against the USPS is retrieved. 2 in hand, and Furlan closing in through the dissipating smoke. 30 seconds left. A kit available for Furlan. So as they close in, Team Secret need to be touch and go rather they go for their peaks. Bait this push into the crossfire. And he's at the ready. Synopsy, he's also going to fall. Puts Percy in a world of trouble between Nubox. And with the Glock in hand, he's forced out. There's the headshot. Percy needs a little bit more right now. And he might be able to find it. He does go down. And Ratifaction now versus the world needs to connect and does.
Absolutely perfect. Knows that he doesn't need to peek, even to support his teammate in those final scenarios, because he knows that the time's ticking away. And even with a kit, if he can run that clock down to 4-5 seconds, he's won himself the round. A fantastic performance there from Team Secret to get their 6th down, and that's going to give them a world of opportunity. They can invest into this one and try to close this 4-round gap.
Massively important stuff. Ago, it's the force buy. A couple of Desert Eagles in hand. That CZ75 in the hands of Grubby. Plenty of utility as well. Quite the hefty investment. Sometimes you keep $500 to $1,000 in your back pocket. Ago certainly haven't decided to do that. Right towards this bomb site right now. Team Secret, just to take map control. Perhaps convert.
Nades here to work with, and with 3 men over towards this B site as well. You expect them to use... See that flash comes through as the initial aggression punches for Team Secret. Maybe it doesn't punch through at all. The bomb's been left behind. They're just trying to seek some presence over towards either side of the map. See if they can catch out any aggressive Ago men. Of course, that's something that you really do expect to see on a round like this, where just tools are in play. They want to try and get up close and personal. They want to try and take these openings, win them. Bomb is now been... Does look like they are going to try and end up on this bomb site.
50-second mark. It's go time for Secret. K-47 at the ready. to try and find this opening. It will, of course, be the SMGs in just before. He connects. There's the trades. This B-bomb site should be nice and easy for the taking. Lovely shot from Synopsy there to end off proceedings. It should just be the round completely wrapped up for Secret right now. Ago, they will send players Deagle and Grubby through Banana. Finding the single connection, but I can't imagine not much more. Deagle enough with the Desert Eagle in hand. With both of these shots. He's got this defuse kit available, but really not much time here. The Galil comes out. But what more can he do about this one? The smoke falls. Out first, but it's damage, no frags, Anarchers to close.
Eagle walking straight into that crossfire at the end there. Very, very nice setup from... But they are never, ever going to lose. It really felt like Ago did some good damage in that scenario. But when you're on a full force, damage just isn't sufficient. You need to be looking to win the round. You need to be looking to hold on to that bomb site before it's gone. So now we sit 7 to 10. It's going to be a full eco here from Ago. Expect it to go 8 to 10. And this is where Team Secret have a ticket right back in.
And it's that T side, often the catalyst to build up those rounds. Lovely nades, but it's able to connect. Acceptable damage done, but don't realistically expect all too much more against the light. There's the cleanup from SMF and Radifaction, easily dealt with. The unarmored, unkevlar pistols, and their Secret's 8th, as you mentioned.
And that's the way to do damage early, take those in, and but then as they charge right through, SMF and absolutely. Now they're within 2, and if they can take it, they close this gap. Really only 1 buy round's needed. This is going to be the difference maker of whether team level up this scoreline or whether Ago start to find their footing once again on this. That Molotov goes down. Let's keep the T's at bay for a little while. Let's see if they can hold this one.
Already looking more sturdy towards Banana. The nades as well to compromise. Incendiary will force the defense back. 1:30. Secret not taking all too much control. There's the Deagle. Now needs to find a connection. Damage done onto Grubby and Fico, but not much else.
Quite a lot of damage early on, though. I mean, you consider the fact that Grubby's sitting on 57 points of health, Fico only on 37. Certainly sways the advantage in Secret's favour. Flashes coming through. That's actually going to force Deagle right off the angle as well. He's not even got this aggressive position anymore. Right back towards this site. Meantime, Secret taking loads of control. The 3-man. Then with the time so far this half, but it's not paid any dividends. So this is where we're going to see whether it comes into play with the rifles or whether it all just falls apart once again. 40 seconds on this clock. Team Secret looking like they're going to go for this B execute with just Synopsy trying to wrap around the back line.
More work to be done. 30 seconds left. Flashes will come over the top. Lemon, the first to receive the challenge, has to backtrack. Berlan instead, Biku to chip through and find 2. 20 seconds. A lot of time to plant this bomb, and backing off from the A side certainly isn't an option. Not one that Lemon will allow them to go into either. Simple defense on the B bomb site for Ago. Close it off again.
Rotations are much quicker there as well. As soon as they know that it's going to be a B hit, Grubby is on his bike and he's wrapping all the way around. So getting that initial round there on their buy up is super, super important. It should allow them to pull away, but I'm not sure here. They are going to be up against a bit of a buy here from Team Secret. It's actually less than I was expecting. I was really expecting Radifaction to maybe buy himself a Deagle into this one. Perhaps Percy gets a P50. There we go. He actually buys it really late. Tricks me up a bit there. Clearly debating it. Nonetheless, this should be a 12th here for Ago and a good opportunity for them to rack up some of their own cash and build up their confidence.
And remember, that's predicated off the back of a little bit of pistol damage in the last as well. Just USPS is carried through, finding a couple of kills against the rifles, forces up those reinvestments, and now Secret forced into this eco territory with only
Eagle thinks this or spot down. Can't quite connect the shot, but he repeats for more, and that's his demise. A huge mistake made there. Does give up that AWP. Give Secret a lifeline to work with. 5 versus 4. A second headshot comes through for Radifaction. It's start to fall apart unless Lehman can hold the line. It's good for 1, but Fiku on the rotation is out. A man advantage here for Secret to take the bomb site, but does this retake convert against the unarmored pistol?
Remember, Radifaction, he's the only player with Kevlar in this situation and deprived of a rifle. SMF has to hold up the line, and it's a stunning shot from Fiku to hold it down once again. 20 seconds now on the clock, and Radifaction has to do everything. Deagle in hand, chipping away from the third. The third hand's going to swing. He's going to find it. 12-8. As Ago, they do it again towards this A bomb site.
Far too close for comfort. That was effectively a full eco from Team Secret that they'll certainly be happy with. Bearing in mind they did find those initial 3 kills, only taking a single casualty, you would maybe expect them to be able to convert the round. But of course, no Kevlar is a huge, huge factor. And when those rifles come in and they're chipping in that damage, your crosshair goes sky high and there's very, very little you can do. It's actually Anakez from Team Secret's side topping the table for the entry. And I think that's a lot to do with the fact that he has this AWP in hand. He's constantly trying to poke for that early damage.
4 rounds needed. Again, it's this aggressive stance for Lemon. Furlan the first to fall. Second being spotted. Mr. Bale, he's unable to. The kills come through, converted by Secret. Looking for even more on this T side. Should be the 9th. Is stretch both sides of the planet. Will be EQ to connect. EQ with the initial shot and then hit the follow-up. 1 versus 2 right now.
EQ, he's just in the wrong position. He seems to think that Team Secret might actually try and backtrack and go for this A site. And instead, he's going to wait right until that C4 is planted before he even begins his rotation. So, coming in from Banana, this is a really, really difficult angle for him to come in from. It's certainly a retake that he's probably going to go for, especially with the time that he has on the clock. But if he doesn't find anything in the next 10 seconds or so, maybe he does fall away and try and save that AWP. That Molotov going down certainly gives him opportunity. 15 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure what more he can do.
Saving the AK-47 might be the best bet. Going for this quad kill doesn't seem to make much sense, and it's the AWP instead to bail away from B. Bit of utility retrieved off the ground right there, and Secret, it will be number 9 on the board. Great B take, great aggression, just really punishing Ago towards second mid. Furlan and Lemon were the first 2 players to drop. Very easily capitalized and countered by Secret. They held home base. 9-12 as a result. Just a difference of 3 between these 2 teams.
Not sure if it's Ago falling asleep or Team Secret waking up, but we've seen a very, very back and forth game so far. Not just been one team completely dominating. It's not been either team trading rounds back and forth. Instead, it's been in bursts. It's been in waves. We've seen Ago pick up 5 or 6 in a row very, very confidently. We've then seen Secret do the same. And now it's starting to level up a little. Trade buy rounds here and there. And as we go into the 22nd, very, very quick timeout. Splits up the pace a little. But it should be the 10th here for Team. They'll more than likely face up against what I can only assume will be go here with maybe a couple of pistols.
Yeah, just that 1 AWP for Fiku as well. He's got the sniper to work with, but not much more. 3 rounds the difference. Secret should be guaranteed double digits this time. Let's see what Fiku can do with nothing more in play. He'll head towards the apartments. Often a staple for an AWP to get nice and aggressive. Battle Banana. The latter. The AK-47's taking control towards the B-bomb site. Spread this split approach from Secret. Tiap's taken. Expect the main apartments to be the point of contest.
Absolutely. 2 men stacked up here. They might be able to take out Synopsy, playing a bit of a lurk role, but as long as he doesn't get too aggressive, he should be the one that's able to capitalize on this whole situation. As Fiku, with this AWP in hand, wants to try and get aggressive. There's no way that close corner. Leave it as Synopsy's able to capitalize. 3 as he just completely mops the floor with the Ago defenses. And in doing so, it completely opens up this opportunity. They now know that the A site is more than likely clear, and they can push right through and get this seat.
Ego really struggling to close this one out right now. Of course, this was just pistols. We'll see full automatic rifles come out in the next. 10 rounds given and granted for Secrets. A lot more on the table for the end of this first map. And remember, this series, absolutely all to play for. We've got that secret pick of Train coming up next. We were maybe expecting to go towards a Mirage. Remember, that is a bit of a stronghold for Ego as well, whereas Train, maybe ones that they go to a little bit less. 20 seconds, bomb down, simple round. Expect Secret to probably play a very similar round in the next.
You'd absolutely expect it. Don't fix it if it isn't broken.
I think it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Maybe it's the other way. But they're having a really successful team so far. Something that we cannot say. They were really struggling to defend. Their rotations were often quite late or uncoordinated. We saw so many rounds where they'd go for like a gamble rotation as well late in the round, and it just wouldn't pay off for them. They'd end up going save call, and that can be really costly. 2 or 3 of those going the wrong way, and all of a sudden you have very, very off. So the pick back on the team side to bring it within 2, certainly an achievement, but obviously once again, of course they are just against these are just no problem at all. Not even fake.
Yeah, it's incredibly simple stuff. It's exactly what you practice in those practice servers in the deathmatch. 10 to 12. I think this is where game starts getting a little more fired up, and we see is the better tempered team here. You talked earlier, right at the start of this broadcast, funnily enough, about teams really struggling to close those series out in a way. That's not an issue for either of these rosters today.
Berlan trying to give Team Secret a taste of their own medicine. Who actually did it in the first half? I think it was SMF that got aggressive with Ratifaction towards Banana in a similar round like this, where it was a full buy, but they had dropped down to a couple of those SMGs just due to the economic situation. This time, Team Secret, their response is to head towards A. 3 men in the apartments, 2 coming up short as they burst right in. The frags go Grubby's way.
I see the next 2 actually fall back from mid instead of re-engage. Fiku's taking control at the bottom of Banana in the meantime. With the M4 at the ready, can only connect with the first. Unable to find Anakez with the AWP. But Secret still the back foot. And at the minute mark, Lemon connects again. Deagle there to contest. And that's a 13th on the board for Ego.
That's a really strong set. That's a really strong setup. You know, pretty unbreakable, especially that those 2 men over towards long as well. The close wall being held by the rifle, the AWP holding the corner as well. That's giving no chance to find both. And in a 2 versus 1 situation, that's exactly how you need it. Right now, Team Secret, they're really down to the reserve cash. They've got enough for a healthy investment, but it won't be enough to go into the next. So this is a real must-win round for them.
Eagle at the ready, it's that AWP. Not finding any connections. That flashbang just whips right over the shoulder. 80 seconds left, and it's Trade City on the A-bomb site. And Deagle Synopsy is finding frags, but the B-bomb site might actually be the contest here. Anakez, that's a lovely connection. Leaves Fico clutching at straws to try and find a bit of damage with this M4A4. Molotov at the ready. There's the smoke. Gives away his position. Wants an incend of his own. Flashbang as well. Needs to peek this over. Gives his test. Secret. They're being held at an arm's length. Finally, SMS does find the first. There's a lot more work to be done here. The bomb should go down in the next couple of seconds. And Grubby and Lemon looking for this retake.
Might just be able to do it as well. They're hot and heavy here. They're just on the other side of these smokes. And there's no remaining smoke grenades for Team Secret. They can't lock their opponents out any longer. But it's looking like they're going to fall away. Grubby and Lemon want to try and hold on to these rifles, bring them into the next. Instead, yeah, they're going to allow Team Secret this one for now. They've got a couple more rounds to play with. They don't have to charge through. It's not a must-win round for them. It's just one that they would have really, really liked to have taken. So it's just unfortunate. Fiku certainly could have found himself a second there and maybe turned the tables. But what's very, very tough is that Deagle just has no fear whatsoever. He's an AWPer that hasn't massively been on my radar. He's quite unknown so far in the scene, and he's just been going for these opening picks every single round. Seems to be winning them as well.
He was certainly somebody who was incredibly confident, especially on Mirage. That's why I was surprised that Secret actually don't go towards that primary pick. He was controlling this ticket booth angle, this very key engagement towards the A bomb site. Now we see him on Inferno. Hasn't been as impactful, as influential, and Ago forced down to evens as a response. Very quickly dealt with. That's the 12th. And Secret, they're back in the running. Remember, Josh, they were behind a significant, sensational amount at the early portion of this game. It was 7-1, and now we see them right back on the board with only a 1-round deficit.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we even had a 10-5 half, so it was pretty dominant from Ago when they were over on their T side. When I saw them picking up a couple of rounds on their CT half as well, it really starts to make you think, okay, this is dangerous. They've had a flawless T half, then they go into the second, and they're picking up the rounds here as well. But Team Secret have just been a really, really strong side. And they pulled it right back, so within one. Nice damage punching through, though. SMF down to very, very low health. Unfortunately, they can't quite finish him off, but Furlan's able to do so a little bit later in the round. Eamon's got a really strong position. This is where, if it goes unchecked, he's able to get himself one and fall away untraded.
There's no chance here for Secret, seemingly. They're a player down and being choked of positional advantage with banana control coming through, the rotate happening too, and Radamax has to do everything. It's kept back by Lemon there with the M4. Should be a simple closer. Expect the 14th on the board. What does Anarchez decide to do with this AWP right now? He might gun for the initial frag, but held back by another incend. He must feel like Ago has his number right now. Certainly a rifle you want to hold back. Of course, lots of money on the table. Through towards Banana. And Rago, they don't have an AWP available, so with the initial information granted, it'll be the MP9 at hand to try and play this one up close and personal. 30 seconds, pushing the gas. Percy needs to make those guys not to have the tree position. It's so powerful, Josh. And there's the AWP to convert.
A very, very strong round from Ago there. It really felt like they were just in control. If you look at the fact that Radifaction was gifted that long area, and he really thought, you could tell, he'd wrapped around, he was thinking, I'm going to have this pincer come through. My teammate's going to come through the apartment, he's going to kind of cause a bit of a diversion, and I'll be able to come in from the back lines unexpected. But he was only granted that control because Lehman allowed it. He said, right, you can have that, and I'm going to watch it from sight. So as soon as Radifaction peeks around, he just gets mowed down. Teammate can't do anything to trade it, and Ago are very, very able to comfortably pick up those initial frags and pick up the rounds. In this one, it's Furlan to open things up early on, and this is for match point.
This is where you expect Ago to turtle down as well. A player ahead in Furlan finding the first. Percy eliminated. A newer player. He's the in-game leader for that Secret side, but not meriting those frags on this T half. It's to gesture elsewhere. B certainly being the engagement where they feel like they have more of an advantage. I don't know at the 70-second mark if that is accurate. And on the quicker rotation over the A bomb site. A minute on the clock, and these A chip through. See with the first. And all of that information given, Biku has to hold up the line. A key shot, but only one.
Biku's done incredibly well there to even find himself that single frag. But as things level back out into a 3-on-3, once again, Ago are already here on the retake. Grubby is already in ruins, and it means that other than that lone man towards Banana, Team Secret are really trapped on this one. Radifaction has to fight his way out, does do incredibly well to find himself the single headshot, but he can't get any more than that. As the time's ticking away, Grubby needs to speed this one up.
Lots shot, cannot convert onto the second. There's diffuse kits available left, right, and center, but it's the tap instead, and Anarchez takes the peak for 13.
Incredible for every man on this Secret side to maintain composure in scenarios like that. Their backs are against the wall. It's 2 versus 2. They absolutely have to win it. And, I mean, we don't actually get to see it. The Radifaction on Banana there hits an incredible headshot to Deagle just before falling. It's almost instantaneous. And that just gives them that maintaining that man advantage, making sure that they don't get overwhelmed. And finally, for the first time this game, we actually see the odds slightly swaying in Secret's favor.
Trading 1-for-1 is so important instead of just dropping down without doing any damage. Even finding a little bit of HP doesn't even say. Mago, this should be a closed up scoreline. In Secret, they've got all of the momentum right now. Should be 14-14 against the USPSs. Very simple setting there on the B-bomb site. C4 will come through and expects an Opsy just to try and trade away some of these kills with the AK-47 at the ready. He's got 4 players away to this angle. Do not capitalize. He now smells a rat and wants to back away.
Yep, quite comfortably onto Lemon. Might for one more, and he absolutely is. In a scenario like that, when he goes for that peak, you would expect him to fall almost every single time to the second man. Somehow, he ends up finding 3 kills, lives to tell the tale with a single point of health, and that's going to be Team Secret onto 14. This is incredible.
Even Stevens, we will see all 30 in regulation on our first map of the day. Remember, 2 best-of-3s coming up for this one. A stonking series up next as well. We've got to get Ago Secret. We're only in map 1 here. What a barn burner to start us off. Deagle back with that AWP. It's a glass cannon in round 29. And remember, the cash is in absolute ruins if Ago lose this one.
At a glance, it looks like a strong investment, but when you really look at it, you realize there's loads of contingencies here. A couple of men without the helmets, limited utility, Deagle on the glass cannon. This is going to be really difficult to hold up. They've expended some early utility, and what that's left them with is 2 smoke grenades and a hate sheet. There's no one here to keep the opponents at an arm's length. There's not even enough smoke grenades to do the job, so they have to make sure they win all of these Angels and put themselves in very, very favorable positions, like these crossfires, like these aggressive stances that Deagle's taking right now to try and win this round.
Fortunately, he needs to swing for this peak. Percy gives away that frag for absolutely nothing. Doesn't make much sense to me. A minute left. Grubby has gone incognito on the A site. Tucked away inside this ninja corner. 5 seconds left to try and hold up the defense, and it will be quad side. First man in Secret to try and wrap around to try and take away the AWP. Deagle finds another in response. Grubby won't be checked. And there's the full swing. Able to take down a pair of players, and Ratifaction caught scratching his head towards the B bomb site. What can I do here?
That's the setup. Flawless setup. Deagle on the long corner. He's able to find himself those kills. If he misses a shot, he actually just falls away and Grubby swings to support. If he goes for the aggressive peek again, he hits it, he's instantly traded. Grubby can just hold his ground, and he knows that he will go completely unchecked. He's not made any noise, he's not swung to support his teammate, and in doing so, he's able to find himself 2 kills. As you say, Ratifaction, in this 1 versus 4 scenario, there's absolutely nothing he can do here. And if he does aggress any further, he'll almost certainly be killed by Furlan. Might get away with his life, but looking at this, I mean, it's the last round and a half. It absolutely was the last round of the game, potentially. Absolutely makes sense for him to go for that save, but I'm not sure his teammates have got enough cash behind them to have a full investment.
Certainly won't be flawless, but the AK-47's initially picked up, deprived of the AWP for Anarchez most notably. Utility comes out, and that was a previously massive round for Ago. They had, as you mentioned, the glass cannon, barely any util, stuck on those M4s, and really starting to struggle there. Now, 1 and done will close this one out. Remember, 10 rounds on that T side, but unable to convert the victory till potentially round number 30.
It's a dangerous time for a change of pace, but for the first time this match we're seeing a double AWP setup come out. 1 in the hands of Deagle, 1 in the hands of Furlan. This is a strange one. You love to see it. It's absolutely viable on a map like Inferno. But to see it in the final round could be their downfall. Furlan scopes it, needs to connect the shot, and he's too slow to touch.
As the Molotov's down, a follow-up incend from Fiku, but he will be challenged. Expect that one to be smoked, and the utility cannot bail him out of trouble. Maybe the M4A4 can. 2 quick kills, Lemon chipping through, and this is all going Ago's way right now. The defense being held, Anarchez finally with the frag, but they need so much more here. The smokes go down in a way, And one more time in the retake. Ago. Smokes at the absolute ready, and the AK-47s looking to try and chip and chime in for these final frags. They go an arm's length, and with CT spawn controlled, the smoke's still placed. They will just chip on through and try and move in against zero utility for Secret. Deagle's at the ready, does connect with the shot, and Ratifaction now needs to hold up quite the sturdy defense. He does so for 2, but it's not good enough. Ago, they close out this first map.
That came incredibly close there. Ratifaction, they all lined up. I thought he'd be able to do it. I like the idea from Ago to go for the 3-man swing, but it almost cost them. Nonetheless, looking at that one, just a really, really fantastic game. Fiku sitting on 26 kills, and regardless of how many numbers he's putting up, he's my man of the match here. He's that MVP. Time and time again, he was holding that B defense like a brick wall. He was absolutely unbreakable. And now, as we go into this second map, we're going to go to a short break, but we'll be right back.
Nice shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Woo, damn! That was one of the best tickle fights I've been to.
Get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time. One more time. One more time. One more time. And every way you get me. Started a fire now. Just one more time.
Heading down Cali, driving round with my baby. Tough drops and raindrops, motion got me all faded. My heart got me going all crazy, and I won't be walking away. Yeah, like New York in the sunshine, I'm a fool, yeah. I got love blind and ooh, yeah. Got my heart out and it's covered in gold, like moonlight over Hollywood, and it's cool, yeah. 'Cause you know it's good, oh baby, we'll never get old. You got it going on, I'll be there in a heartbeat. Tell me your favorite song, I'll put it on repeat. I could wait for you forever, through the storms and rainy
inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. And hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is the one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Woo! Damn! That was one of the best tickle fights I've been to.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. You're watching LOOT.BET Season 8. Ago versus Secret going into a second map after a 16-14 barn burner right there on Inferno. I'm going to throw straight to you. Think about that one.
Straight to me. Alrighty. Well, we had an absolutely fantastic. It was a really, really exciting one because it went to the full 30 rounds. It went the absolute distance. It was one that we really weren't expecting to go to that kind of scoreline as well. Kind of said that Ago were the favourites going into it. The odds showed that as well. So to go 16-14, to not go overtime as well, we were really expecting it to potentially go to an overtime, and it didn't. They managed to salvage it right at the end, pick up that final round that they need. That's going to put them in a real advantageous spot going into this second map.
Absolutely. And going into this second map here, I really do think that Ago, both teams actually have a real chance. It's Nuke, of course, as you just mentioned, is a bit of a staple for both teams, one that they actually both be going to at some certain points. Jumping into this one in the next couple of moments, see that the knife round's been played, and it will actually start on that side. Nevertheless, ladies and gents, let's get into this second map right now. It's Nuke going live, and we're actually into this to actually talk about.
Going to be kicking things off. It is actually going to be Ago starting off on this CT side. So a really nice advantage. We talked about this on Inferno. The fact that it doesn't really make all too much difference on a map. I don't know what side you kick off on, but this CT side certainly advantageous. They can take an early share of rounds. It puts them in a really fantastic position. And actually Grubby with this CZ early on, playing on top of Hut, could be very, very dangerous.
USPS is, of course, the advantage is outside, and Furlan going to capitalize. Quick kills, Fico and Deagle chipping through. Just for one, but two. Now the Glock's trying to close. Synopsy doing a little bit of damage inside. Two quick frags for him. Actually gives Percy a chance to maneuver his way inside. Not going to happen. Bomb dropped in the open. And now Synopsy's got to try and close. It's not going to happen. 1-0 Ago.
A very, very back and forth round with everybody chiming in. Of course, those initial 3 frags going one apiece. It wasn't even a single man to find the majority share of them. So Ago, very, very nice early setup. And as you said, outside, those pistols can just be so, so powerful. Those USPs, you've got the range. They can play these really precarious angles as well, like playing behind that container that can be incredibly difficult. So going into this second, they're in a real, real strong spot. And actually, Team Secret, due to the fact they didn't get that C4 down at all, they're not going to go for any investment into this next one. Only Synopsy with that Deagle in hand. Everybody else just down to the Glocks. And as they face up against the FAMASs and MP9s, this should be a very, very simple round for Ago to find, but not with Synopsy hitting headshots like that.
It's always these deadly Deagles chipping through in rounds like this.
Off of the back of it, they're playing this incredibly slowly as well. They're not even charging in quick. They don't want to go for that really early secret control. Instead, they're going to play the slow game, and that's sort of not going their favor at all. Grubby's actually come up from behind. He now has this pincer in play, and I'm not sure if Team Secret have got much left in the strat book here to work with.
Certainly do have that retrieved FAMAS for Ratifaction, though. Grubby's the first to fall. It's got such a powerful angle here on the A-bomb site, chipping in for yet another one. Eagles at the ready at the start, but it's the M4s to try and close. Fiku's able to swing on through, and that's the second round there for Ago.
Certainly a little bit too close for comfort. Ago, obviously against that full eco, should just be able to dispose of that very, very comfortably. Taking an early couple of kills, like not going their favor, of course, it makes it a little bit shaky, a little bit messy. But they pick it up quite nicely and puts their second on the board. Now they have to do the same again, but against the rifles. There's no AWP available for Team Secret right here, but the AK's all round, healthy utility on every single man. And bearing in mind how many kills and how much work they've been doing just with the pistols in hand, they might just be able to get this one done.
MP to start off the fragging, and it's a massive angle there for Furlan. Lemon then chips in as well, and it's a complete catastrophe outside for Secret. 3 players fall, bomb in the open, 90 seconds on the board to try and scramble this one back.
That's so dangerous. When that flash goes over, Furlan's able to get himself into Secret, and somehow Team Secret just don't anticipate it at all. They don't even check it. They're all watching over towards Heaven. The wall of smokes isn't up, so they have to be wary of those long-range angles and hope that they can win the fight. And in the meantime, they neglect Furlan. And that's pretty much the round all said and done within the first 10-15 seconds. SMF can't get anything done right at the end there. And Ago, despite the fact that against the pistols, they had a bit of a shaky start, in the buy round, they keep every single man alive and pick it up with ease.
Such an important round to win as well. You see the XM in play, it's M4s all around elsewhere. Now trading up to those all-important AK-47s. So it's one tap potential rifles, 0, and looking to snowball onto another. Remember, these pistols, very dangerous. Team Secret, lots of frags in the last. To do the same with a couple of Tech 9s in play.
Absolutely. We saw in round number 2, these pistols are certainly formidable. Now with the Tech 9s in hand, they do have this run and gun potential. They're going for this outside control once again, this time accompanied by some smokes to provide some cover. Instead, they're not actually committing through to it. I thought as soon as that wall of smokes goes up, they would try and charge through down Secret. Instead, it's just a bit of a fake. It's a bit of a bamboozle. They want to try and force Ago's defenses down towards B to try and hold up the line, and instead, they're not going to do so. This is a really, really strong setup here from Ago once again, and they're prepared for whatever Team Secret throw at them.
Certainly. XM at the ready, over towards the hut positioning. Grubby, it's such a powerful angle. Revolutionized, to say it all the time, by Hiko years ago now. Molotov back away, can't connect. Finally, the frag. Furlan and Grubby chipping in, and this one has been dealt with quite nicely. Bomb certainly shouldn't go down here. A couple of kills. XM retrieved. Now a shotgun in hand to do the dirty, perhaps, on the A bomb site. Synopsy wants to claw upside the ladder. Lots of time to try and do it with. 40 seconds on the board, waiting patiently inside the vent room. There's nothing that Ago can do about this one. If they try and challenge him, there's just no way out, and it allows the P250 an advantageous position outside.
Certainly adds complications to things, but Fiku, he's in a prime position to deny that plant. And they're just able to pick that one up right at the end. As soon as Secret find those 2 kills, there's a window, a very, very small window, where they could have gone down to that B site and actually got that C4 down. But instead, they just don't seize it. They wait a few more seconds. They hope that the rotations come through vent and that auto shotgun's able to find some more damage, and it just doesn't happen. Ago play it very disciplined. They wait until they just don't have to peek, so they wait until those final moments in the round, and then they deny it perfectly.
This is what's so scary about that CT side of Nuke as well. 4-0 and the opportunity for a hell of a lot more. Secret will slow things down with the rifles. It's Percy outside, aided by the smokes, to take the initial Secret control, with Deagle completely locked out of the action.
Yeah, this wall of smokes is absolutely what they needed a few rounds back. Now they're able to actually take this Secret control. They can find that opening pick. It's Percy to do so. Now it leaves it onto Lemon. He has to find 1, maybe 2 kills here, at least stay alive, and he's not able to do anything. Anakez rips his head clean off. Fiku has to try and pick up the pieces, and whilst he deals a lot of damage, it's not quite enough. The man advantage now for Secret as they charge down towards this B-bomb site, and they're going to be uncontested for now. It's actually going to be Ago with the decision on whether they want to go for this retake or not.
So hard to get back into this one with an AWP in hand. The flashbang through, a full set of utility for Deagle, but much more work to be done. Only 25 seconds left on that bomb. It's time for Ago to try and hurry up. Secret perfect AF plant positions, and maybe saving becomes the best option. Deagle's still got a sniper to carry through into the next, and that will be the finalization there. Secret take their first And Ago still on the board with 4, but can they cling on to these rifles?
It's looking like Deagle should be able to get away with this one. SMF and Radifaction saving on the other side of the map. They don't want to try and contest ramp, but that was an easy save call for Ago to make. When they go in for that retake, they're really relying on those initial Molotovs to actually draw out a couple of these defenses. And as soon as they throw in those Molotovs, realize that there's no one actually playing on the silo or behind the boxes on the site, then they've got nothing left to work with. If they charged right in, they'd just be crossing their fingers and hoping that they can hit these really snappy shots in rapid succession, and most of the time it doesn't happen. So a very, very smart save call. It means that they do have this AWP to work with here in round number 6, but Team Secret finally able to put their first round on the board, and that's that real confidence factor that they needed on Inferno to get started.
Where the money becomes under contest. Of course, the AWP retained. He's coming through for Grubby, not a lot of utility elsewhere. Ago might be challenged for the round. Secret head outside, but all over this map, sprawling for control. Obviously, just wanting a first pick with the AK-47s. And deprived of the AWP of their own, they just don't have one to work with Anarchez. Over the 5 rifle setup a lot of the time. This might actually pivot the push into this 8-bomb site. Lovely shot to start off the fragging.
And it's a fantastic shot from Deagle, but it's all a bit of a fake. They're actually going over towards this B site. And as the CTs are somewhat locked out by this fantastic utility usage from Anarchez, actually buys a window for his teammates to get onto this site, get this bomb down, provided by the cover from the smokes, and then play these post-plant positions. It's still a 5 versus 4 in Ago's favor, but with 40 seconds on this clock, Furlan has to come out of the Molotov, and he's unable to deny it.
Completely burnt alive right there and finished off by the frags. And versus 3, Ago still kept at an arm's length. They're not going to check for Anarchez. There's the first Fico trades. Lots more damage to be done, though, in the 3 versus 2. And the AWP, once again, is such a hard weapon to holster. Lemon's able to find the first, and now it's Percy versus the world. That defuse, it's already happening, Josh. This should come through. He doesn't get peeked. That's the 5th.
As he knows, if it's being held and he swings, he's going to fall. And if it's a fake, then there's absolutely no chance he finds it. So, yeah, he's just kind of playing that bait game there. He's really hoping that it is a fake defuse and that it will buy him a few more seconds and then he can peek on the second tap. But instead, Ago just go for the hold. 5-1, they don't allow Secret to string together any rounds off of the momentum that they could have gained in the last. Nonetheless, they've still got the cash to buy into this one. Anarchez with that AWP in hand. Every other man with the AKs and the utility to work with. And Ago have still got to put up a strong fight here to try and convert this second.
The money is almost totally broken as well. We see the cash on Deagle, Grubby, Furlan really down low. Only a couple of $1,000 between the 5 of them. It's that costly utility onto the A-bomb site and also the brute money advantage going towards that T side, especially on a map like Nuke where it costs so much utility on that A-bomb site necessarily to actually hold out this T side. You see the frag grenades and the HE thrown into Heart. That's an extra $300 at least. Every little helps.
Demon trying to gain a little bit of control as some was lost outside. It does cost him, but Grubby a really nice position to punch in some damage of his own. Deagle can't connect any more than one, but he's got all the information. The smokes had faded. He now knows that all 3 men are heading towards Secret, and the pincer can come through. Fiku can drop down the vents, gets himself a double spray down, can't convert the 3rd, but it's all on SMF now. A 2 versus 1, his position's known, and he has to speed this one up.
Full HP, I'm surprised he doesn't head upstairs knowing that Ago are elsewhere. Ramp control fully taken in the AK-47. Now he needs to pressure into B. Frighteningly close to the headshot. 16 health left on the board after Deagle's tag. And Grubby's got the back angle. Surely no bomb plant here. And certainly no round.
SMF, it certainly would have been the right call to make to go up to that A site. But he doesn't know. He can't see what we see.
Back into the action. 6-1, more pistols for Secret. The Eagles this time. Heading outside. Furlan, he's ready economy perfect. Got the MP9 ready and waiting to engage. does get taken down first. That's lots of control into Secret for Secrets. Engage.
When I saw all the x-rays, I thought it was time to make some money for Furlan, but he wasn't able to get himself anything. Now Percy has to try and hold up this beast site, and somehow Percy comes through with the Eagle spam. Denies him from stopping that bomb plant. They found themselves a flurry of kills. I'm not sure if they're able to hold on to this site with the lack of weaponry. This retake should come through, but with Deagle with the AWP in hand, as long as they don't face him, it makes his task very, very difficult. Nonetheless, he can find SMF, and it leaves it all on Radefaction. Deagle in hand, position unknown, but as they clear out everywhere else, so certainly spot him out. Radefaction now, an impossible task in hand. He's being spammed away. That's going to be another 3B for Ago. They did take a lot of casualties, but as long as they can continue to win these rounds, that's all that really matters.
Certainly, as soon as Secret gets back on the board, expect them to start to roll a couple of rounds back into control. We saw just way too many overpeaks there onto Deagle. He had that AWP in hand from the ramp area, and Secret just consistently swinging into that long-range rifle with only a pistol in hand. Remember, that was a 5 versus 2 there on the B-bomb site. You should be able to hold on to that at least. 7-1, a pause taken as a response. This is where Ago can really start to rattle and roll this scoreline.
Absolutely. I talked about it earlier on this game. The fact that Secret on Inferno really needed to find that first or even second round, exactly the same as this case before, in fact, to try and get themselves going, to really get the ball rolling. And we're seeing exactly the same here on Nuke. It's a little bit of a different scenario because, of course, on Nuke, it is heavily CT-sided. It is acceptable for your T-half to only find maybe 5, 6 rounds. Sometimes even 4 can be sufficient. This time around, though, they're really not having the start they're looking for. They've got the full buy here. They need to put their second down and start to claw back a few. Otherwise, Ago can just steamroll this one. They'll be looking at a 12-3, 11-4 half, and that's really powerful.
Remember what we were talking about earlier as well. A 10-5 start on Inferno. These maps don't usually translate too closely. Nuke, much more CT-sided. We saw that 70-30 balance provided quite kindly by LOOT.BET at the very start. Level 1 regardless, and Secret with the rifles now taking ramp room. It's Synopsy to clear away these initial angles, and very intelligent play there from the defense. You don't want to stick around on ramp. You just need to fall down into the underpass, get into that B-bomb site. 70 seconds on the board, just denying Secret any control.
This is what I talked about on Inferno as well. Ago giving up the control, but in a coordinated fashion. It's not like Team Secret have done some crazy play and taken ramp room. They've only taken ramp room because Ago have let them. They want them to take. They've said, you can have this, and in the meantime, we're going to use that opportunity to gain some stronger positions. Instead, somehow, Team Secret are still coming through with the kills. And Percy's able to find himself 2 Eagles to pick up pieces, and even the knife comes through. This is all falling apart for the defense.
A flurry of missed shots, and Ago, they don't stand a single chance on that A-bomb site. Ramp room contested, that hot position being completely swarmed and taken, and Secret. That's a second round on the board. They've got a chance now. I think they need to get to that 4-5 mark before this half comes to a close, and then definitely doable. Win that CT-sided pistol, get back on the board, really start to roll that scoreline back in your favor. 22 is definitely a vantage point to work off, considering there's only pistols in hand for the polls.
Absolutely. I mean, you'd think with a 7-1 scoreline, they'd have more of a bank built up. But they've taken so many casualties in so many rounds that it means that they are forced down to this eco as soon as they have a little bit of momentum, a bit of a morale boost, a bit of an economy boost, and losing no men here against the eco is absolutely perfect.
That's exactly what you've got to do and deal with those pistols absolutely flawlessly. 7-3 on the board, scoreline tightening. What Secret can do here in the next rifle round. Deagle back with that classic glass cannon AWP. We saw him close out Inferno with that exact configuration. M4's elsewhere. A massive lack of utility for the CT side, where Secret will take outside control again, surely. This has been what's working for them. Setting up for these nades, finding these kills, and just scurrying for those opening frags.
Limited utility is going to make it difficult to walk around, but in response, they go for the pure aggression. And let's see if this can work out for them.
And at 30, lots of time to work with, and Lemon taking an aggressive stance into A main. He's got this M4 at the ready. Should go completely unbeknownst to Team Secret. They are outside, practically still within the T-spawn. They've taken no map control in the first 30 seconds. They've still got tons of time to work with, though. So heading up for SMF. No real action at the 1 minute 15 mark. It's time to pounce into a main. The AWP and the AK's at the ready, and Lemon should be able to hold this one away. M4 got the angle. How many can he find? That's the big question. The instant response from Percy comes in, and there should be a set piece onto the A bomb site. Expect the nades to roll over the top. Fiku's got the angle from on top of the hut, but a secret clamp in, close in sight. Squeaky door open. They need to check this angle, and it's absolutely not going to happen. Too fast. Furlan's there to clean away the rest. And Anarchez is the ponder saving the AWP. It's disallowed.
Fiku has been playing some fantastic Counter-Strike this whole series, and we see another perfect scenario of it once again. 3 kills coming through in that round. He's absolutely flawless, and that setup from Ago just worked really well. Furlan's really hoping that actually multiple players peek into that angle at once. As soon as only one man peeks, you kind of get that kill, and it's instantly traded. They're just going to pre-fire you. But the response was still just really, really strong. You see Furlan playing from the back of Garage as well, a position that's often overlooked. And this time, Deagle wants to get himself into secret once again and try and contest this outside control.
WP, red box, fully taken, needs to pull the trigger as soon as he spots the shoulder. And there's a little bit of information onto the second, who he's also going to find. Ratifaction falls and only down to 3 for secret as they get dismantled outside.
Eagle's just too quick to the punch time and time again. He's such a snappy AWPer, so quick. And Anarchist just can't seem to compete with it here in this series. We get to see these loot bet odds once again. I'm not sure if these are far too accurate on the basis that this is the CT side. So actually, if Team Secret can win this one and string together a couple more, a 10-5, a 9-6 half is absolutely acceptable. But right now, Ago, the hot favourites to take this one. And, well, this has to be the time where Secret do claw back. Otherwise, this could be very, very dominant.
Double digits is also that benchmark that we're really looking for on the CT side. 10, you're happy with. 9, you are kind of on tender hooks, expecting to take the pistol. Fingers crossed to take the pistol. 6 or 7 is actually quite a few to take on your T side of Nuke. Nowadays, nice nade placement for Fico. We'll fall down to this B bomb site, but with the supportive factor of this AWP, it's the glass cannon once again for Deagle. Unbeknownst, of course, he's got 5k in the bank account. I don't know why he wouldn't be picking up armor right now. Maybe a slight mistake here in round number 13. Challenge. 5k at the ready, but cannot connect with that second headshot.
Fiku, he's been so consistent, even when it's only the one and done. He never falls without finding himself a single kill. And having someone that can go 1-for-1 constantly, sometimes even find himself more, is very, very dangerous. They still have this man advantage, and Secret are scared to get this bomb down. They know that as soon as they punch in those numbers, defenders are going to be there to stop it.
Even trading as Ratifaction another headshot. 8k down, and Grubby's able to capitalize. Bomb through, 30 seconds remaining. Ago need to push the gas onto this B bomb site. SMF has the angle. It's Deagle heading towards the ramp room. And without any armor, aim punch really does become a problem, even with an AWP. AK up close, perfect angle. It's responded perfectly. Furlan finds one, and Anarchez, the old in-game leader, sent to the challenge room with just the P250 in hand, and he cannot close. Kit available. It will be a 10th for Ago.
I can't help but say that's a huge whiff from SMF there. A lot of initiative to actually hear those steps, open the door, and go for those gunfights. Really bring the party to their opponents. But instead, he just gets overwhelmed by the fact that he peeks into 2 players with their backs turned, can't quite decide on a target, and doesn't find either of them. He's currently sitting on 4 frags as well. He's currently the weakest fragging player on the server. I think that really has a mental toll on you. And now that Ago have got themselves onto 10, this is the benchmark that we talked about. And anything above it is just bonus rounds.
Absolutely. That's what you're expecting. Another full buy for both squads. Anarchez back with that AWP. It hasn't been too influential here on this second map of the day, and maybe even final map of this series. 10-3 often feels daunting when you're going onto your CT side next. Lose the pistol, it could all be over. Secret need to build themselves a buffer. This is exactly how they'll do it. Getting to 4, getting to 5. Staying alive in this series.
A shot for Anarchez to hit, but this smoke makes things difficult. Close to second angle. Actually manages to find himself a little gap on the side of it. So acts as a nice one-way. He's able to find that second. And with a 5 versus 3 scenario, he should be able to pick this one up. Especially with SMF there. Off the rotations. This is a pretty simple round for Secret.
exactly what you're expecting as well. Furlan to finish, able to find anything there, and a great round from Anarchez. Just as we kind of criticize him, say not really many frags thus far this map, the old in-game leader actually comes in clutch, unable to pull together the 1 versus 3, but a triple kill of his own there in round number 14.
Not even that it's a skill disparity of any form. It's just the fact that every single time he's gone for this initial pick, especially towards outside, he's lost the fight to Deagle. Eagle has just been quicker. The reactions have just been snappy. I don't know, he's been drinking his energy drinks this morning or something, because he is just so quick to the trigger every single time. This round, it's the 15th, it's the last of the half. Ago have to invest in whatever they can, and that's not all too much. A few SMGs to work with. Deagle, instead of on the AWP, is actually just down to that Desert Eagle, and Fiku on the M4. Limited utility to work with, but is it going to be sufficient?
Of course, by name and by reputation, an 11th round certainly possible, plausible, but Secret, this is where they can hit that minimum benchmark of grabbing 5. They don't even really need the pistol at that point, but with the UMPs up close and personal, it's Furlan to find the first. Polish Star, that support player, really chipping in once again outside, getting aggressive, finding the first.
Grabbed himself a cheeky upgrade as well, as he's now got this AK in hand. This polarized buy from Ago starting to build itself up. And with a man advantage and a second rifle in hand, it's not all too much of a problem for them. This time, Team Secret, they want to head over towards ramp. They know that they have to play in the numbers. They have to play the trading game. And Fiku's the one to defend it.
4 versus 5, and of course, Eagle at the ready. DGL, he's been such a key player. That's a lovely shot. Not too flashy, but does the We'll double peek him, and that's ramp control fully taken. 50 seconds left, and Secret, what do they do with it? Send the AK-47s downstairs, perhaps? They've got the AWP at the ready, but the health's running low. Everyone down to the half HP mark. Smokes away. Bombs should be easily planted here. The MP9s, they're so much more powerful when you're not playing against the whole 100 HP. It only takes a couple of bullets, and that fast fire rate, it'd be very easy to find that fragging power. Smoke away. I think there's a gap in it. All the way through against the AKs. It is shut away for number 5.
Certainly got dangerous there with every single man on Team Secret sitting on that 50 HP mark. You've hit the nail on the head. Those MP9s can be very, very scary. Instead, Team Secret play it quite nicely. A very, very well-placed smoke grenade means that they're able to just recover it, swing out, and find all 3 kills that we need. So it is going to be a 10-5 half. It's certainly nothing for Secret to brag about, but it's that minimum benchmark that you talked about before, and it could be enough, especially with the pistol to follow up with it.
And that does become the most important whole series. If Ago end up winning it, and maybe we don't see a map 3 whatsoever. The statistics on your screen, it's Fico and Deagle mainly being those key players on the CT side. Let's see if they can have as much impact on that terrorist half. Remember on Inferno, it was really just a mixed bag.
Absolutely. Deagle wasn't that standout AWPer. It was very, very back and forth. That was really shown in the full 30 rounds that were played as well. This time, he's just putting up a hell of a performance. And actually, Ago getting really aggressive towards ramp, and they've taken control straight away.
Straight into the ramp room, and the B bomb site will become a contest. The block connecting, and this now becomes dangerous. Bomb can go down and away. Lots of control for the Ago boys. Control and doing even more damage. There's surely no chance for Percy in this 1 versus 3 here. He needs to connect all of the headshots, and he hasn't exactly been the most shining star of this series. He's been a little quiet, in fact. One that he'll certainly go for. This nice blue USPS in hand, but what can he really do with it? Can he actually blow a hole in this defense? I really don't think so. Corner taken, headshot bang. There's an opportunity for a second, but DGL, oh so consistent, able to finish it off.
It's oh so difficult when you've got those USPs. There's no real close range spam potential, whereas the Glocks are quite the opposite. You've got 20 bullets in the clip, and you can spam away from a couple of meters distance. That's going to be the pistol there for Ago. A real nice kickstart here in the second half. That's going to sway the odds heavily in their favor as well. This time, I certainly agree with them. This is, yeah, really starting to look like the Ago show right now. With Team Secret dropping down to this full eco 2, it's almost certainly going to be 12-5. And that's a real mammoth scoreline to come back from.
Absolutely. This is really damn difficult. Nopsy at the ready, only able to find the first. Should be very simply dealt with, of course, against just an armored USPS. Spent the Mac 10 to try and take the brunt of this firefight, but instead the rifles batch. Shouldn't be too complicated here for Ago to get onto their 12th, just against the single defender here. Percy on this A-bomb site, and everybody else. Anarchas and Ratifaction on the fast flank. Able to do any more than just a tiny tap of damage, perhaps. Probably the only player in that red HP danger zone. Could be nice and simple, as the cat on the advert say. Finish off number 12.
I imagine it's quite daunting when you're holding an angle just with a USP. The man just comes flying around the corner with a Disco Mac 10, just spraying away.
Music playing. Back to the 70s.
I mean, there's nothing. Just kind of accept your fate, you hold your hands up and go, please, mister, don't shoot.
To less. 12-5. WP for Anarchas, perhaps for the final time this series. Low on rounds. Not low on damage there with the initial HA.
Strong hold for Team Secret, and for some reason Ago haven't put any smokes up. Their whole game plan here was to just try and charge outside with no cover, and it's not worked out for them at all. Grubby all on his lonesome, a 1 versus 5, only 10 points of health as well, so very unlikely that he can even punch in some more damage here.
This is very likely going to be the complete flawless scorecard there for Secret, and their first rifle round of the CT side. Exactly how you want to start off, remember. You want to build up that cash. They've done so perfectly, up to 6, and now a little bit of a buffer to work with. After the investment of all of this utility, expect them to have $1,500 to $2,000 per player. Ago, this becomes more of a dilemma. I guess they go for a half buy with a couple of Tech 9s, Desert Eagles. I mean, even picking up a Galil just to even up that cash, remember, down to the 2K mark. Feeling great about this buy.
I, of course, can't bring the same tactical depth that Grubby brings to this roster. I'm sure he had a plan in mind, but I can't work out what it was. Really throwing that round away and giving Secret a leg up into this second half. They've still got a long road ahead. They need 6 in a row to level out the scoreline, but that's a good start to get them there. And now, just a force buy here from Ago. They've got a few pistols to work with. On them and a lot of damage through this smoke initially.
Secret becomes the option, and as the Tech 9s close in, such a dangerous weapon at close quarters combat. 1:20, and Ago plenty of time to try and submerge Ratifaction and Anarchas over on this B-bomb site. Captain at arm's length sliding, M plays the next weapon you don't always see, and a bit of negligible damage, needless to say. The bomb dropped in the open, should be a very simple finish. As Fiku, can he do any more damage here, or is it going to be a flawless round once again? I think on that bomb site, 1 falls. I can't remember who it was. It was Ratifaction, perhaps, and then leaving the server as a result.
He tilted. He goes, ah.
It's gone.
Killed by a pistol. I'm tilted. I'm going to leave. Actually, Synopsy dropping down to 1 HP as well. So that's rather unfortunate that Ago weren't able to get a little bit more damage there, actually get that bomb down. But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter all too much. It was somewhat of an anti-eco from them. And in the follow-up, they're actually still not able to buy. Had they gone for a full eco there, they would have had a really, really healthy investment. By going for that half buy, the money doesn't quite work out. They're all sitting around this kind of 3.5K mark. And it means that the buy we're seeing right now kind of sucks. Every man on an AK, there's no utility, and Deagle's gone for a glass cannon.
I just don't understand it whatsoever. When you don't have that utility on the T side of a map like Nuke, we saw what their push looked like down into Secret without the smokes at the ready. You need all that utility at your disposal, and Ago, they might have real problems here in round. A bit of very negligible damage onto the A-bomb site before they set up the B-nut.
Doing a fair amount as well, and Ratifaction posted up on ramp. He spotted out the single man. There's a double peek about to come through, but Furlan doesn't have any support from his teammates. He just swings out on his lonesome. The bomb now down. It is, of course, retrievable, but that smoke grenade making it near impossible for them to pursue this ramp control, and instead they're just going to fall right away.
This definitely doesn't look like the most powerful of T sides. I've really got to say that. I hate to say it. Smokes go away on the A-bomb site, but at the minute mark, Ago again kept it at arm's length. And trying to gesture for control, waiting for one of these mistakes, but Secret, they're not doing anything. They're turtling down on these bomb sites. They've already got the one-man advantage. There's no need to peek, get aggressive, lose this aggro advantage at any point. The crossfires. Demon's actually going to steal a frag away in response. Anarchez is there to trade. Ramp room primarily contested. Ego, they might want to head elsewhere.
It's a nice little bait and switch setup there to find that kill onto Radofaction. But with 30 seconds left on this clock and a man disadvantage, they've taken very little map control as well. They're just going to have to group up and try and burst into one of these bomb sites. It looks like it's going to be A, but with SMF with a prime position, this is going to be impossible to deal with. I don't think there's enough time for them here.
This is really difficult. Heaven control, SMF open shot. Percy's then got the angle to capitalize. That's really nice from Secret. They read that one like a book, obviously knowing that that kill from Ramp coming in isolates that execute on the A bomb site. You do come through from both angles, and that defense, usually unable to hold up at that sort of a point, is posted perfectly. And I think Percy's actually the key player right there. In-game leaders often very smart, and just that positioning there is quite impressive.
It's actually the third round as well that we've seen a man on the Team Secret side sitting on a single point of health. SMF there just couldn't be disposed of, and he was sitting on 1 HP towards the end of that one. If you're superstitious, you could say that Ago are cursed here or something. How on earth does that happen 3 times in a row?
Very unfortunate. 8th round, surely a 9th just against the Pistols. Azatez does put up a show. AWP in hand. It's the P250. He wants to win these frags here, and he's going to find them. 9 rounds on the board for Secret. Very convincing stuff, all things considered. No kills found by the Pistols. Not able to overwhelm into Mini, perhaps. Oh, just kept at length once again.
Really, really simple stuff. And then right back in this one again. We saw this on Inferno. Ago having a really, really dominant start. And then as soon as Secret get their groove going, they can bring it right back. And now it's not so one-sided anymore. 12-9, especially considering Secret are on this CT side. This is very, very doable. This is where Ago really need to start picking up this game and taking it by the reins, because otherwise it's going to fall away quicker than they realize.
The scariest factor of Nuke. When you get onto this T side, it's so hard to find rounds, but that's exactly how you do it. Trades onto the A bomb site. Grubby doing the primary factor of the damage. Radofaction and Anarchez, good position, but burnt back by the Molotov. That exposes a tick of damage and gives away a Sankyu. That certainly does. Bullets filed and rattled through. And Anarchez is kept towards the lower ramp area. Should know that Deagle's hidden away on hut, but not going to watch into the vents. Anarchez might actually have a chance of bursting the top. Unable to do so. It's Furlan picking up the first and the second as well. Nicely capitalized in Ago. Good round at the right time.
Furlan's lucky day right at the end there, of course. Punched in a little bit of damage, re-peeks to finish him off, and actually it's actually his teammate that just peeks right into the cross. So he gets a little nice 2 for 1. That puts them on to 13, and this is the danger factor. Secret have looked better in these last few rounds. There's definitely a glimmer of hope that they can pull this one back. But as Ago are so close to that magic number, Secret have only got to make a single mistake, maybe 2 mistakes, and that's it, end of story. A really fast vent dive from Furlan, give them a lot of early days, and really apply a lot of pressure towards Secret here in the 23rd.
Damage, traded evenly, 28 and 31 HP respectively. A bomb site might be the contest. Of course, with Secret control taken down towards that vents area at the 1 minute 20 mark, it's holding a stalemate once again. This information given and granted. Here you go. Hold for these frags.
Makes it even scarier is they don't know whether Furlan did go for that. I don't think anyone was close enough to hear the sound cue. So they still have outside control. They know that no one's pushed around through Secret, but whether or not he's actually managed to get down Ven and actually has that kind of map control is a mystery. So there's definitely potential that these ramp players are scared. That single man in the form of Percy holding over towards those secret stairs as well has to be wary of his behind. And that just, as I said before, applies loads of pressure.
He bomb site under contest, and SMF has to hold it up. A perfect flawless flash, and he's the second man to hold up the line. Unable to do so, only the 1-for-1 trade, and Percy also gets tagged and fragged. Only Radisfaction looking for satisfaction on the A bomb site. Needs 2 more kills, needs a quad kill here with 30 seconds left. Defuse kit available, but with M4A4 moving through Hut, Lemon should have the primary angle here on this bomb site. Can go for the swing right off the back of the low HP Grubby. Taps the bomb, not going to be the defuse. That's a swift shot and knows exactly where Lemon's playing from. And he can convert. That's perfect.
That's such a huge clutch for him to pick up. Of course, it's only a 2 versus 1, and with a single man as well on very, very low HP, it's a very doable clutch for him to make. An absolute must-win round for Team Secret to have found, and Radifaction does the deed. He's able to tip it over the edge. It puts Team Secret onto double digits, and more importantly, stops Ago from getting to 14. If they'd have won that round, Team Secret's economy would have been down in the dumps, but they would have had to invest just to prevent their opponents from getting to match point, and that's a real scary factor. Timeout is taken off of the back of it, and now they have some time to discuss and actually allow that one to simmer as well, just to cool down off of a big clutch like that.
A massive round right there. 13-10. Close map once again. For only the deficit of 3 here. Anaker's back with the AWP. Full set of utility for this CT side. As they go, what will the plan be here in round number 24? That A bomb site ramp control split has actually paid dividends. I'd like to see them maneuver into hell and take some more outside control, which really hasn't been their forte of this second half.
We saw that initial round they took, in fact the 2 rounds that they took, was off of the back of them getting super hyper aggressive towards the ramp area. They were able to overwhelm it instantly. That forced Team Secret right back, and they were on the B bomb site within the first 10 to 15 seconds of the round. Since then, we haven't seen that kind of aggression. They're giving their opponents more respect. They've been trying to take control elsewhere, and quite frankly, it just hasn't been working very well. They seem to lose a lot of these gunfights. This time, they want to get down Secret, and they've got the smokes to back it up, so they'll be able to do so.
Faction gets aggressive. Rubby then is able to take his space off, and it's all down to Anarchist to hold up the Secrets. Up at the ready. Tension diverted between Secret and Ram. Takes the second angle. Baited the shot. And there's the collapse right through the window. Fico Deagle drops. And Furlan only able to collapse into the one. Robbie's got so much work to do here. Anarchist does fall, but how does the bomb go down? Rotates already here. And the C4 at the ready. Secret can't collapse and contest this bomb site. The retake will be on here against Robbie. He's got way too many angles to watch, and that will be number 11.
That's really unfortunate from him there. That it all just fell apart like that. It was looking like A goes around for the taking. They'd taken that man advantage. They'd taken the initial picks. They had the control over towards B. And all they had to do was take care of Anaket. Instead, Anaket comes through with an absolutely monstrous kill. He's got 3 targets to worry about and somehow connects with all of them. As we go into the 25th now, this scoreline closing, and this is starting to get very dangerous for Ago. They let one slip a couple back, a 2 versus 1 situation that they probably should have converted. And now, I think that's all that plays on your head at this point. They've gone into another investment. There's no AWP available. There's very limited utility as well. And Anarchist should just be able to dispose of this one.
Start and... Of course, this is where everything gets very close and tight, especially the scoreline. 13-12, with a 1-round deficit for Secret now. The CT side really paying dividends. Remember that horrendous first half. Almost went 13-2, 12-3, was a little bit more even, but they go really struggling on this T side.
Anakin posted on this angle, hits himself a nice shot, follows through for a second as well. It is traded, but he's done all of the work he needs to do. Synopsy can peek in and pick up the pieces. That's going to be 13-13. Secret might just be able to do this one.
Absolutely. Trades it up, and 13-13, even Stevens for both teams. There you go. This is where they'll be challenged. Deagle's AWP comes out once again. He hasn't had that same impact he had on the CT side. It's so hard to find those aggressive initial frags, and Anakez, he's just been better here for Secret in the second half. Money really starting to build up, and Secret certainly looking for a third map.
They're absolutely capable of getting there. They have to convert this one first, though. If they don't, they get dangerously close to getting themselves to a match point at the very least. The real issue that they face is that Secret have built up an economy. Taken the last few rounds in a row, every single man sitting on that 5 to 6k mark. That's going to be something that they have to break. In fact, Secret have probably got enough cash behind them that they can invest for the rest of this half. So Ago have to play flawless Counter-Strike. They can't afford to make any more mistakes, and with a minute 15 left on this clock, it's very clear that they're trying not to.
Outside control, and where's the entry kill coming from? Perhaps Deagle, the AWP, and that we talked about so much this series. And on the board, it's Anakez once again to find the opener.
Another one coming through as well. This is so solid from Team Secret. It really seems like Ago, they have a plan in place at the very start, and then when things don't start going their way, they're just flustered. CT's peeking him from every single angle, and all of a sudden it's a 5-on-2. Lemon and Grubby just here to try and punch in some more. They do find that kill onto Ratifaction. That certainly gives them an opportunity. A small window to get down onto this B site and get this C4 planted. And that Molotov's going to buy them a little bit more time too. But the rotation's coming in hot. They need to find all the kills, and so far, it's not going their way.
It's not happening whatsoever. AK-47 comes in, and Lemon trying to plant this bomb. I just don't think it's going to happen here with SMF in the back lines. He's able to convert it beautifully. That's Secret, a 14th on the board. One away from map point here on Nuke. It might be train on the cards, Jay. It certainly seems like that.
Absolutely. There's this T side off of the back of the bomb plant and finding a lot of kills there. They've actually got some money to work with. This could have been absolutely dire. They'd be in a situation where they're contesting against a match point and they've got no money behind them. Instead, that's not really the case. They have got the AKs. There's no AWP available on Deagle, which is unfortunate because he's been a really, really instrumental part of their successes so far. Nonetheless, they've got some firepower to work with, and they might be able to convert this one and take it 14.
Certainly be the case. Anakez, the first man, worst man here for Ago, the man that they've not been able to capitalize onto. He misses one shot, but there's the conversion. B-hopping his way inside the garage. Absolutely just finding all of those successes. 1 minute 20. There you go. A couple of traded frags, but side defense, Percy's able to finish it off.
Berlang going for what seemed like a bit of a foolish peek there to just peek into it, try and take the man when he's just below you. It's often a very, very difficult fight to take. And that gets Secret on to 15 now. I don't know a way back in for Ago here. They had so many opportunities earlier on. Maybe if that 2 versus 1 clutch situation had gone their way, this would be a very, very different scoreline. But instead, they're fighting for their lives, and they've got very little to work with in order to do so. The double AWP setup here for Team Secret. 2 players over towards ramp, and they should just be able to hold this one up against the Gallows.
So tough and tricky. Ramp broom, double configuration here. Nolan does steal away an opening headshot. Overtime, the only possibility for Ago. But submerging this ramp broom right now, it's so damn dangerous. 4 versus 3 as they're really struggling to take any real control. Grubby with 1 more, but it's traded back and forth. Ago no chance, and this map seemingly over. Grubby goes for one last hurrah here on the A site. There has to be other 1 versus 3 to keep this series alive, and I just can't see it happening. AK at the ready. What can he do? Trying to divert and diverge these angles. He's got quite the position behind the squeaky door, but there's Ratifaction closing down this second map.
It's absolutely clear why Team Secret went for Nuke. They have a fantastic CT side, in fact near flawless. Considering this was a 10-5 half in Ago's favour, and the pistol went their way. So it was sitting 12-5 at one point, and Team Secret have a near flawless comeback. They bring it all the way back. Anarchez is sitting on 32 frags. He was incredible with that AWP. What do you do if you're Ago in that situation?
I really don't know. It's such a tough, tricky start, isn't it? You go onto this second map of the day, a massive lead in the first half. Remember, that could have been 12-3, 11-4 at one point. It really did seem like it was kind of Secret's game to, not Secret's game to lose, but they didn't really have much chance on them. It's unfortunate that they were unable to close it out going on to that second half. And I just don't know what the whole possibility is there. Like, we go to a third map here. Both of these teams very tightly contested. You can see that, like, not even knowing a lot about CS, just looking at the score lines.
Absolutely. We've seen 2 back-to-back maps pretty much go the full distance. First one going 16-14 in Ago's favor. The second, it felt a lot more one-sided than it really was. It was certainly more one-sided than the scoreline showed. Of course, 16-13. However, we just saw Team Secret absolutely steamroll that CT. There was no chance for Ago back in. Even opportunities that they had, they were just unable to seize. Team Secret were just flawless. There was some incredible rounds, some really nice clutches there on Nuke. And it did go to 29 rounds. So as we go into train, I'm absolutely expecting it to maybe even go to 30 rounds, maybe go to overtime. I'm not sure who's going to take it, but it's going to be close. It will be a real exciting one.
Well, train coming down the tracks, the aforementioned third and final map, just like many of the series here in LOOT.BET, they've all gone the absolute distance. Stunning, startling stuff, and we'll be back after this break for even more Counter-Strike action. We'll see you then.
Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating wine. Lingering touch, these soft words whispered in the dark. Set my heart on fire.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the hole closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Falling, 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 started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Throw a rock into a pond, ripples fade away. Human hearts aren't so lucky. Those battle scars remain. Oh, I can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes, echoes of your ghost. Can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes, echoes of your ghost. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. You're watching LOOT.BET Season 8. We're getting into the game in the next couple of moments' time, but just before, let's quickly talk about this third and final map. Of course, we're going to train after 2 really close initial maps, John.
Absolutely, yeah. Really, really exciting series. We've seen 2 maps go the absolute distance. Go on to the third, as I mentioned before. I don't know who's going to take it, but I would place money on the fact really, really going the distance.
Yeah, certainly. First map went to 30 rounds. We literally saw the whole of regulation. That second map as well pretty much went the absolute distance. I expect train to be exactly the same. 2 teams don't seem exactly sturdy, and I think this is a really good 0-1 matchup. I think whoever wins it actually does really deserve that first win. Both teams have come in. It could have been a 2-0 either side, by the way. That first map certainly looked like it was going to overtime. Secret just not able to pit their opponents to the post. And we come into this third map where it's all to play for.
Absolutely, yeah. Talk about the fact that this is a really, really good 0-1 matchup. It's because both of these teams have shown that they've got huge potential to make it all the way through, but there's also fundamental flaws. They can't quite close here and there. Maybe they don't get the early start that they need, and that's what we've seen from Team.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into this third and final map. Ago Secret's gone the distance. We'll see a pistol to start.
Kick things off. It's pretty speedy pace over towards B, and somehow Fiku's able to find himself the 2 openers that were needed, but it gets traded right back. A 3-on-3, and Ago aren't even trying to get this bomb down on B. They're pushing all the way through.
Bomb yet to plant, and Fiku able to steal another one. That should open up the A bomb site here, with Radafaction trying to lock away the defense. Over from this connector area, he's got an avenue of approach, but as the Glock and USPS combination close in, a triple kill for Fiku, all of the information given, and he's able to take a 4th. Almost the ace here, just a whisker away from finding Percy, and he's able to capitalize.
Those USPs giving him a very long-range advantage. Fiku actually finds himself an ace there. That was an ace. That is so, so incredible. And as you look at these shots initially, look, they've got a 2-man setup, and they just can't find themselves anything. Fiku just disposes of them, gets a USP at hand, has this long-range advantage, and he's just tap, easy pickings.
That shows the power of those Glocks at extremely close range, especially in the hands of a man like Fiku. He's one of the newer members to this Ago roster, somebody that we talked about before in the pre-game, somebody who's making a name for himself once again.
Now, with the rifles in hand, a little bit of utility here and there, certainly better than what Secret have got to work with. Couple of pistols, a Mag 7 on Percy that I'd love to see to come into play. On a map like Train, his current positioning towards the bottom of that B ramp, it could certainly be dangerous. It could really punch in for some damage as Ago are pushing up close. But it's one of those guns, it doesn't have a very fast fire rate. You can maybe get 1, possibly 2 kills in this scenario before he's traded, so he has to make sure that he does so.
Still at the ready, and only Deagles to try and compromise. Percy's got that nasty Mag 7. Is able to steal away the first frag onto DGL. Such a key member in those previous 2 maps. This time it might Synopsy to close this one through. Bomb plant denied, but only able to find the first as Fiku once again trades. He's the only player who's found a kill on Ago thus far. That should all change now though, with Lemon up close and personal. Galil in hand. Where's the roundabout? Isn't going to check for behind him. And this becomes incredibly dangerous. Fiku saves his life. And this is so messy right now. We don't catch it on the observer camera. But Secret have no idea where Lemon's playing from. Fiku finally drops. But still a 2 versus 2. Rifle advantage. Ago's way as Grubby closes.
Really clean stuff towards the end there from Ago, and Fiku is just too quick. We see in these scenarios where Synopsy's wrapping around the back, often he should be able to get 2 kills here, but Fiku instantly responds to the call, spins around, trades it out only 1 for 1, and it just gives them this huge advantage to get onto that site, get that bomb down. And this is the 3rd map in a row now where Ago have actually taken the initial pistol and taken the follow-up rounds to complement it.
Exactly. On Inferno, they found that 7-1 lead. On Nuke, it was a 6-1 lead. Able to capitalize off one, not the other.
Right here, we might see the same again. It's something that is very, very clear. Ago have a very, very strong start, but potentially difficulty closing. This round, I don't think they'll have any problems whatsoever. Team Secret have actually gone for a stack over towards this B site, just with the pistols in hand. And Ago realise it. They've got a free A bomb site. They can get this C4 down. They don't even need to hunt. There's nothing for them to hunt.
Absolutely not. 2-0, very likely 3. The only question mark here, how much damage can Secret do from within the Pop Dog, playing as an absolute unit, still be taken completely down? This smoke dissipates. They'll burst away onto this bomb site, and a lovely flashbang, but no frags right now. He could close out with absolutely nothing. SMF steals one, and he is done.
I was really expecting Furlan to be the man there, to be prodding for those kills with that Mac 10. Of course, he'd be looking to rack up some cash. Of course, $600 a piece for each kill that you get with an SMG, and then upgrading towards an AK in this buy-up. But instead, he doesn't find himself anything. He's actually going to stay on that SMG, but a really, really strong start from Ago. They've got some money built up right now. This is a bit of a bonus for them. Grubby not upgrading. Furlan actually sticking with that Mac 10 as they face up against the M4s, the AWP on Anikez, all of the utility to work with. But the momentum, the confidence, certainly in Ago's field.
Certainly the case. 3-0. Let's see if they can capitalize going into this next. DGL, he's going to take the first initial firefight, losing it. 51 HP to his name to finish this one off, but still loads of time on the clock. We're only at the dawn of rifle round, and it'll be Brownhall's control, maybe eventuating towards the B bomb site. Just Lemon behind. He's towards this Ivy position, hunting for any control. What he can take. Ego, I expect them to slow down right now, throw these final nades over towards the B bomb site. You need a smoke towards Speed Ray. Luckily, Grubby and Furlan, maybe two of them. The Molotov plays, that's perfect, as Percy steals away a second.
I was concerned the Molotov would be a second too late, but it wasn't. It landed at the precise moment, and there was no time for the smoke grenade to extinguish it either. They had to just follow through. They took 60 damage apiece from it, and then they just became very, very easy targets to eliminate. Lemon, all on his lonesome. He's got 5 players to find. The bomb's in no man's land. Maybe even contemplate saving here if enough time passes, but I don't think Team Secret will allow it.
Don't either. Lovely, snappy opening headshot. Radisfaction drops. So much more work to be done here if he's going to do any more than preliminary damage. Bomb in the open and 20 seconds left. Saving the AK might become the best bet. That's $3,700 worth of investment carried in.
That's actually a really strong round from Team Secret there. I was worried that Ago would just be able to storm in, overwhelm that B-bomb site once again. It just wasn't the case. They had a lot of success on it in the previous rounds. And this time against the Rifles, Percy just held it down, solid as a rock. Anikez providing the support from Connector as well. It's just a really, really strong hold.
Percy's somebody who we've talked about before in these previous maps as maybe not the highest fragger on this Team Secret side. He's certainly stepping up on that B bomb site, which is a key area of this map to hold. As soon as you've got that solid B anchor, you can play the 4-1 setup, prioritize the A defense, which in an ideal world is exactly what you're going to have.
Solid's the word there. If you're playing that B anchor setup, they have to not only have perfect communication and relay everything they're hearing, but actually find those initial kills as well. Right now in the 5th, Ago, they're really spread around this map. First time this game we've actually seen a couple of players over towards Ivy as they creep up. It's going to be Radifaction to take the angle, and surely it goes unchecked here. How the hell does Deagle hit that one? Gives them this man advantage, and they can fall away completely untraded. That's a really good start.
Such a sensational shot to hit with the AWP. Close range, quick kill. And Ago, they hold home advantage with Radifaction eliminated. Lots of time to maneuver into what should be an A take. Got plenty of nades to throw over the top to do it. 2 smokes. Expect these to land near the bomb train. When are they going to engage? They have to deal with Synopsy inside of Pop Dog. Got a minute to do so. Plant that bomb in the meantime. Main seems to be the initial contest.
It was clear that Ago had fairly limited utility going into this round after losing the last. You can see that with the Galils as well on Furlan and Fiku. But Team Secret had everything to work with, and with a minute left on the clock, they've expended almost all of it. So Ago going for this final execute have a huge advantage.
That's such a shutdown. Anikez even able to step in, and what was that from Secret? Holding Ago inside of A main, no entry kills found, and that main position becomes such a choke point, such a tight one to contend with when you're up against the incendiary grenades. And Secret throwing all of that utility perfectly, finding those frags, more importantly, now it's Ago to Eco.
A round that went from everyone standing to everyone dropping in about 10 seconds. Maybe not even that. That was such a quick shutdown. And And that's going to put Secret back in contention here. This is the first time that we've seen them kind of going back and forth, not allowing Ago to establish this really early initial lead. Right now, yeah, they're just against the Pistols. They should be able to level this one out 3-3.
Very simple against just Glocks. Up close and personal, they become a bit of a difference maker. A bit damaging and dangerous, but an AWP should usually be able to contain these null and void investments. So I think their goal here, Josh, is just find one kill if possible.
Absolutely. Team Secret, they've been able to get out this double AWP setup very, very early as well. Train's one of the maps where it's not only viable, but actually advised in most cases. It's a really, really long-range map. There's a lot of really distant stroke points, and like where Radifaction's playing right now, he's got a massive advantage just having this AWP in hand. Having this double AWP setup really, really works wonders for them. And Ago, whilst they're like ecoing and they're kind of saving up enough money to be able to buy, it's not going to be the healthiest of investments. They're not going to have an AWP in the next, and they're going to have to eco for a couple more to be able to get one.
Absolutely. Nobody even reaching that 4750 mark. Deagle necessarily just has to pick up the AK-47. So deprived of the mollies going into round number 7. This should be a change of pace. I'd have loved to have seen a tactical timeout. We've barely seen any this series. We saw a long tech in map 1. Since then, it's relentless pace from start to finish. The double AWPs for the first time this series for Secret, with Radifaction picking up that second sniper duty.
Haven't seen him on it pretty much at all so far this series, but as I say, here on Train, it's absolutely viable. The bomb this time heading over towards Ivy, where 3 of his teammates are there to support, and there's only one man in the form of Radifaction, the AWP in hand, to hold it. It all comes down to how they play this one. If they flash, go for the double peek, they could go for a 1-for-1 trade. Radifaction knows that there's potential of that happening. He doesn't really want to fall victim to that. Instead, he's going to throw that deep smoke, buy some time, relay this information that there are sound cues towards the dumpsters.
Important. Find those opening frags, especially towards Ivy, where you've got the AWP, that second sniper holding. Smoke down, buy some space, but the Faction's still with the angle. Wait for the molly. He's going to stand within it, taking so much damage right now. Incurs about 75. Just a touch of HP. Bang will force him away once again.
Worthwhile standing with toasty toes if they peek into it, but if they don't, you just lose a load of HP for no reason. And now they know where he is. They've got these smokes that will be posted, gives them some more legroom to work with. I think there'll actually be a gap in that one, so maybe an opportunity here for Radifaction.
Needs to hit a second shot, though. He's being challenged to the angle, and it's the pre-fire from Fiku to open up this A-bomb site. The second sniper spirals in. It's Anarchist to find one, and not catching any of the frags on our screen, but Secret certainly are. Anarchist, what a flick to finish.
3 kills in that round, picking up the pieces for Radifaction with that AWP. Well, it's just going to be the pistols now for Ago, and Team Secret, they've had a much, much better start here. You see how well they recovered that one, and Ago were just run out by the clock. If you watch the time in that last round, it came down to about 20 seconds before they could even push through, and when they did, very hasty, and they just couldn't get anything.
So unfortunate, and I just Deagles prioritizing the B bomb site, where Percy, he's been the pivot man. Then should go down as soon as he gets this initial information. Watch the rotate come in on cue from Anarchist. This is now a sturdy defense. Can't find a way for Ago to get the bomb down this time. I think with that secondary smoke going through and the AWP already arriving on B, it should be a very simple closer. Even more incense. The aggression met with the rifle very nicely. And Furlan's the only player to sweep this one away. Runs out of bullets. And Fiku does steal this bomb down. Secret, that's a bit of a mistake. But Deagle in hand, can't find any more damage.
I was about to call it, that there was absolutely no chance that they'd be able to get that bomb down after taking those 3 initial casualties and not really gaining any control of the site. But somehow wriggle their way through, and Fiku can get that C4 down. So it does give them a little bit of extra cash to work with as they go into the next. You look, they're all around this kind of 5.5 to 6k mark. There will be an AWP available for Deagle if he chooses to pick it up. And yeah, the rifles will be accompanied by a flurry of utility. So this is really going to be their best chance to have a really healthy buy and try and come back into this one. You do see that Deagle does opt for that AWP. I'm just interested to see if with these extra tools, they're able to get the job done, because we've seen in so many of these rounds, they've actually had really polarized buys. We've seen the Galils come out, seen a lack of utility in many of these buy-ups from Ago. So maybe with all the tools to work with, they can tip it over the edge.
Certainly, and that's something that's definitely a talking point here in this first half. Ego, couple of rounds to start things off. It's gone a little bit quiet as of round number 4. 5-3, Secret nicely restabilizing. I think it is off the back of that double AWP. Now that's gone, just the single up. That's on Anarchet. Faction back to the Inferno and us. We know that it's definitely not a liability. I think the priority certainly has to be the double up setup.
Secret. Of course, on this CT side, this is something we haven't really touched upon this game, but we touched upon it at the very, very start of this series. They're kicking off on this CT side. It's a pretty heavily CT-sided map. Ago actually had the chance to play that CT side on Nuke, which took that really early flurry of rounds, took it to 5 half, but couldn't close. And here, Team Secret have got that prime opportunity. They can rack up as many rounds as they can in this first, have a real momentum booster, a real morale booster. And Anarchez right now, he's still fired up. We saw him getting 32 frags over on Nuke, and here he's hitting all the shots as well.
So important to do so. 4 versus 5, and Ago, they incur the first primary damage. That's Grubby eliminated. Now, how are they going to respond onto this A-bomb site? Secret turtling down, Radifaction on top of the green train. He's got such a powerful angle here. It's often going checked by the AK. He's almost pre-fired at this effort. It's through into main. Ago spending so much of this precious utility even just to get marginal map control. Shut away before they even get onto this A site. Deagle versus 4. This becomes practically impossible, and with the crossfire placed, it's Secret with 6.
Eagle thinks he's food there. He's got no smoke to accompany him. He just has to try and B-hop and push him for that kill. And he can't do so. Team Secret, as you say, 6 rounds. Really, really strong start. A really strong response as well off of losing the pistol. And they really need to take 9 here probably on this CT side of train, I reckon. They're getting dangerously close to it. At this rate, they could certainly take more.
3 doubles that scoreline, looking for a 7th now as the defense looks pretty standard. Ago just going for those initial. Pretty much been the standard here on train, and Action just about gets away with that one. The Molotov nicely placed. The Nate, well, do a tiny bit of damage and doesn't. Able to evade that primary utility.
I'm still over towards Ivy, but with SMF finding that first one, this positioning from Ago doesn't make a whole lot of difference. If the flash comes through, 2 kills come in for Radifaction. That's the C4 down, and the Pints are eliminated. Synopsy's able to capitalize further, and Grubby can't do anything. Eagle and Kevlar to work with. It's not really worth saving, but if it drops down, he will almost certainly fall.
Gotta say that these rounds have been very, very convincing for Secret, surviving with 4 or 5 players alive. They're in round number 10. That's been the case many a time here on this half. Really starting to amass these rounds now. I do get scared when they go onto their terrorist half, though. We saw quite a flaily T-side there on Nuke. They have been the better team on these lockdown defenses.
They absolutely have. Now we go into the 11th. They're up against another buy, but they haven't really seemed to be too phased by the buy. We've seen Deagle hitting a couple of nice shots, but it hasn't opened up any opportunities. What you really want from an AWPer is him to contest that initial shot. They find it, then the teammates can swarm through. Instead, it's kind of just been in these final situations where he's against 3 or 4 that he'll punch in a couple of. Right here, they've taken this man advantage, but they need to hold on to it.
Absolutely should as well. Another drops in SMF soon to fall right after. Ago convinces their 4th and converts it quite perfectly on that A-bomb site. Now, this is the momentum switch, the change of pace. Maybe they can build up a couple of rounds. I don't know how many they need here. I would say probably 5 is okay. 6 is what they're aiming for. Any more than that would be perfect here on the terraced half.
It really has to be. They've been given a ticket back into this one. They've got the money as well to buy up everything that they could ask for. They are still going for this standard setup where they just throw these 2 smokes over towards Sandwich and Connector, and then they spread around the map for control. This time, we're not putting this heavy presence over towards Ivy. Instead, it's actually Ratifaction getting aggressive, and I'm not sure if he gets away with this. Demon's holding the angle. He's ready for this. And this is actually a really, really passive defense from Ago so far.
With the Org, scope not viable at this close range. Gonna fire a couple of shots through. It's a very pretty AK-47, but the spray doesn't convert onto even any damage. Orc trying to contest. That was a whisker away from finding the first.
Action as this smoke starts to dissipate. He wants to get aggressive, and there's no way Lemon's expecting that one. Ago now a little bit shaken up. They know that they've potentially lost Ivy control. That's pushed Fiku right back. He wants to make sure that Ratifaction is actually aggressing any further. But with this man disadvantage, 50 seconds left ticking on this clock. They've really not taken any control besides the Brown Halls, which is rightfully theirs anyway. This is where it starts to mount. The pressure starts building up because they really need to try and convert this one to have a decent half here.
No decisions made for Ago. Should be the A split with A main control, but it all comes down to this initial frag. Especially with Synopsy being the point man inside of the pop dog. He needs to go for the swing and unable to do so. SMF drops. There's the second pincer taken care of quite nicely. Synopsy converts once again. Really rummaging things home there on the A bomb site with the defense. Fiku, nothing he can do. That will be an 8th.
I see, fashionably late, but perfect timing for him to get the rotation through. Can deny that bomb plant when no one else was there to be able to do so, and puts their 8th on the board. More importantly, though, denying Ago from stringing together more than one round. They kind of took that one. It maybe was a bit of a confidence boost. You often see rounds like that being a bit of a turning point where they can pull it right back and have a really good half, and instead they completely deny. This is still going to be another investment from Ago. Of course, the one round that they did win, they kept a fair few players alive, so they were able to carry the rifles across, didn't need those reinvestments. Now they are eating into the reserve cash, though, and this is where they need to get the job done.
When are we going to see that pace re-emerge from Ago? A couple of slow rounds really hasn't played to their favor, and that's a disappointing factor. Over on the A-bomb site, I feel like it's that speed from main and pop dog, the utility from secret. In those cases, doing nothing, you get out, you swarm the defense, the rotate's too late. That's the power that you've got on the T side of train. That whole A Olaf chamber area, it's so easy to take in the first 20 seconds. I want to see them go for it again.
Still only this single AWP setup here for Team Secret. We still had a faction pull out the second earlier on, holding over towards Ivy. This time, he's deciding against it. They've got more than enough cash to go for it if they choose to. But I think they're pretty comfortable with their current configuration.
To be simple, 4 to 8. WP at the ready for both sides. No double AWPs in about round 8 for C. Trying to throw in that double snipe. Longer the count. Faction. Another score with the fork. Left there to close the first out. And where's the response? It does come through. A little too late. Eyes the A main quad to eliminate Synopsy. A minute left, tons of time, but not tons of HP. Grubby and DGL, they've got 10 points of health between the two of them. With Ratifaction missing that shot, that might be a massive nade. DGL taken out of the equation. The AK connects. And this 2 versus 2 that Secret hold more than the upper hand in. The Deagle finds the first. And Lemon's got just 2 HP to work with. 1 per player. And Ratifaction went down earlier, but it's Anarchist to close.
Overkill as well, of course. Just 2 points of health left on Lemon there. Nanakaz puts an AWP bullet straight into his chest. Look at this nade once again. That's perfectly placed. It can be so difficult to get the character of them right over the trains, but he lands it flawlessly. That is going to be the 9th quite comfortably. Secret. They're looking really, really good here. They've actually looked fantastic ever since Inferno, and it really does lead this question, doesn't it, of if they'd have taken Inferno, how quickly would they have just taken this series? I think that losing Inferno really shook up their confidence a little bit, certainly messed up the morale there too. Looking at those odds that just popped up on your screen, they are the hot favourites to finish this one off here on Trade.
Absolutely. That's what we were expecting. 9-4, big advantage. Opportunity for even more before the end of the half.
In round number 14, there you go. They really have to go for this investment, of course. So they've kind of pulled out the Galils. There's 3 Galils, 2 AKs to work with, limited utility. This is just a real uphill slug. It's like, well, what do you do with this? You've had the orbs. You've had these opportunities where all of the tools are in your toolbox. Everything's in your favor, and you still can't convert it. To then buy into the Galils like this, you have to change something up. You have to change the pace. You have to try and do something new and funky, and it's actually going to be heading back towards this B site is what they go for.
Absolutely the case. Again, looking for this double-digit mark. It's go, flashes through, can't find the first. It's Anarkez to sweep it away with the AWP. Finally taken care of. The swarm of Molotovs dealing with the plant quite nicely. And Ago finally scrambling to get that C4 down and away. But it leaves Lemon isolated here. No help for him from Grubby as Radafaction finishes off the job. That's 10 for Secret.
Grubby's just too late there. If that rotation comes through a second earlier, he can eliminate that pincer, support his teammate, and they have a 3 versus 2 to work with. Instead, he's just, a second too late. Doesn't work out for him whatsoever. That's going to be 10-4 right now. And Ago, okay, they got the bomb plant. It gives them a little bit of extra cash. Means that there aren't any Galils in play. But they're in a very, very similar economic scenario as they were in the last.
And where's the pace gone? Ago completely going dead here. Remember, they took the first 3 rounds. We were talking about those big, hefty leads that they've taken at the start of each and every one of these maps. Train, that's been the difference maker, though. Secret solidify their lead right from the very start. It's their only CT-sided start, remember. A disappointing result for Ago. Over-aggression once again. It pans out successfully. Let's get traded back. Look to be Ago locked inside of the A main once again, but with attacks coming through, Furlan also taken down to the 30 HP mark. Leave both of these players, Lamy and Furlan, 5 frags between the 2 of them. I don't know if that's entirely possible anymore. The CT is so powerful. Blocking off the CT spawn, it will be Furlan to come into the close, but does the bomb get isolated inside main? Go for the full wrap towards the B bomb site? It's a dilemma.
Furlan's positioning here could certainly be very, very dangerous, but it could also cause a false sense of security. Right now, Percy's in a prime position to deny this, and look at this from Furlan! Oh no! Goes for the trigger discipline, and somehow Anarkez, his spidey senses kick in. He spins around, and now Lemon's position's known. 40 seconds on this clock, and he's trapped in the corner.
That's such a massive mistake. That was actually a jump. Anarkez can't close out this 15th round and a half, but does find that follow-up shot. What a mistake from Furlan. I'm sure we'll see it there again in the replay. He actually jumped behind the AWP. It's converted and capitalized beautifully, I might add, by the AWP. Feeling like you've got a chance, a whisker to work with. That trigger discipline just not working out. 11-4 as a result. In Secret, they're a pistol way around from the victory.
That's just a huge mistake there from Ago. That could have been their round quite easily. They just outpositioned their opponent, but it could have put it in a 2 versus 1. Take it 10-5, and it's not great, but for a T side of Train, it's not too bad. Especially considering Team Secret have been a very, very heavily CT-sided team so far this whole season. We saw them have a pretty rough start on Nuke, and then a near flawless CT side on Nuke where they actually picked up 14 of the 15 rounds. And looking at these comparisons, Anarkez, it's a one-man show. It's a one-man show. He's just flying.
It's certainly not even a comparison. You're basically just racking up his statistics at that point. Best in every department, supposedly. CT side of Train, it's often easy to rake in those opening frags, but such a massive member there for Secret. I don't know what they would have done without him for that counter-terrorist side. They need him to step up once again. It's actually been Deagle winning the ult battle throughout this series when you get onto that second half. And, 11-4.
Absolutely. We praised Deagle a lot, especially over on Inferno. He was hitting some incredible shots, kicking things off on Nuke as well in that first half. He was just winning that ult battle every single time. But in this one, it's just Anarchez going absolutely nuts. And as we get into this pistol, this is a must-win for Ago.
Speed, it's run and gun. Glock's getting close, and Lemon forced back by the smoke. He's got an advantageous angle, but needs to connect, and absolutely does. 3 fast frags. SMF also drops, and Ratifaction and Percy, how do they get back into this one? We might see another ace as he closes another one. Beautiful stuff. That converts the round, and Ago, they're still in this one.
What a 4K as they all burst through this smoke right now. Bang, bang, bang. Not quite. There we go. There's the third. That is absolutely flawless. Especially at that kind of range as well. With the USP, you haven't got as many bullets in the clip. Those Glocks are spamming away. To maintain composure and to line up all those heads like that is absolutely flawless. And it gives them that lifeline and the confidence that they need right now.
How do you even get back into this one? 11-5, so far behind. You have to put the scoreline right out of your head and get back into this just off the brute firepower of that counter-terrorist side. Iku starts off the fragging. The speed bomb site shouldn't really be in contest. It's clay pigeon shooting for Grubby. He converts not just all the frags, but certainly this 6th round. Bomb plan unavailable. Ecrip won't be carrying any bonus cash through to the next. This might be a kill, might be a little bit of a bonus here. You don't want him to make a misstep, and it's not going to be heard. So, Percy, what do you do here? I don't know what the jackpot is. Maybe even wants the knife. I'm not sure, Josh. $1,500 available, but that happens again. That is so, so sad.
That really is. I like that he goes for the knife kill there, because getting that kill with the Glock really doesn't do anything. They're getting rid of a FAMAS from their opponents. He wouldn't really be able to save it either. But yeah, it's super unfortunate that he can't get that knife kill through. And it just goes their way. It's a really nice run from Ago.
It's not nearly as impactful as that mistake made in the first half by Furlan, where you're trying to, in a 2 versus 2 scenario, low HP on your opponents. You're trying to close out the whole game. Unable to do it. Remember the difference between 4 and 5 rounds on your T side of a map like this. Really, really important. It gives Secret that extra buffer to work with, and now it's rifles in hand for them.
Still a very long way to go for Ago, but so far this series we've seen it every single map. We've seen a really dominant first half and then a comeback in the second. It's normally been the other way round, but there's no reason why it couldn't be the Ago show from here on out. Here come the flashes onto B though, and as the AKs push through, they find both the kills with ease, and that's their bomb site for free.
Might be save time once again as well. I just don't see any way back into this one for the Poles. They will cling onto these rifles all the way into Main and Ivy just to have something to work with in the next.
That's actually just such a swift round from Secret there, and a fantastic response. And this is something that we haven't really been seeing from Ago. When they lose a couple of rounds, it seems to really play on them, and they kind of make a few mistakes. They go from having loads of confidence, winning rounds with aggression, so then maybe it doesn't work out once for them. They lose it, and then they like really take a step back, and they play these really slow rounds, and it just doesn't work out for them. Whereas Secret, they've lost a couple in a row. That would kind of like work on your morale a little bit, and they say, do you know what? Let's just catch them off guard. Let's just storm right into B. We're going to throw the flashes over. We're going to get both the kills, and we're just going to take it for free. That's exactly what they do. It works out perfectly, and it draws them closer to the end. And looking at those odds, they're the hot favorites right now to take this one.
Just 4 away from the finish line. That's the advantage that you gain from having such a massive CT side to start. It's that ultimate bonus to work with. Being a 3rd and final map when the betters clearly aren't prioritizing this Polish side. It's a fairly low buy into the next. And Secret might contend with some speed once again right through these smokes. Fico, he's able to absolutely annihilate the push, but he needs even more right now. He's helped out by Lemon. There's the double-double. That's the conversion.
There you go. Definitely looking better on their CT side. That's pretty undoubtable right now. They had a really rough start, 11-4. Now they're looking down the barrel of 12-7, potentially more. Maybe not. Team Secret are still going to have enough money to fully invest into the next. You've got to remember, they kept all 5 players alive in the last. And Percy punching in some more damage. This could certainly be impactful if he finds one more here. Maybe even 2.
And even that, the HE finishes him off. The difference 5. Ago still significantly behind. They've got this CT side advantage. We've mentioned it so many times. About a 65-35 split here on Train. But this specific series, both teams massively favored. Rain on Nuke on that counter-terrorist half. On Inferno, it was a very different map. We said that was going to be the difference maker in this series. The Jack-in-a-box, perhaps.
Everyone's still standing in the 18th, of course, means that Secret have got the cash to buy here. The AK's all round, a fair amount of utility to work with as well. No AWP available, but they go back to Old Faithful. They want to try and get back onto this B bomb site, and only Grubby's there, holding very deep to try and defend it. As soon as they spot him out, headshot comes through, and it's another free bomb site for the taking.
This is such a hard one to get back into, especially with SMF finding that secondary shot. The smoke down, Ago locked out. And how do they even save these rifles any longer? DGL scrambling, chomping at the bit, looking both ways to try and keep this M4 in play. Really don't think he's going to be able to. Got pressure from Ivy. Ago being wrapped on all accounts. Look at that minimap right now. Secret just closing in on all accounts. That was a freebie, but unable to find it for Percy.
And obviously he should just be here to follow up, though. He knows exactly what's up. And with Anikez finding one of his own, they know exactly where all of their opponents are. Fiku is actually in a pretty precarious angle. They have to try and deal with him as he's able to punch in some more damage. But this shouldn't cause too many problems. SMF's going to find the two closers. And Team Secret put themselves onto 13. They're getting very close to closing here.
Absolutely. Such a difficult way to come back. This T side as well, it's incredibly pivotal to close. And with players like Fiku, who's been actually sensational this series, unfortunately can't do anything in that 21st. Will continue 13-7.
Thing is here is Ago has still won the majority of the rounds on this CT side, but in a scenario like this, once you've had an 11-4 half, you have to have a hard comeback. You have to win multiple rounds in a row to make it happen. You can't afford to trade 2 for 1 on the rounds when your opponents are just this close to the finish line. And in this one, somehow the Pistols punch through with a load of damage. I'm not sure how he does it, but Lehman finds 2, and this gives him a man advantage.
Sensational stuff with the Pistols, and Lehman wants to be the saving grace over beside B. Salvaged a rifle for his troubles, and Viku finds another one. All AK-47s retrieved, and Ratifaction now has to finish against the majority of unarmored opponents. Of course, he's got the bomb on his back, not quite on his back, but right in front of him. Easily retrieved, but the information given away. Now he's going to scurry away from A. Block. And once again, but remember, joined in this 3 rifles right now. This is such a hard close for him to get Secret onto 14 and finally onto map point, perhaps. This was almost a full eco for Ago, and he's unable to steal away any of these kills. Ago are making this so hard. They want to collapse and capitalize with their safety in numbers. The bomb goes down. The AK-47 should follow. And with 35 seconds left, this is certainly an impossible hold-up. The flashbang, flawless, and Ratifaction steals away a kill. Now needs 2 headshots, can't incur any further damage, and it's Fiku to finish.
Really unfortunate there that he has to go for that swing. If it was a 1 versus 1 situation, he could play the time. But 2 men to find, had to try and just swing, hope that he could isolate one of those men. This is really, really good. He's fully flashed here, and he gets the timing of the spray absolutely perfect. Nonetheless, it is going to be 8 on the board for Ago. They've still got 5 in a row to find to even out this scoreline. But they should be able to get 1 here as they're just against the pistol.
So difficult and damaging. The rifles come out once again. The AWP for DGL. Plenty of utility on the counter-terrorists. We'll see that standard defense posted once again against a couple of Secret pistols.
Secret pistols. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get too much done here. Radifaction's the only one who's actually got some Kevlar to back it up. And the nade stack eliminates Anikez and any potential threat he could pose. Eagle does get retrieved, so there is chance that maybe they do find themselves a couple of kills in this one. Ago are just playing this one quite well.
Opening and Faction only going to close off the first. These Deagles can be deadly, and that's exactly why. Synopsy from the sidelines, able to steal away a pair of flags, putting us back into a 2 versus 2. Plenty of time on the clock. Faction cannot connect. Lemon's position completely exposed, and DGL through the flank. He has to be the saving grace here on the A-bomb site. Well, flashy purple AWP, but what can he do with it? Should be the closer. Should be able to get up to 9, but this is Eagle at the ready. Able to connect, and it's SMF versus the world. What a key clutch this would be. to put them onto 14 rounds. They seem to have equity in winning, and that was the thank you given. He absolutely knows Yell's playing from. With the reverse over towards the B bomb site, it'll be a freebie bomb plant. That's definitely a difference maker, and that headshot certainly is as well. Lemon 17 HP. Try and discover this frag, and SMF wants to isolate the angles. He's got the perfect one in Lemon. He's moving right into his crosshair right now, but capitalizes with the spray away. That's the 9th.
Such an unfortunate one from Team Secret there. That was effectively a full eco. And Synopsy, a $300 investment, cost his opponents thousands. This so nearly went their way. Even off of the back of these initial kills coming through as well. How they do it is just absolutely beyond me. But Lehman, he's got a really good read on the situation. Is able to close in that 1 versus 1 and does keep Ego floating.
That is sensational. Just that Desert Eagle getting so unfortunate in the final couple of moments. 13-9. This, another close map for this series. We've went the distance in all 3, and Train doesn't seem to be any different.
Right now, though, Ego, they can't really afford to make any more mistakes. We've seen in that one, they almost made one. They almost made a detrimental mistake that could have very easily cost them the game. But instead, they do manage to come back. They somewhat recover it. They can't afford any more of those. They absolutely, right now, have to bring back 4, 5 in a row. No mistakes. They've got this double AWP set up. Furlan and Deagle are the 2 to wield it. And they need to punch in all the damage with it.
4 rounds the difference, and now Ego, the double AWP setup. We saw Secret, Anarchez and Radafaction getting out the double snipers at the start. That was in the first half. Now, anything but. It's just Anarchez with the AWP. Don't want to go for the double snipers on the side regardless. Ego certainly do. Train the map where it's really viable. Play 1 towards Ivy, 1 on the B bomb site. You can even go for the double sniper configuration over on A, which is happening this time, but Yell being the aggressive player towards the B bomb site. He's got so much information right now, and Furlan can try and receive this. Spots the flash over the top. When's he going to decide to repeat?
The only danger for this double AWP setup is if you have to go for a retake scenario. Deagle's so far away that would be tricky, but it doesn't matter. Synopsy rips his head clean off. They're not even going to commit to B here. That's going to pull a rotation in the form of Grubby over towards that B site. But look at the positioning from Secret right now. They're all stacked up on Ivy. They've taken all of the control, and they know exactly what they can do with it.
Such a weird, awkward round for this CT side. Just stationary inside of Pop Dog, and Synopsy, oh, that nade's massive, surely. Lemon gets absolutely domed, down to 50 points of health, and cannot capitalize. It's a flawless flashbang. You're able to trade, but it's only that 1-for-1. Not good enough for Ego, as they need to hold up the line on this A bomb site, and it's all down to Furlan. A flick to start things off, but still needs to retain this advantage as Fiku gets found. It's all down to Furlan with the AWP. He's being sandwiched inside the connector, and that's not tasty. Bomb should go down. 10 seconds left to play, and the Molotov just submerging him right now. A lovely shot, but cannot capitalize. Surely needs another right under this bomb train. Cannot find it, and it's Anarchez instead to close.
That was incredibly close, even on the second shot as well. Secret drawing closer and closer now, and they should be able to put themselves onto match point here. Fiku, the only one with a real investment. Furlan, a scout, and no Kevlar. This is a very sketchy buy. If Team Secret can't capitalize, they've still got a few more chances to work with, but this is their best one.
Yeah, this is such a weird buy for Ego as well. The full force going into number 24. The scout set up that AWP from Fiku. It's so polarized, as we said. That's been the case many times in this third and final map. It's been the case throughout this series.
Bizarre as well to see that AWP come out on Fiku and it not be dropped towards Deagle. It makes sense if he's going for a glass cannon, but he's not. He's got Kevlar, so he actually feels more confident on it right now, perhaps. They're just punching in some real aggression here. They've actually got so much control towards A main, but just with the Deagles in hand, can they get the kills from it?
Seems like a last-ditch attempt, and Lemon has to be the main man with the hand cannon. Close range, flashes flawless, and he's going to go down first. No way back into this one. The scouts will do punish the first. SMF and Percy, they've been tagged down to 47 and 29 apiece. Another tag found. Synopsy's able to capitalize. A man advantage, not health advantage, as the bomb should be rotated through. That's in the T-spawn and actually being held up by Bobby, I think, right now. Really difficult to get back into this one. He's got an AWP for his troubles, and he's holding away the line. One shot, now done. Fiku also falls, and it's Deagle to try and finish this one off. He's been the main player in this series, I'd say, for Ago, and with the Deagle quite fittingly in hand, we'll have this wraparound right now. Back to the AK-47. That's retrieved. And the trigger discipline doesn't even come through right there. We just isolate the 1v1s, and that's the round for Secret. Match point.
That's really nicely played from Secret. They lose that early control because they don't contest it. But before they push back in, they throw those flashes. They know that they can't just charge in and expect nobody to be there, especially against the buy that they were up against. So the flashes come back through. They're able to win those engagements. And then even when they realize that the bomb's left behind, they go for the double peek from main and a man wrapping around from Ivy as well. So there's absolutely no way that Grubby can find all of the frags and deny them the round. Now Team Secret, they're on match point. They should be able to close here as they're just against the scouts and pistols.
They get this one done. The defense crumbling. Furlan only able to find the first. And with the Molotovs absolutely everywhere. Ago, can they hold this one up? The damage flawless, but Synopsy is also going to fall. Just Anakez versus 2 to try and convert this series. And he misses that shot by a whisker. The Skype connects for another one, and Furlan keeps us alive.
You look at this buy at the very start, it was just an MP9, 2 scouts, and some pistols. The scouts, yeah, they got all of the frags. Everything that they needed to find. And then in that closing scenario, Anakez is just left in a really tricky situation. So this actually forces Team Secret down to an eco. They've completely run out of cash. They've had some really close rounds in the last few. So this does give Ago an opportunity to pull this one back. But they need 5 in a row. And I'm not going to call it yet. They've still got a long climb.
Certainly don't want to either. Close third and final map. That's been the storyline this series. Sky connects for even more damage. These rounds have been pretty much won by the solo sniper on the A site. Secret close once again. It is only the Deagles in hand. Such a scary start, but with Percy stealing away the first, this now gets dangerous.
No real need for Fiku to get aggressive there. They know what they're up against. They've had a couple of engagements now where they've just seen the pistols. So to try and punch in that aggression doesn't make a whole lot of sense in my mind. That gives up an M4 that goes straight over to SMF as well. He's a man with the Kevlar and the helmet to back it up. As they grab this C4 and head back over towards B, this could be the end.
Certainly could be. Desert Eagles might be the demise of this Ago side. Over towards the B-bomb site. Grubby so low on HP. Has got a glimmer of support. And only finds the first. DGL then chips through. Cannot catch the cross. And Secret, they should get this bomb down here. It's planted. Not quite in the open. But with SMF getting aggressive, he's got a chance to single-handedly finish off this series. Aided by the Anakez flank. He's barely got any HP. But his position is perfect. The M4 connects. And SMF almost does everything. The flank as well might be the demise of Lemon, and that will be 16 for Secret. What a series for them. Just closing it out there on this T side and finishing it off with those pistols.
What a ridiculous round for them to win right at the end there too. I mean, you really don't expect that. They've just bought the pistols. They've actually just kind of accepted the fact that there was no real way of them converting that. They gifted a bit of a freebie when Fiku gets aggressive towards A main. And yeah, Percy's just going to capitalize on it. He's going to say, here's an M4 SMF. Let's go win the round.
That's so crazy as well. Struggling from start to finish. Not just in that third map on the team side, but throughout that whole series. Not barely able to chain together 3, I think, earlier on. Inferno, of course, Nuke was a very similar storyline. It often is, being a very team-sided map. There to finish off the series with just Eagle.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the Team Secret were the dominant team the entirety of that. We saw some real hiccups on their T side of Nuke. They really struggled to start off with, but they pulled it right back. We saw a similar kind of storyline on Inferno too, but They just couldn't quite get it at the end. I think there was a couple of mistakes in those closing rounds. They really should have been able to take it to overtime. It was unfortunate that they couldn't. Ago put up a real valiant attempt. Don't get me wrong. This went the absolute distance. Going to that third map, it was even relatively close in the third map, but I think it was a lot more one-sided than the scoreline showed. Secret were just flawless.
Yeah, and remember, this was a 0-1 matchup. It means that Ago now have to win 3 best of 3s in a row to even stay in this tournament, have a chance of getting that $50,000 prize pool. And I almost can't see that happening. They've not looked massively convincing in these series thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to bear in mind that the next 3 series that they're going to play up against, they are against other teams that are in that 0 and 2 bracket. So arguably they could be easier matches. Yeah? And they're a very strong team. They're a team that in terms of world ranking and seeding and things should be in that top kind of bracket. So it's obviously we talked about the fact that this season of LOOT.BET, there's a lot of competition, a lot of teams that are in that kind of top 30 range, but these guys are one of those teams that are near the top, yeah? So you do expect them to be able to come into this, maybe take a couple of those 3, but take an 0-2 start, it's really not good. It's going to be a really difficult position for them to fight out of, and they're going to have to come.
Absolutely. As I said, the most competitive LOOT.BET season ever. We'll head to a short break, but don't go very far because in 20 minutes, we'll be here with the second series of the day. Don't go anywhere.
From the ground.
Get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy I overdose, 'cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time, but baby then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna hit it one more night with you, with you. I am committed 'cause I know it's you I want. Hope I never see you go home. I'll come along. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna have you one more night. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Ooh, this time I wanna take it slow. I don't need my phone. I know how to picture in my mind the nights with you. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Still in this best of 3 Swiss system bracket. It's best of 3 number 2 for today. Fate and Galaxy Racer. I think this is a really exciting series underway. All of them, literally, if you saw those odds before, as close as they get. Remember, you can take advantage of that coupon code on your screen if you want to bet on the following game. Fate versus Galaxy Racer. I really can't call it. This is going to be a close one.
Absolutely. It's our second and our last series of the day, and it's a really exciting one. Looking at all the odds and everything, they are deadlocked. It's like exactly the same on every single platform. These two teams are going to be a real good match. Fate play a lot recently. We've seen Galaxy Racer come up more recently. Well, I mean, with this core of the roster together for a long time, these three guys have been together in teams dating back to Jalapeno, dating back to Red Reserve. Now they're under this Galaxy Racer brand, but they've never really breached out of like that kind of tier that they were at between kind of like top 30 to 50 kind of marker. They've never pushed further than that, but now with all of this online CS going on, here's their opportunity.
Yeah, that's definitely the main talking point here. Fate, maybe a more stable roster, of course, bringing new additions into the pack more recently. I do think they're a really interesting team to watch. They had that honeymoon period we talked about, where they had Blocker recently added into the roster, who's often just that most fiery player. We see that in the Bulgarian scene. Lots of talent, but how do they come together as a real team? That's the big question.
Absolutely. This big kind of dilemma of where does it go? Where do they take this? Looking at those maps, Vetoes and Pixel Lands, we're actually heading over to Train first, which is really interesting. Know that Fate are really strong on Train. We have seen in some of their recent performances that they've been a little bit weaker on. A bit of a slump from them a few weeks back. Hopefully that's not the case today. Hopefully they come in, kick in, and they can put up a really big performance. We're then on to Overpass second, and then Vertigo as the third and final. I feel like we haven't casted Vertigo in ages. It's been such a long time since we've...
It's by far the least played map in this tournament, even dating back to those close qualifiers. You often just aren't seeing it here in this iteration of LOOT.BET. You do see those percentages on your screen right now. 71% win rate on Overpass for Fate. We often talk about how little those percentages actually matter, but realistically, in a series like this, Fate plays so much Counter-Strike that I really do think that that makes a big difference.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's as much at the moment, but during the height of lockdown, where there was so many online tournaments going on, it was like 100 maps, like in the
and
like
the rest
or something.
At the time, they were playing 120 maps per month.
Wow,
per 3 months.
It's just absolutely crazy, really crazy kind of numbers. I think it's quite easy to get burnt out when you're playing that much Counter-Strike, but to see the mental resilience of these 5 guys to actually be able to play together for so long, to be able to play together under such kind of compact schedule and still put up big results, it is really phenomenal.
Yeah, that's definitely the kind of key talking point here. Can they bring that sort of form into each and every one of these series? We saw that really great streak of Fate form just a couple of months ago. They were getting to big semi-finals, even grand finals in vibes in the LOOT.BET tournaments as well, of which we've seen so many this year. And Fate have always been a pretty big staple. This time, after some weaker results over the last couple of months, they actually had to battle through the close qualifiers, which certainly wasn't a solid lock. They were a bit of a sketchy team, I've got to be honest, not really bringing the best to the table. Yeah, to be perfectly honest, it's sad to see Fate kind of fall off in form. They're one of my favorite teams to watch. When they fire all on cylinders, it's got that crazy firepower.
Absolutely, yeah. In those close qualifiers, we actually saw them lose to SJ straight away. It was a really tough loss. Really dominant series. They then had to face up against them again towards the end just to get through, which they managed to take the edge. But for Fate, who are the players really to look at? Who are the ones that are going to be putting up the big frags today?
It's this 1-2 sucker punch provided by Blocker and Han. Han on that AWP, Blocker on that primary rifle. When they go missing, it sort of feels like Fate lose their marker, lose their form, and it's disappointing to see when they can't step up to the table. Luckily for Fate, they usually do. That's why they're the star players. Stars are stars for a reason. It's not just, right, okay, they might have a great game, and then that's when they're going to really take it over the top. In a series like this, I think they are the ones to watch out for, especially going on to train first. You've got the ability for that double AWP setup. I think that's really interesting with Han, obviously, that first sniper rifle, and then it's, right, who's going to pick up around him?
Absolutely. It all just depends on positions that we often see on train. It will be whoever's playing that Ivy position, whoever's playing over towards that kind of connector or rotate area that will pick up that secondary sniper. It is going to be the real battle of the Titans, though, to kick things off on train between the two snipers. That's going to be Relaxer and Han. Now, the difference maker for Galaxy Racer is that every single man on that roster is relatively competent. Sometimes you see Freddy Frog. He'll be the IGL and the secondary sniper. But Relaxer, he's really one to look out for. And if he can connect all of his shots and just be a little bit quicker to the punch than Han today, then they could certainly take this one.
Yeah, that's much easier said than done, to be perfectly honest. Sometimes a disappointment in a map like this, train, you absolutely need your AWP to be firing on absolutely all cylinders. You need to add more cylinders to the gas tank. You need to just have everything just firing in unison. And I think against a fiery team like Galaxy Racer, that's what we kind of have to see today. You see those kind of newer players taking center stage. We're talking about the Deptons and obviously Tabs, players that we haven't seen on the international scene as many times.
Absolutely. Desn't actually being like a real new addition that I really don't know what to expect from. We've seen him in previous series. He's put up some really good results. But yeah, we just don't know what to expect from this guy. And I think that that's always really exciting. Going into series like this, he could put up a big monstrous performance and really take me by surprise. To kick things off on the knife round, though, normally not all too impactful. But here on train, you really want to be starting off on that CT.
Yeah, especially if you're Fate. We know that they're just such a massive team on this counter-terrorist half. I think they are going to want that defensive side first. It's such a massive advantage on a map like Train. You get that double AWP setup rolling, win a pistol round, get that economy going. It's not as influential as it would be on a Nuke. I think Fate, this previously was one of their home maps. That's why I'm a little bit scared for Galaxy Racer in this particular series. A couple of really stronghold maps coming out for Fate. Didn't we see Overpass actually as that secondary pick?
Yes, yeah, indeed. So Train, Overpass, and then Vertigo. I don't really think Fate will want to go to Vertigo. I don't think they have a very good win rate on it. It's not necessarily their permaban, but it is one that we often see them ban out. So it's quite an interesting one to see as a third. I think if Fate do want to get this done, they probably have to get it done in 2. But they've been given a fantastic opportunity to do so. If they can take Train, which they should be able to, they then go on to Overpass with their heads held high.
Yeah, you do look at these statistics and you think that Train and Overpass are Fate's two kind of home maps. The ones that they are going to be more confident on. Again, we go back to talking about the double AWP setup. Galaxy Racer, remember, they are going to have that double AWP at times as well. Relaxer is going to be the main sniper on this roster and a player that we've actually talked about so much already in the pre-game segment. Remember, this is another 0-1 matchup as well. So with Overpass coming next, it's a strong map for both teams. I think Galaxy Racer, I can't really say that they've won this pick ban here. I would definitely prefer them to go for almost an Inferno or a Vertigo first, to be honest.
Certainly an interesting one. Fate have certainly come out on top of it. They've won the map picks and bans here. And I'm not sure whether that's just tactically or whether Galaxy Racer are just super confident on Overpass. Of course, you've got to remember that counter-stratting and watching your opponent's demos and things like that is something that you can do. And with so much available, especially for a team like Fate, you've got hundreds of demos available of Fate playing Train or Fate playing Overpass. So if Galaxy Racer have done their homework, there's certainly potential for them to use and abuse it. However, with so much going on at the moment, so many tournaments, so much online CS, I don't know where you fit in the time to do.
Yeah, that definitely comes to the analytical coach or somebody in a backseat role to dig into those demos. Hey, right, we're playing against Galaxy Racer today. I think it's going to go to Overpass. I think that'll be a great pick. Let's see how they actually play on it. So I think that Fate, they are often a massively, heavily prepared team. But there's that question mark, right? How much preparation can you actually put in when push comes to shove and when you've got so many officials to play? When you are playing literally on average 1 series a day, across the week. Yes, there's many more hours there to prepare, to get those VOD reviews in, to get that practice in as well. You've got to focus on your own game as much as your opponents. Really important factors when it comes to online CS.
Should be getting into train momentarily, but I assume there's a... Yeah, but nonetheless, it should be kicking things off soon. And with Fate, I think, starting off on this side. In fact, they will almost certainly be starting off on this.
Yeah.
That's going to be a real big booster for them. You talked about the fact that this is their home map, of course. They love that CT side. They often play a lot better on this defensive half. So if they can take 10, 11 rounds to kick us off, I think they'll be very, very comfortable.
Yes, certainly. And, well, starting CT, often the big advantage that you're always looking for. It's Han on the utility duty, smoke and a defuse kit in play. For Galaxy Racer, a couple of smoke grenades to play with.
We kick things off in the pistol. A couple of utility men, of course, for the Galaxy Racer side. It's Dezen and Tabs to pick up the duties. And Han, the only man on the CT side with the kid and the smoke to work with. An early Molotov comes through. That is going to eliminate that connector pincer, but it's all a big bamboozle. The pistols are actually heading towards this B site, but they can't connect the shots.
Molotov goes down in a way. That's going to isolate the defense. And now Fates, they cannot push through without incurring heavy damage. Especially Han, who, well, does get blasted in the head, but didn't have the head armor. It's Grux to finish off 3. And what a pistol for Galaxy Racer. Grux basically doing the lion's share of the damage there. 1 bullet away from an ace.
Gadget getting a 4K, then a dink on the 5th. That's absolutely phenomenal. And look at this. The smoke goes up, taps ahead before it blooms, and then gets another. 3rd follows through. That is really, really strong Counter-Strike. If he doesn't hit those headshots, there's a huge opportunity for Fate to get out there and actually contest that kind of long range. And looking at these odds, straight off the pistol, they've shifted quite dramatically.
Yeah, already we know this is a confident pick for Galaxy Racer, and it's all down to that pistol just to shift away the odds and give the advantage over to them. The scouts come through for Han and Patrick. A bit of a buy from Fate. It's the force, of course, on the A-bomb site. 4 defensive members hold.
And see trigger happy batters, but maybe they know something. Nonetheless, Dezen does find himself that opening pick onto Patrick, and that's going to open up a whole world of opportunity. Dancing around these smokes means that they've got these positional advantages, and they can just blitz right onto this A-bomb site and get the C4 down.
That's the can of worms. Mar and Han, probably not much they can do here. Maybe just looking to cling on, to be perfectly honest with you, to this very little investment carried into round number 2. Mar, the only player remaining with Han dropping. He kept a little bit of cash behind, but a CP carried in. Not even going to be allowed to happen. Galaxy Racer, an assertive 2-0.
Very assertive 2-0 indeed. I mean, look at the money right now. They're faced up against a full eco. They've still got these SMGs in hand that they can use to rack up even more cash. But every single man sitting above that 3K mark, they can certainly afford to fully invest into the buy-up. And they're going to have another opportunity to put even more on top of that. They do face up against a full eco. However, there are 4 HEs in play. And it's looking like as they go over towards this A site, they are all going to be dumped into A main. And Grux, it's dangerous, but it doesn't quite convert onto him.
Perfect play, and now prime to the AK. Oh, what a nade! 3 fast frags for Mar. Galaxy Racer just hit with a nuclear bomb out of Pop Dog. That drops the bomb itself. It's almost like it exploded right under their feet. 2-0, and likely the change of pace right now. What a nade stack. I can't remember the last time I saw a triple kill with 1 HG. Molotov is perfect, but the smoke right there to create another stalemate. Mar is still alive, looking for the ace, and it's likely not going to happen anymore. The HE dunks into his position. Relaxer trying to open this one up, but confidently played there by Nicky. Isolating his way back to the Ivy. Relaxer needs to break this one apart. It's the USPS. It cannot connect.
Bit of a whiff there from Patrick, and it might just foil the opportunity that they had. And now a 2 versus 2. Maha's got this Galil to work with, and the bomb's still in his territory. So he can guard this one. He doesn't need to peek, and there's no more Molotovs to actually force him out either. So Grux being very, very low HP, he's an easy target if Mar can get his timing correct. But as that C4 gets snatched, he's going to charge right to that site. And this is where Mar should peek and deny it. But it's actually being planted around the corner. So the C4 will go down. And now Galaxy Racer have the advantage, but Mar hits a nice headshot, and it leaves it all down to Relaxer.
That's a stunning one tap as well. 4 kills for Mar, and they've got no idea where Relax is playing from, clearing the majority of this A bomb site, but no connector control for Fate, of course. That's where Relax is playing from. Galil in hand, and I'm sure that Patrick's going to be on defensive duties here. He does want to rack up the ace, but the round is more important, and he secures it. What a headshot, and able to convert.
One of those funky strategies that Fate have clearly put together in their practice time in the servers. That's not something that you ever see. Like, if you go on any other map, you see maybe like a banana nade stack or something like that. But to see 4 HEs come out, they don't even dump them all into A main early on. They actually hold on to them for 10 to 15 seconds, wait for Galaxy Racer to get into Pop Dog, and then bombard it. It's so smart, it's so coordinated, and blink and you'll miss it. And that's actually what I did. It's crazy.
And you think about the dynamics of doing a nade stack towards Pop Dog or towards Ivy. These are massively contested areas. Obviously, you'll have 2 or 3 Ts actually all bunched up. So a nade stack, that's where it's at its most powerful. And while we'll see more HEs come in, this one not as impactful. Maxa takes just a touch of damage before finding a shot of his own.
Blocker. He's always the man to play this B anchor. He plays real up close to that ramp, and he is so dangerous. You often see him at the start of the rounds with a Molotov or a HE in hand, just going for this jiggle peek, wants to try and spot out the information, get in that nade and relay it. When they charge through, often you see the smoke go down on the Molotov, they charge through, and it's Blocker just coming through with 2-3 kills to deny it. This time round, he's got to try and do the same if they do try and end up towards this B site. But currently, Fate have just got a really good configuration. They've got control over towards Pop Dog. They've actually got some nice aggression in A main as well. And they're really keeping Galaxy Racer at an arm's length.
Made to second guess themselves as Tab finds that opener. Gruck's very aware, but does get a headshot himself. Now the kill's coming through, and Blocker needs to backtrack through that smoke. Lovely utility usage there. Just actually using Galaxy Racer's smoke grenade against them. Definitely not expecting that. And, well, a flurry of further utility. The smoke's still placed. Blocker finds the first. That's right through the corner of that smoke. Dezen drops. Now Galaxy Racer only have 2 members to work with. Smoke will dissipate, but Blocker finds it just before. That's how consistent this man is. And Relax a challenge to the 1 versus 3 scenario. And it's that dream team of Blocker in hand to hold it away.
Nothing allowed there for Galaxy Racer. Completely denied at the door as they do try and push through. And Patrick, I really like that angle. He's just playing on the corner of the train. He can drop right off as soon as he's done. And that's Blocker again, just playing that flawless B anchor defense. The smoke goes up, they push through, and he's good for all the frags. 2-2 we now sit as Galaxy Racer forced onto this eco. And they're not going to bring anything into this one besides a couple of deagles. There's no Kevlar to back it up. This should be a really, really clean one for Fate to take.
Simple stuff. It's the pistols, as you mentioned. No real utility. It's the opportunity to do some preliminary damage. The Desert Eagles, often scary, especially in the hands of Pleasant. Dating back to that Fnatic Academy days where he's going to be leading the roster. And once again, what a 1-dig.
Really beautiful stuff. Punching in damage on a round like this against Fate is incredibly impactful. They haven't built up their bank to a point yet where they can afford to just make willy-nilly reinvestments. So finding these kills does a lot of work. And Nicky, he gets tagged up a little bit there, but it doesn't really matter all too much. He can fall away. Galaxy Racer, they're just looking for more damage. They don't even really have a plan in place here.
Now, I very much doubt this bomb will go down here in round number 5, but with Tabs connecting another shot and Mars' position totally exposed, this should finally be contained by Fate. Should be their 3rd on the board. Tabs, good, but he's going to be able to do this one, Josh. Just that Desert Eagle in hand. No rifles at the ready. 40-second mark. He creeps and crawls his way closer. Definitely a chance to catch somebody off guard here. Are making a lot of noise towards the Ivy. Just now sneaking his way on in. I think Tabs might actually have the upper hand. And he certainly has the AK, but taken down, that's Fate's 3rd.
The lack of Kevlar certainly is demise in that situation. 2 kills in an eco round like that, though, really isn't anything to grumble about. Now, obviously, there was a huge opportunity for him to find more as well. But, as I say, there were really no investments in there. A couple of nice 1Ds come through. They make the round slightly costly for Fate, and it keeps their economy at bay. So, a pretty successful round, all things considered, from Galaxy Racer. But now here's where the guns come out, and they need to convert it. The AK's all round, not a single AWP available, so Relaxer's not down to his favourite weapon. And limited utility to work with too, as they get some aggression over towards A early.
Deprived of that AWP is definitely a real issue here for Relaxer, especially on a map like Train, where a lot of the time you'll be contending against the double AWP setup. They just prioritize having Han on the sniper. Yeah, it's a bit of A main control, bit of Reinhall's control for Galaxy Racer. They haven't made their mind up yet at the 82nd mark, but Tab certainly has. He wants to annihilate this A bomb site, and he does exactly that.
2 nice opening kills, gives them the leg room towards A. Blocker, what a response for the headshot, but he can't do any more than that. Doesn't trade it instantly. Patrick needs to deny this bomb plant. Goes unchecked, they line up, gets himself 2, can't quite convert the 3rd, but it puts Han in a very, very winnable position in this 2 versus 1.
AWP in hand, and needs to isolate these Galaxy Racer members. It's Pleasant taking the more advanced angle, playing through this smoke as well. Racer, what can they do about this one? A bit of overexposure, but Han misses the shot. The nade won't connect, and now the smoke becomes the real problem for Pleasant to take control.
Really unfortunate stuff. That was just a complete whiff from Han. That was his kill for the taking, and he let it slip away. Nonetheless, a really strong round from Galaxy Racer. They found those opening picks. They got onto the A bomb site. We get to see it again. I think Han actually shot completely between his legs. I have no idea how that missed.
Player who you don't often see miss as well. Very uncharacteristic, especially in those big scenarios. Just looking to take down a 1v1, 1v2. Not see him miss the easy shots, and a lot of the time he doesn't even miss the hard ones. Fate back to basics. Pretty much just a solid, not quite an eco, but of course, sets of Kevlar in hand.
They take a lot of damage early from those 2 engagements, but they actually managed to get away with 2 rifles and this man advantage. And as Blocker and Patrick fall right back, because they've got super aggressive on B, they know that there's no one in the brown halls. They can fall away, they can divert all of their attention onto this A site, and now they've got this 3-man stack set up. They might be able to deal with this one as Galaxy Racer. They have this 3-pronged attack, but the trades, they might not be there if the Deagles come through.
Han was at the ready with the Desert Eagle right there, but Abs doesn't want to take that gunfight on the ladder. Of course, you become brutally inaccurate from top of that position. Nicky, right between the pack, able to smack away the AWP. Drop the bomb in the meantime. And Tabs, oh, he connects quite nicely. That's Galaxy Racer's 4th.
2 back-to-back rounds. Two back-to-back rounds that Fate have very nearly wriggled their way back into. Now they've got the weaponry to work with to actually take it convincingly, though, and a very nice Molotov to keep Relaxer away for now.
AK's in hand for the entire pack. Being the main man on this Fate roster for quite some time. Needs to really fire through for something sensational here. They're going to have a big CT side with Brooks getting aggressive. He's assertively taken away.
Nice opener there for them to find. Nicky actually not falling away either. He's just going to continue to hold that aggressive angle. He knows that if anyone else peeks it, they're probably not going to expect it to be there. So the position's just as good as it was before. But Galaxy Racer, they're not taking any chances. They grab this C4, they're heading back over towards this B bomb site. It's 3-man configuration. They haven't got a lot of utility to work with, but enough to block off the trains. And they're going to go for this execute. They've only got Blocker and Han waiting for them.
Hooks down. Players hold, as you mentioned. With the Molotov forcing Han out of position. He's only able to find one in the meantime. The crossover to the A bomb site comes. He's got the support of Blocker, but might not even need it. Second frag found. Relaxer there to trade, but the rotate, it's already on the way. And the bomb unable to go away here. Pleasant has got this backtrack angle, and no trigger discipline required to find the first. And he does go for the second, but unable to do so. 4-4.
That dynamic duo punching in right at the start. Han just hungry for even more as he goes for that second peek. Hits some fantastic shots. This is unfortunate here from Pleasant because in a 4 versus 2 scenario like that, you have to go for the trigger discipline. You can't just shoot the first time you see someone. The only chance you have is if you weed out those players, you tell your teammate not to peek, and then you play it as a group once you can sort of isolate those fights. But instead, to just fire straight away, you're pretty much signing your death warrant.
Absolutely so. Even Steven's scoreline, and again, Fate, enough for the full buy, of course, losing, really taking a couple of casualties in each and every one of these rounds. But Galaxy Racer down to pretty much a null and void investment. The Deagles come out, 4 sets of Kevlar. It's only Pleasant with a hand cannon. It's a glass hand cannon. Don't often see it.
I'd have actually liked to see Relaxer in this scenario save a bit of cash and go for that AWP. He's going for that hero AK in this position, and he's up against like a really, really strong buy. They have to hit some incredible shots here, and Pleasant's able to do exactly that, but as he pushes through to try and retrieve the AK, he is going to be punished by the AWP of Han. So 4 versus 4. This is where Galaxy Racer needs to try and take control of this Ivy area, isolate some more of these CTs, and get themselves onto this bomb site.
Creeping closer, and Patrick looking to capitalize. Incendiary grenade dissipates, and he's able to find both of those shots. Assistance from Mar. There's another one. Complete shutdown from Fate. What's so powerful about this CT side? Only the Deagle to try and close and capitalize. It's in the hands of Grux. The hero AK doesn't work out. Another round on the board for the counter-terrorists.
Almost every single round recently coming down to these 2 versus 1 situations, but rounds trading back and forth. This has actually been a really exciting map so far, and look at that opener from Pleasant. Beautiful 1D to start things off, but then an even better flash from Nikki to allow Patrick to just swing into Ivy like that, find himself all 3, and really, really secure that round for Fate.
Wonder what we're expecting here. I guess Galaxy Racer probably looking for something around the 6 round mark. Don't think that's too tough a challenge considering they've already taken 4. If it's more than 6, getting to 7, 8 or beyond, I think this map might not quite be over, but Fate certainly challenged. We know that their T side is often more weak and wobbly, and Galaxy Racer, they're a confident side. They're taking on Fate right now on some of their best maps, and they are unable to take Train, then we could very easily go to a quick, snappy 2-0.
Absolutely. Galaxy Racer are putting up a hell of a fight. This is the T side of Train. This is Fate's home map. So to be sitting 5-4 right now is certainly nothing to complain about. But Blocker punching in for a little bit of aggression here. Will be able to find that first. Actually throwing that smoke down as well. Just going to keep those opponents just at bay a little bit longer. There's 50 seconds on the clock, so Galaxy Racer aren't too phased by it, but it is going to slow them down.
See that Fate are playing this more aggressive setup on the B bomb site, knowing that this is just pistols, and they don't want to allow this bomb to go down and away. The money is in a touchy spot for Galaxy Racer. So as they maneuver their way through, they've got 2 to try and counter. Just never going to happen here. 0 damage dealt, no bomb plant, no bonus cash, and Fate play the round flawlessly.
Han does really, really well there. Right at the end, just picking up those 3 kills. And the entry is actually going in the favor of Nikki. At this kind of stage, when we look at these entry kill statistics, they don't make a whole lot of difference. Normally around that 1 or 2 mark. Later on in the game is where you really get to see who's making this impact, who's opening up the rounds for the side. So Nikki is certainly one to watch out for. He's been doing a lot of work so far this game. Let's see if that continues.
Rifles in hand for both squads, but Relaxer again deprived of that AWP. That's becoming a real sticking point, a problem for Galaxy Racer. Something that Fate have been able to effectively deal with at this point. That AWP just hasn't been a threat. It's not been in action most of the time. The attack comes in. Nikki, he's the first to fall away.
Racer had saved a little bit of extra cash instead of going for these force buys. Maybe they would have one in the hands of... Nonetheless, he did find that opening pick with the AK. As they stack up outside B, these smokes keep them busy for a little while. Mars already rotated over. It can be so difficult to take this B site when there's a 2-man defense holding, especially when they're up close. They need to hit all of the shots. And as the nades rain over, this is where the execute comes through.
Molotov forces Mara out of place. He's forced forward, but able to find 2 kills anyway. 3 versus 3 as Groxy's going to close in. It's a perfect headshot. There's taps to capitalize. And now just the AWP of Han. He's good, but I don't think he's this good. The bomb goes down in a way, surely on that site. And a very easy round for Galaxy Racer to take. As soon as those first kills come through, they snowball it out of control. Grox does just a masterclass there on the curly letter. And Han, I don't even think he can save this AWP right now. He's actually been spotted by Dezen.
You're absolutely right. He might not be able to get away with this one. Dezen's hungry for the frag. And with only 4 points of health, he swings right into it and gets the wallbang headshot. Really, really nice stuff. They're actually going to keep 3 players alive. Dezen's going to retrieve that AWP as well and presumably drop that over to Relaxer. Look at this again. We get to see Marth find those opening picks. Utility usage is perfect. Isolates blocker. They're able to find that kill. The follow-up comes through on the rotation from Connector. And Han, there's nothing he can really do left in a 1 versus 3 scenario where he has to retake the B site. It has to be the save call. And unfortunately, he can't even carry it across.
Certainly the case. Fate is where things get very dangerous and deadly. Galaxy Racer, if they win this, then very likely at least 7 rounds on this T side will be on the board. Got a full investment to do so. It's Pleasant on the AWP this time, and they've been strapped for this sniper for quite some time. It's going to be thrown away, instead just challenging Nikki in almost every one of these scenarios inside the pop dog.
Any other map except Nuke, perhaps. 7 isn't too bad, but Train, it's far too many. Fate allow Galaxy Racer to get to that 7 mark, maybe even 8, where things start to get very, very dangerous. They have a bit of a polarized buy here. Of course, they don't have a lot of utility. Nikki, the only man with the kit, and he's also down to an MP9. And Han on that glass cannon, but they have to try and use it to hold things up. And as the boost comes down, Nikki spots it out, but he's only able to do a little bit of damage.
Molotov's absolutely perfect. Disqualifies Galaxy Racer from that pop dog position.
Start to rotate right back as well. It's looking like this is going to be an A here. You see where that bomb's placed. You see that Dezen's all the way over towards Ivy as well. He's kind of been posted on that position for the entirety of this round. And if he can open this kill onto Patrick, this gives them a whole world of opportunities. He does exactly that. Tabs finds one of his own. And now here's their open door.
It's the AK-47s to close out the initial damage. Tabs and Dezen being the saving grace. Han finding one in the meantime, and key positions taken from Galaxy Racer here. I think Fate have to save. Their money is totally broken if they lose it. Of course, keeping Han's AWP, Steven an MP9 and an M4 here and there gives you at least something to work with, but I think they might be able to, they might be about to lose the former. 9 rattling into a main. He has to just cling on to this SMG right now and certainly do that. Up close and personal. He wants to trade up to an AK.
Able to do exactly that. Freebie with the MP9. That's going to give him $600 as well. He doesn't want to just charge in for that AK. He knows that if he peeks, they're probably going to be holding it. And Tab's coming in from behind. It's making a lot of noise, but Nikki knows it. So he will be able to hold on to this AK, carry it across into the next. It's not a bad save from Fate, but as you said before, that now puts Galaxy Racer onto 6. This is already an acceptable half from them, and they've still got 3 more rounds to play with a heavy economical advantage.
It's a dangerous configuration there as well. You had the AWP playing up close and personal for Relaxer. He couldn't engage in fear of dropping over that sniper. The weapon he can't very readily afford, and $3,700 in the bank account. Decent coffers, but realistically, it's quite hard to go for those reinvestments. 6-6, this might be the breaking point for this CT side, where Fate have a real decision on their hands. Of course, this will be a buy with those saved rifles, but what's it going to look like? I expect the FAMAS and possibly even an SMG to come through.
This is really the decision as well. This is where the pauses come through. Because with 3 rifles saved, you absolutely have to buy around it. But with every man on 2K right now, if they don't, they could still go for an investment in the next. And of course, they won't have that AWP available. But if you bank on the fact that maybe Han just goes for another save, then it could certainly work out. But at that point, how many rounds are you allowing Galaxy Racer to take? If they don't invest around what was saved, Galaxy Racer put themselves onto 7, which is definitely too many. If they do force around it and it doesn't work out, they'll have no money left in the bank. Galaxy Racer will already be on 7 and have an opportunity to put themselves onto 8 or even 9. So this is a really big dilemma and could be a major turning point here.
Breaking point, 6-6. And this pause lengthening, obviously taking a little bit more time than previously to discuss the scenario on the table right now. This is a really dodgy spot for Fate. As we said, Josh, a map they absolutely have to take. Right now, it's looking shaky at best. And even Steven's scoreline, but on your CT side of Train, you're looking for one of those really big numbers, the 9, 10, 11 rounds. Only the former being a possibility any longer. Double digits completely off the table. What Galaxy Racer can do.
As soon as Relaxer's had this AWP in hand, he certainly looked a lot more comfortable. They are actually going to go for this force up around the weapons. This was anticipated. It absolutely makes sense for them to go for, but they have this limited utility. They have Patrick down to the MP9. They have Mar on the FAMAS. It's not the best of buys, and it has to be sufficient. They have to try and convert this, otherwise they're going to have some serious problems on their hands. Galaxy Racer this time, if we see these smokes coming over straight off the bat again, and pure aggression towards this A site.
Rux is the first man through. Relaxer out too. He's got that AWP in hand, but desperately needs a kill onto this A-bomb site against the pretty shaky, flimsy buy. 90 seconds now, and Grux already making his way to Ivy. He's got such a vantage point on this A-bomb site, and Fate have completely just no idea that he's playing Imbonance the Trains. AK as well can be so damn deadly. That's just obvious, but Blocker, pointing out the initial angle, is able to take him down.
This is looking a lot more solid from Fate. They found themselves those opening 3, make that 4 as Nicky finds another. And Relaxer, he's in a 1v5, and there's nothing more he can do. That FAMAS on Mar not acting as too much of a contingency. And they're actually going to pick up that second AWP as well. Patrick just to pick it up right at the closing seconds of that round. And that's going to give them this double AWP setup, something that we haven't seen so far this map. They really haven't prioritized it. Instead, they've wanted to hold on to that cash to ensure that Han always has one. And as we go into the 14th, Fate have still got a 9-6 on the cards.
Certainly quite a costly configuration. At the end of the half, money doesn't become as influential or important. Right now, 7-6. I think Fate need all of these final rounds. And with Dezen sweeping away that first shot, that becomes all too more difficult.
I think Dezen's actually been pretty fantastic so far this game. We've seen him opening things up time and time again. When we saw those entry comparisons earlier on, his name wasn't on there. But in this one, he's been finding some very, very nice side. Pleasant actually walks straight into the crosshair and Nicky there. A nice aggressively poised angle for him to take. Gives them that man advantage once again. Now, 7-6. Fate should be able to take this one unless Galaxy Racer can wriggle their way onto this B-bombs.
Certainly possible. You've got Nicky stuck within the connector. He's the fast wrap and rotate here. And with a nicely placed nade, just doing that initial punch of damage onto Dezen, that aforementioned member. Whole minute to work with. 2-2 config for Fate. Blocker being that initial member. AK in hand, you'd always want him to have this one-tap potential premium rifle. Got a perfect angle for the job. First headshot comes through. He does get traded, but that should still be the round over here. Relaxer finds one in the meantime, but that's all she wrote.
Very, very clean stuff once again from Fate. Puts them on to 8. They kind of had this little hiccup. We saw them come in really, really strong. They were trading rounds back and forth, but Fate were looking fantastic on their buys. We then saw this little hiccup where Galaxy Racer bounced back. Fate were just weak on this CT side, but now they've, off the back of the timeout, had a real discussion. They've bounced right back in. See this mental resilience on this side so often. They're able to just take a timeout, completely reset, and come in with a whole new mindset. In the 15th, Galaxy Racer, only the Tech-9s to work with, and a very aggressive B play.
It's the Molotov on the grind, and Relaxer's actually able to sweep away the first. These Tech-9s are awful at long range, but nevertheless connecting with a shot. That's the deagle to get the damage pumped in. Relaxer actually commits suicide somehow, and brings us into an even Stevens 3v3. The smokes are placed and Pleasant getting aggressive. As that one dissipates, this advantageous pressure angle becomes of contest. Fate, it's one that they will check, but Nicky, he's the first man in the 3v3 to drop as Pleasant finishes off the job.
What a massive 3k there from Pleasant right at the end. That is absolutely huge. Puts Galaxy Racer onto 7, and as we talked about before, 7 is too many. An 8-7.5 isn't something the Fate are going to be too happy with on that CT side. Especially considering not only is this a CC-sided map, but Fate actually quite heavily favor that defensive side. See them very, very often. Harlan putting up these big numbers and Blocker just doing massive, massive work as that B anchor. Neither of these two guys are putting up massive performances. So that's not a half that they're going to be all too happy with. It's actually Mar, the man that's putting up the numbers. And Han is on 12 frags, and every single one of them was an AWP kill.
That's a really interesting half for him. It's something that we often talk about. He gets the majority of his work done with that AWP, of course. That's obvious. When that economy is broken, when it's sketchy, that's when you start to see Han disappear. In a half that Fate is only able to take 8 rounds, how many times did he get the AWP out there? Maybe 7, 8 times throughout that CT side. Now he's going to be strapped for it once again. Obviously not just in the pistol, but throughout this CT side. It's a lot easier to pick up the AWP. Grux starts off the fragging, perhaps over towards the B bomb site for the Bulgarians.
That's a real ballsy play as the B anchor to actually push right into heaven, get that initial information, find that opening headshot as well. Absolutely clinical. Now he can fall away, and actually no rotations have been drawn over. He's just holding it from much, much deeper. Now that they have this man advantage, I think they want to play for this retake towards B and just stack up on that A side. But as the nades start to rain over, this is where Fate are going to push in and get that C4 down.
Grux is actually the next to fall as well. Sensational shot from Blocker. He's got that one-tap potential P250 in hand and can connect onto Tabs, who's the second. The flank found. That's Pleasant. Really nicely closing up the gap, but I don't think he's going to be expecting a part right now. He does hit the shot anyway. That's sensational as the P2000s connect. This is all falling apart at the seams for Fate. The in-game leader has to get it done, and what a shot to finish. Galaxy Racer, an all-important 8th.
Han quite evidently not having all too much fun unless he's got an AWP in his hand. In connector there, that should have been his kill for the taking. Up close and personal, Glock in hand. He's up against an opponent that's actually reloading as well. He gets to fire off 3 or 4 shots before Pleasant's actually in a position to respond. And somehow whiffs them and Pleasant comes out on top. And that's the catalyst. That's the booster to get that retake going. Now leveled up 8-8, Galaxy Racer, huge economic advantage as well. And as they face up just against an eco with some deagles here, some would call it a deco, they should be able to take the lead.
Certainly should be able to, on only the P250 in hand. Nice damage to start things off here. Expect the 9-8 scoreline going into this second half. Rifles in the next for Fate. That's when the excitement starts. 90 seconds on the board here. I don't heavily expect too much damage, especially with Patrick being taken away. Grux doing all of the killing towards the B bomb site, and that's the aforementioned 9th.
No damage dealt there from Fate, despite the fact that even though it was an eco, investing $700 a piece into a Desert Eagle is quite a lot of money when you times it by 5. So they've actually put a fair amount into that round, and in doing so, they sacrifice some utility here in the 18. See Blocker with nothing, Nikki only with a HE and a Molotov to work with. It's a real big sacrifice that they've made, that now they have to make sure that they convert this one. Otherwise, Galaxy Racer will be able to just really steamroll this one out of control. And with Han on that AWP, he has to get the work done.
Always a dilemma here on that T side when you get the bomb down. Do you heavily invest into the second round, or do you have extra utility going into the third? Fate decide to go for the latter, and now they've actually got a pretty decent buy and the open door for the execute.
Don't often see the AWP pulled out this early on, but in the hands of Han, he always wants to go for it. Unfortunately, he can't hit that flick. That's very, very close. Nonetheless, it does force Tabs right back, and that is going to open up this site for Fate.
Is a tough configuration. CT spawn control. Surely Patrick should be able to connect with this shot right now. Blocker's already been spotted. That might actually bait out Han's position. As the nades go in, it's the pre-fire for Dezen to eliminate the first. The AK connects, keeping the advantage in Galaxy Racer's favor. 3 versus 3, and Han able to connect once again. The AK-47 firing through. That's the round taken from Fate, eliminating that bonus.
Han goes from doing not a whole lot, to getting that AWP in hand, finding himself a 3k, and pretty much single-handedly winning the round for his side. So Fate now level up 9-9. This is going to be another investment here from Galaxy Racer. They went for a bit of a bonus in the last, keeping those SMGs floating. So it is going to be pretty much rifles all round. Tabs drop down to that scout, and the odds still heavily favoring this Galaxy Racer side. So it's a real interesting one as you see them start to claw this back.
All down to the power of that counter-terrorist side here on Train. 9-9. You've got to put faith in this defense. Maybe not in this round. Scout, a lack of utility. It's these advanced positions taken with Desmond being the primary man inside Pop Dog.
We've certainly seen rounds like this come out on top. Those advanced positions can be a whole lot more powerful than you initially anticipate. Right now, Grux has got a very, very nice end. That Molotov going down might even just provide a little bit of false hope here for Fade. I think that this angle is potentially cleared. Instead, they're actually just going to throw a smoke there as well. So maybe Grux just has to fall away here. Instead, he actually holds it true and finds that opening kill. That's very, very disciplined. It makes things the 5 versus 4.
Double digits for one of these teams. In Pop Dog control taken. Dezen's gone unspotted, unnoticed, along with Pleasant inside the Pop Dog. Going to take this aggressive angle and force blocker back. He cannot take the fight at the 40-second mark. That's just beautiful control from Galaxy Racer there to not give away the A-bomb site. And now Han, he'll be pressured to the punch. Mar finds it instead. Remember the top fragger of the first half. Maybe the man to watch out for here on Train. Nicky instead to connect the first. Even Stevens trading that nade. So close. And Pleasant goes up in smoke. A 2 versus 2 at the 20-second mark. With Grux in the back line, he drops the bomb. And this gets incredibly complicated. Han's going to be up close and personal. Takes the initial firefight. And with the flash on through, Grux is good enough to take him away.
With the time pressure mounting, Han just had to charge in for that, and going straight through the smoke with the support of a flashbang probably isn't the way to do it. You can also, of course, hear that sound cue from a mile away, and it's just an easy round for Galaxy Racer to pick up 1 versus 1 scenario. Puts them ahead 10-9, and actually forces Fate into a force buy here. So Patrick and Mar and Nicky aren't going to have any money to work with going into the next, and this could be a real opportunity for Galaxy Racer to start to pull away further here.
The pistols, and this should certainly be the 11th, as you mentioned. Relaxes AWP. It's been such a massive moment here on Train, and CT side now, let's see what he can really do. Will be challenged, surely, if he would be that first rotate. He does like playing towards the Ivy position to just control this A-bomb site. Won't be seeing him inside the connector the majority of the time. Instead, the advanced pistols to take control of this M4 FAMAS combination, and likely unsuccessfully. It's nicely taken away. The pistol cannot connect. There is a second shot, so an opportunity for a bomb down, and a couple of kills as well. So feeling good for Fate. Certainly an acceptable round.
Absolutely. I mean, they did invest quite a lot into this, so you really do hope that they win it. But yeah, to get this bomb down, to get a couple of frags, if they can find even more, it's certainly impactful. And with Mar punching in for another headshot, this makes this very, very costly for Galaxy Racer. 22 seconds on this clock. There's certainly still potential for Mar, but with only 2 points of health, he can't live for much longer. Galaxy Racer take their 11th, and they should be able as well to retrieve that fallen AWP. So yeah, Relax is going to pick that one up. Pleasant's got an M4 at his feet, and Galaxy Racer can dispose of those bonus weapons that they still had floating.
Absolutely. This will be the reinvestment once again, of course. Just a pretty null and void buy in the last for Fate. They'll go for the full investment in this one with Hans AWP at the ready. This is where they have to take some rounds. Get onto 10, put the pressure on. Galaxy Racer's money isn't built up yet, but they win all too much more. 12, 13 certainly on the cards. And it's all to play for in the last couple of rounds. Fate, what can you do?
I think they're about to show us. Not a lot of utility on Nicky and Mar, but they're putting some early presence over towards B once again. Grux is playing up close and personal. We've seen him put in some aggression towards the Heaven area. We've seen him playing up close to ramp, often with the support of tabs, either close on the site or over towards Connect. So this has been a pretty solid B defense so far for Galaxy Racer, but Fate haven't really hit it with a full execute with all 5 men, and that's what they're going for here. Let's see if this works out for them.
This aggressive stance from Galaxy Racer has paid off so many times. They've had the fast flank from Pop Dog and 2 staple members on this B bomb site, with Pleasant being an absolutely massive threat towards the A bomb site as well. It feels like all of the building blocks are in place to put up a really sturdy defense. This time, Fate, they pushed the brakes. Minute mark, I think they're about to make their push inwards.
And Nate comes over, does a fair amount of damage as well, and time continues to tick away. There's 45 seconds on this clock, and in this time, they have no control elsewhere, so they don't even know if Galaxy Racer have pushed up over towards A and have the information right now. As Nick is the first man in, Grux is actually able to dispose of him, gets himself a second as well. This is making things difficult for Galaxy Racer.
Should be retake time. A 3 versus 2 with Han chipping through. Now needs to scramble to get the digits tapped into that C4. Blocker wants to get aggressive. And remember, Josh, this is this dream team that we always talk about. Blocker, Han, they've got all of the firepower to get the job done. And now just down to the sniper. 25 seconds left to tick. And Han, he's negotiated his way towards the ramp. I don't know if he'll be expectant of Relaxer from the Heaven area. They seem to have spotted him, at least taken a thank you. And out in the open, Relaxer takes him away. Swept out the server, that's 12.
Another very, very strong round there from Galaxy Racer. They keep 2 alive. They actually grab that double up setup right at the end as well. So they are going to be super happy right now. And Fate, I just can't help but feel that it's just, nothing's working for them right now. And they're not really putting a whole lot of thought into it. That round, if you go for a 5-man BX, you have to up the pace. You can't just hold outside of B for such a long time and give up all other map control and then push through. Now, obviously, in that round, Galaxy Racer didn't capitalize on it as much as they could have, but with 50 seconds on the clock and no presence from anywhere else in the map, there was certainly potential for them to just wrap all the way around, get all the information, stack that B site, and even maybe go for a flank there as well.
Exactly, and there's so many gaps in this Fate attack. We've seen it over the last couple of months here on Train, and Galaxy Racer obviously allowing it through into this map pool, obviously smelling a rat, spotting a weakness, and Fate just haven't been that same sturdy roster that they used to be. They used to have these 3 honeymoon home maps, being Dust 2, Train, and Overpass. They've kind of gone quiet over the last month or two, and that's unfortunate to see, because Fate at a time were world beaters here on Train. They were one of the only teams who were able to take down the old Gambit youngsters, now Gambit roster, without Hobbit, with Super in the roster instead, when they were beating absolutely everybody. Fate were one of the main rosters who were able to at least make that like a close and competitive series. This time, this looks anything but. Galaxy Racer could close this out sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. 9-12, the scoreline sits, and Fate are just on this. Well, it's a bit of a forced buy. It's not a full eco. They've got the Deagles, they've got some Kevlar, they've got some utility to work with, and they are just going to spread around this map. They've left the bomb over towards the T-spawn, and they want to try and get some presence in Ivy, over towards Pop Dog. It's all about just finding these initial picks, and then retrieving the C4 and working out.
I'm ticking down. Spreading for this map control at the 90-second mark. Fate, they're waiting for a mistake.
Whilst they're waiting for a mistake, Pleasant's getting nice and comfy, pushing all the way through A main. He's going to hear that sound cue as well, get himself what should have been a free kill, but his teammate's there to back him up nonetheless. And yeah, he can fall away with this one. They know where the bomb is. They know that the wraparound's going to be coming through from Pop Dog, and they can just deal with this one with absolute ease.
It's flawlessly met. That aggression from Galaxy Racer is so well timed, and all of the building blocks are in place once again to punish exactly what Fate want to do and how they respond. See that Pop Dog aggression, as you mentioned, and it's just completely falls on deaf ears. Remember, they still have that supporting member of Tabs inside the A site if needed. Absolutely wasn't there. He's only needed for the single frag, and that would have been mopped up regardless. 9-13 should certainly be the scoreline, even with this retrieved AWP on Patrick.
Patrick, yeah, he seems to have found Relaxer's AWP, and that does give them an opportunity if Mark connects that second headshot as well. There was a huge chance, but he can't quite convert it. Patrick will be able to get onto this B site and get that C4 down just in the nick of time. The actual nade not finishing him off either, but yeah, as all CTs close in, nothing more he can. It's going to be the 13th here for Galaxy Racer, and they are just starting to pull away and draw closer to the finish.
Successful stuff, Josh. The bomb site, it's often the easier one of the two to actually get that bomb plant through. And once again, see those entry kills. It's Grux leading the charge. 4 for him. And it's actually just a Galaxy Racer show. Everybody with either 3 or 4 frags on their side. Those are the openings, of course. 13-9 right now. 3 away from the finish. And the double-up setup, it will make a reappearance.
Seen some really nice coordinated aggression from this Galaxy Racer side. No surprise that they have been finding these entry frags. Fate right now in the 23rd. This is one of their potentially final buy rounds, so they have to make it count. The AWP in the hands of Hahn, everyone else with the rifles. They are just spread around this map once again. They're not going for an early execute. They are just holding for that Ivy aggression. They want to try and get these nades down Pop Dog as well to take control of that so they can utilize it later in the round. But in the meantime, Galaxy Racer taking these nice close-up positions.
Desmond waits for the flash, doesn't want to get punished by anybody playing too aggressive inside A main. Doesn't, of course, Fate or elsewhere, but that's key crucial information for him to radio back to the reinforcements, and Galaxy Racer can actually respond as an approach. 2 players towards the B bomb site. You've also got that AWP of tabs as a supporting factor. As this clock ticks down further, Grux, it's actually quite disjointed, but would actually work out, surely. Patrick's finally closed and got the angle. Knowing there's nobody inside main makes pushing the smoke towards B that much more deadly. Grux gets caught.
A bit of a foolish piece of aggression there, but nonetheless, Fate are all around this map. So they actually have to spend quite a lot of time to go back, get that C4, commit to that B-bomb site if they want to. And with Dezen up close in A main, he's able to dispose of things, and that's the C4 down and complications added.
Certainly sensational stuff. Blocker and Mar need to come in now. Another 2v2 scenario, but with the clock very low in the bomb in no man's land. This round is over for Fate. They've got absolutely no chance of closing it away. Blocker, he's just a couple of paces away from getting this bomb down, and Galaxy Racer steal away a 14th.
That's so smart from Dezen. That's super smart from Dezen there as well. In that final scenario where actually there's not a lot of time left on the clock, and instead of being in a dangerous position, he just falls right back to the T-spawn because he knows the opponents have got no time.
A 5-round deficit, and how do Fate come back into this one? 9 on the board. They need 7 out of 7 to close this out in regulation.
This is where the execute starts to come through. Loads of nades raining over on A. They've had a fair amount of success initially on this A-bomb site, but with Dezen and Relaxer finding the shots, the man advantage sways their favor.
Trick is the only saving grace, and with that wall bang, evens up the numbers once again, and he might want to swing into connector for yet another one. They look to be guaranteed double digits, and Patrick's going to secure it with a massive triple kill.
Patrick just activates. All of a sudden there, he's just unleashed. It goes from actually taking these initial casualties to then him just saying, right, I'm just going to finish this one off. I'm going to peek right in. I'm going to get all 3 headshots. And it's just the confidence on this man right now. Swinging 3 different angles at once, converting all of the headshots. That's what they need right now. Fate need confidence.
Absolutely the case. Double digits gives them a way back in, but Galaxy Racer, their money, it's broken. We could have a close map yet. Is breaking point, maybe even the turning point. 14-12, certainly a possibility.
Abs now up close to Pop Dog. They have been abusing this area of the map in a fair few of these rounds where they get all of these Molotovs in and then they just take the control a little bit later on. I'm interested to see, as those Molotovs come down, if Tabs actually goes for something funky here or whether he just falls away. Of course, he's the only man with a rifle, so he really needs to make a play in this round.
10-14. That is key as it gets for Fate. Otherwise, map 1, it's gone down the drain. We go on to Overpass, a stronghold for both teams next. Galaxy Racer is statistically their best. Perhaps he's got this angle, and they're not going to check for him. A double kill, the bomb dropped as a result, and the AK-47 retrieved. What an absolute slaughter inside the pop dog. Han can't capitalize. And a 5 versus 2 to pull through for Nikki and Ma. Not always the heaviest fraggers. Ma's certainly the top fragger of this first map. Maybe slightly incognito on the A-bomb site as Relaxer also falls. They've got to retrieve the C4. And there's so much more work to be done here. Ma, Nikki, the Molotov, it's flawless as Nikki finds another one. The in-game leader comes in clutch. There's another molly for the action. Galaxy Razor made to eat it. This was a 5 versus 2, Josh. And Pleasant might be about to give the whole game away. Orb at the ready. Has a hit been spotted? I think it certainly has been. He's watching this electric angle, and he's able to steal away another frag. 10 seconds to get this bomb down and away. And Tabs needs to come in and capitalize. He's getting oh so close. I don't think Nikki knows he's here. And it's their headshot to secure map point.
That is an absolutely massive round from Tabs. Finds those opening 2 kills over towards Pop Dog. And then Dezen, we didn't even get to see it on camera. It's a lightning fast scout shot. I don't know how he wins the duel against Han in that scenario, but in doing so, it eliminates such a huge risk, such a huge man with so much firepower, and it just really pushes Fate into a very, very difficult position. Now going into the 26th, this could be the final round if Fate can't pick it up. They have got some money to work with. They've got 4 AKs. They've got this AWP on Han once again, utility to work with. But as we watch this replay, Tabs, all he's got to do is look up and hold mouse 1. This was just absolutely sensational. Such a back and forth round.
What are you supposed to do against that? It's so amazing. 15 to 10. Really even for Fate. They need 5 in a row to even get to overtime here on Train. The money is totally broken for Galaxy Racer, remember. Who's this one? Might be going the absolute distance, as we have in every map so far today. It seems to be a LOOT.BET curse. It's a dream. 15-10. Galaxy Racer, they need 1 to finish.
Need set up back over towards B once again, but looking at the positioning of the bomb, I'm not sure if that's their end game. I think this is a bit of a fake. They throw those nades over. It's clearly keeping Galaxy Racer occupied. They've actually gone for the stack over towards this B site. And as the nades come through, it's all a big fake. Fate are actually going to go right back to this A bomb site, and they've been granted it for free.
A straight on and in. Galaxy Racer cannot afford to give away the double AWP setup. That wasn't the game plan here. To go for a stack, a bit of a gamble. Aided by the information that Relaxer was able to gain through IV, but you said a ruse, no clues, and Fate should be able to take an 11th.
You're going to lose there.
I was going to put lose in, but, you know, I turned away from it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Nonetheless, I think you are right. 15 seconds on this clock. Galaxy Racer not really showing any signs of actually going for this retake. They expended that MP9 initially, I think, just to try and punch in some damage. Maybe if he makes a big play, there's a chance. That's really unfortunate from Tab. Getting that leg, but not hitting the body shot, it is going to give an AWP over to actually Han, who didn't have one in hand. But nonetheless, Galaxy Racer, they're going to be able to hold on to some rifles. They should be able to invest quite healthily around them.
The case, we'll see. Dezen, he only picks up a scout, I think. So, double AWP setup, obviously not carried into round number 27. And once again, this could be another turning point in this series. We know Fate, 4 rounds now needed on the trot. And every single opportunity now, absolutely pivotal.
To grasp it right now. If they don't, they're back down to no money, and Fate can put themselves onto 13. That's a very, very dangerous scoreline. Then you're really playing with fire. They have a huge advantage right now, and they need to seize it. The nade's rolling down into the Pop Dog area. It's going to force Tabs back, but not away. That second Molotov needs to come through the window in order to force him right back to E-Box, and his current position is still very dangerous.
Dezen's up close and personal to the Ivy angle, but with the shot missed, it gifts him a first onto Nikki. Mars able to trade, and as the smokes go away, it's all down to timing for Relaxer. Cannot connect. Still alive and roaming beside Electric, but needs to fire to life at the minute mark. Galaxy Racer are going to close this map down right here, right now. Pleasant's got a perfect angle for the job, and this map might just be over. He's got the perfect flank in the tank, and he's going to drop. There's the up-close shot for Relaxer. Almost a no-scope right there as Blocker then next to drop. 16-11 for Galaxy Racer, as that is just a sensational effort on Train.
Flawless. Absolutely. Really, really fantastic stuff there from Galaxy Racer. And I don't want to say I'm surprised by their ability to close, but they did fantastically towards the end there. They closed out the rounds that they needed to, and really, really fantastic.
Yeah, certainly the case. And obviously we go on to map number 2 in a sec. Hello and welcome back, everybody. You're watching LOOT.BET CS Season 8. Exciting day of best of threes today. This is our second, of course, second map between Galaxy Racers and Fate. That map actually went the absolute distance train, and we're getting into Overpass in the next couple of moments. Any ideas of what we're about to see?
Well, of course, this is Galaxy Racers map. So you've got to bear in mind the fact that actually they should be strong here. Statistically, Fate are still the better team on Overpass. It is a pretty bizarre pick to go into, but bearing in mind they've just gone straight into Train. They've demolished Fate on their own map, and like really, really confident. Going into Overpass, I think that there is going to be this. They should be pretty. They can take this early flurry of rounds, especially if they kick off on their CT side. They should be pretty.
Yeah, they will actually kick themselves off on that CT side going into the second map of the day as well. So I think that's a really interesting factor. They carry over that momentum actually picked up there on Train. And I think a really interesting kind of storyline getting into this second map. Of course, we have had it in the LOOT.BET Season 8 especially, where one team just completely overwhelms the other on their opponent's map pick and vice versa, going on to a third map, which is then the staple. I think this could be one of those series, with Overpass being the home map for both of these teams.
Absolutely. We are going to see this. We haven't seen these two teams play up against on Overpass in a very, very long time. There's been kind of recent iterations to this Galaxy Racer roster as well, with Freddy Frog going. We've seen the addition of Dezen, who has actually really, really impressed me so far today. He was fantastic on Train. If he can kind of carry across that kind of firepower onto Overpass as well, that would be very, very good. We've seen Relaxer on the AWP doing bits. Overpass is a map that really complements that as well. So him playing over towards A, either maybe going for those early picks to Fountain, maybe just playing, he could be incredibly important. But it's something that you really have to take into account as we get kicked into this one. I'm super excited to see.
Yeah, me too. The pistol round going live right now, ladies and gentlemen. We've got an exciting second map to kick off this action. I'm almost expecting a 3-mapper right now. Fate had some struggles throughout this tournament, struggles dating back to the closed qualifier. Now we're in that main Swiss system. They're 0-1. They cannot afford to lose this series.
Absolutely can't. And if they do, then they've got to win 3 in a row just to make it to those playoffs. So this is their best chance. Overpass needs to be converted for them. And to kick things off in this pistol round, they're actually getting quite aggressive over towards Playground early on. I think this is going to be a big, long wraparound with Blocker just waiting for this aggression and trying to cut it off.
Block at the ready, and Blocker finishes off the both of them. Pleasant also drops, and this now becomes more tightly and hotly contested. Fate, I think they might even have the finish here with Mar on the angle towards A long. Relaxer also falls, and Grux has to hold up a solo defense.
It's certainly become complicated quite quickly. Tabs and Grux, really nothing they can do here. Tabs actually right on the wrong side of the map as well. So should just be able to get himself one as he hears the steps from Blocker. But that is going to be all. He might even just go and save this kit and smoke. Not a lot, but it's certainly better than just charging in and dying to one of these guys.
The USPS at the ready, trying to find some finishing frags perhaps. Smoke not retained into the next. Find as much as possible. That is disallowed by Han. Sensational pistol there from Fate. You see that dream team, that combination, that sucker punch that we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, Josh, between Blocker and Han. On Train, they kind of went to sleep throughout that first half, slightly stepping up there in the second. But you know that this Fate roster have such a sensational T side. If they're going to do a heavy amount of damage, I think it's going to be right now.
Absolutely. We didn't see it all too much on Train, but here on Overpass, it's a very, very different dynamic. And you do tend to see they do somewhat favor that T side. Kicking things off with that pistol win, they're going to feel pretty confident going in with the rifles as well. I'm actually taking a fair amount of damage from that AK, and it very much seems like Fate are going for Old Faith. This is what they did in the pistol, and it worked out perfectly for them. So why not try it with the SMGs?
Lots of time to work with against the Force Buy, and Galaxy Racer playing quite the established defense into the toilets. That combination of Relaxer and Tabs playing up close and personal, but Fate, they've already taken so much map control here. They're all practically outside of this A site, and with Nikki finding that first sure that the rest of the defense is about to fall. Relaxer needs to find the pickups right now. Needs a follow-up headshot. And he does actually find one. Blocker's there to trade, but still a 2 versus 2 scenarios. The AK-47s need to scramble to get control of this A site. And with Desm finding another, Ma now challenged to the punch. He was the top fragger on train, and now he's got to do it again. He's got the AK in hand, and the angle totally lined up, and Grux is going to finish him off.
That's such a fantastic angle from Grux. Galaxy Racer not getting impatient. They know that they've got enough time on this bomb that they can play with it. They don't have to charge in and face an angle in a 2 versus 1. They can actually just slowly, methodically clear out the positions that Mark could be in, and they absolutely flawlessly execute that one. Fate, they're going to be kicking themselves. That was really a round that they should have won. They had all of the firepower advantage, and within 20 seconds of the round, they had all the map control to work with too.
1-1, those odds favoring the Galaxy Racer side. You betters, you say that it's going to be a 2-0. Galaxy Racers certainly agree with you, taking that second round in style. And that's despite losing those first couple of kills as well. That's certainly a bit of a devastating blow there for Fate. They had the whole of long controlled, executing and bursting onto that A bomb site, actually with Nikki finding that first frag. Mac 10 style, you always want to send the SMG in first. And snowballing into control, getting that bomb down assertively. It's all about those scouts, though. The Desert Eagles as well chipping in. And Galaxy Racer are back in the race.
Well, a bizarre time for a timeout, but it's true. I assume it's
a technical.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. You know what we've been promised with that we haven't got?
Lots of money.
That as well, but oh, that's not what I was thinking. Remember when we talked about Harm, we were promised a picture. They said he was going to an event that next weekend. We were going to get a picture.
I'm going to call him out. Panico, I really need that picture. On the stream, on the screen.
Still the Invisible Man. I see a picture of him in a nice Fate jersey like everybody else.
I can guarantee that it's definitely... Probably my fault. 1-1. He did send me a picture. Not on the computer screen.
Either way, Fate right now really got nothing to... Just a couple of pistols. It's Patrick and Nikki to wield these deagles as they want to try and get aggressive over towards A. But Relaxer with this scout is just shutting this one.
Abs on the angle likewise. He's got the M4 at the ready and should be able to submerge this attack. On the last to fire. Sure that he's not going to find ultimate with only the Glock in hand. Trying to take the duel against Tabs, and it's not going to work out favorably. Galaxy Racer up to 2.
Very nearly finds it, in fact. Actually gets him down to 3 HP, but that's not good enough. 100 to kill, and they go into the 4th. It's just going to be the AKs brought up all round. Single Mac 10 on Patrick. A little bit of utility to work with. There's a real lack of offensive utility, though, and that could certainly be problematic. No HGs, only 2 Molotovs. When you're trying to clear out a site, especially on that B site, those Molotovs are super important. So they really need to make sure that they hold on to them. Either way, in the 4th, they are going to go towards A once again. We've seen it every round so far.
Mac 10 to open up. Doesn't find the first frag, and it's Pleasant instead. Low HP and trying to retain this lead. He's able to do so with at least 1 kill. Forced right back by the SMG. Patrick barely has anything to work with. He has to retrieve the Mac 10 and use that to his advantage. Low money going into this one. The AK-47 retrieved, and Tabs keeping the angle completely under post. Under lock and key. Back to the A bomb site. Will he be allowed to do so? He will. The AK-47 fires in for some damage. Icky to trade.
Of course it is traded, but it's still a 2-for-1. Tabs is done a fantastic work there, and actually keeping Fate at a distance as well for another 30 seconds is massively impactful. As Desmond comes in from connector, he is going to get eliminated, but they're certainly not going to expect Grux here, but Blocker still finds a shot nonetheless. A 2 versus 1 situation. This round's been completely flipped on its head, and now it's all down to Relaxer with this scout in hand to try and clutch up.
What is he able to do? They're completely outmaneuvered. Blocker and Nikki, they found the lion's share of these opening frags, and I'm sure that Relax is going to have no idea that this is coming through right now. He should probably advance for the AK-47. Instead, it's 25 seconds left. He's going to prioritize A long. That should quite literally seal his fate. Down to 2-2, very more than likely. I don't expect Relaxer to pitch in for this one. Maybe there is the defuse kit available. So with the M4 retrieved, we head down to B. At the ready. Lots of time to work with, but that will tick away incredibly quickly. His way through. I don't think this will be spotted, but Nicky twizzles and turns in the right time.
Timing just pretty impeccable there to suit Nicky's favor, and there was a few conditions there for Relaxer to actually be able to go for that. Number one, there being a kit on the floor. Number two, connector door being open, which means that he can actually get through without making down queues. Both of those things lined up, but he still wasn't able to find himself. Fate have done quite nicely to recover that one, get themselves back 2-2, and now we've got a fair buy round. AK's all round for the team side, and a single AWP in Galaxy. Of course, the rifles to back it up too. A bit of utility here and there. It's actually Tabs that's going on that AWP initially. He had the best spawn. He wanted to try and go for that pick. Since he didn't find the shot, he's actually going to throw it right back to Relaxer, and they just go for this double mount toilet setup. I really like this configuration. Tabs jammed himself in the corner. Relaxer on that AWP. As soon as he misses the shot, he has to try and swing off of his...
Well, AK-47's at the ready, and as you mentioned, that teamwork, it's so important to fire in, and Fate really struggling to find these opening frags. This time, they've been held at an arm's length away from the toilets. It's the AWP at the ready to try and eliminate. Relaxer there to be the first man, the shining gun. He's got the support of that AUG up close and personal, but he doesn't even need it. Drops the bomb. There's the second man to fall. Just can't do anything about it. Finally, one trade from Nicky. That's all she wrote, though. At the 50-second mark, they've still got the sniper to contend with. Relaxer's right around this corner, and with the smoke down, gaining his exit. Such low HP. Wants to connect with a second shot, but how is this even possible? 6 health, falling into Nicky's crosshairs, and now Fate can try and capitalize this pointy letter.
That's exactly what it's looking like they're going to go for here. They are taking it slow, though. There's an opportunity for them to get down connector, try and wrap back around to B, especially as Nicky's just found himself a double. That's almost going to certainly secure this rotation. But Pleasant, he's already on it. He's already got down towards this B site. He's heard the sound cues. He knows exactly what's up, and he needs to try and clutch this one out.
With a quad kill as well, looking for the ace here in the afterplant. Pleasant does close through, probably doesn't want to give this one away for confidence reasons, but it's Patrick to steal it regardless. Fate with 3, that'll break the buy.
It certainly has broken the buy, hasn't it? Every single man sitting on that $1,900 mark. They're not going to be able to invest anything in, not even the pistol. If they do so, they won't have enough money to buy into the next. So they have to full eco here. No one can afford to buy anything, and this should just be a really easy clean. With Han as well, down to this Mac 10, this could be very beneficial. If he finds the lion's share of these kills, that's going to rack up his bank balance and put him in a fantastic buy up and all.
This is where Fate are at the most scary, when Han is firing on all cylinders, with on this T side of Overpass, to be perfectly honest. They are so damn good at it, and they're showing us exactly why. These angles, these avenues of approach, they're all panning out successfully, and this should just be a sweep up for round 4 right now. Patrick converts beautifully. That's just a firing range up towards this toilets area. 1 minute 20, and well, Relaxer and Tabs, nothing they can do about this one. The aforementioned Mac 10 of Han even able to find a kill, and this one is already over. Relaxer just hunting for some final kills. Don't think with 70 seconds on the board he'll be able to retain this AK.
Quite impressive if he could. A big weapon for him to carry into the next, but he'll have to kill off 4 attackers to be able to hold on to it. Han is hot on his heels with this Mac 10. He wants to try and get rid of this rifle. Relaxer can hear sound cues all around, and they're just baiting him into this one. Coming in from both angles, making sure he can't do any more damage than he should be able to. And there we go. 4 players staying alive. Han even retrieves that AK right at the end. And that little bonus means that he will have enough to absorb if he wants to.
Exactly what you're talking about here. 4-2. Money built up for Fate eventually, and Galaxy Racer, they'll have another swing at it. 3 Famus, the single AWP on Relaxer. Remember, it's a glass cannon. The only utility he has, pretty pointless decoy grenade. Be holding that one towards the A bomb site, of course. towards Long and Fate. They're going to bail elsewhere. This seems to be a fast running gun setup for the B bomb site. The C4 already carried in, and the Famises, they've been totally outmaneuvered, spotting up all of this attack. And Patrick, he yet finds another one. Han's position, it's gone completely unknown to Grux, and surely he gets flanked here. It's an easy frag to find, and Fate, that's an easy 5th.
That's such a good read from Fate there on the whole situation to be able to say, do you know what? It really feels like Galaxy Racer are going for this short control off the bat every single round because we haven't been going B, and therefore we can just charge right into Monster, smoke off short, get into the site, Han can wrap around, and job done.
It's all about controlling that pace on the T side as well, staying unpredictable and being a surprising factor. That certainly caught Galaxy Racer off guard, and funnily enough, it was actually a complete counter strat to what the CTs were doing. They went through Monster and through Water, and Fate just went all the way the other way right into B. So these rifles not even saved here. This AWP should maybe even also drop. Relaxer, the aim punch is a real problem, and missing that shot adds even further qualms and blockers there to finish off the job.
Get into round number 8. Fate, they've had a really fantastic start here on Overpass. That's just undoubted. They took the pistol. We thought that maybe they'd be able to string together more off the pistol. Galaxy Racer actually had a response to it. They won the 2 follow-ups. And Fate. That's all it's been since. They've been absolutely flawless. They should be able to extend this lead even further as well, as I can't imagine they'll be faced up against all too much here. Just the pistols for Galaxy Racer to work with.
That's why Overpass is such a surprising pick for Galaxy Racer. We know that they bring a lot of firepower to the table in terms of that T-side performance, but if you're unable to hold Fate back here, what chance do you really have to close this out in 2? We said that Fate probably need to take Train, but still massive chances in this series. We go to Vertigo as a 3rd if we need it. That would be our decider in this one, and Fate, I think we've seen this all before. A bit of deja vu into the B site.
They all charge in. The first kill coming through onto Dezen. And this is just a free bomb site for them to take here. Walk straight on. They don't even need to clear all these angles. Galaxy Racer are absolutely nowhere to be seen. And as Fate just continue to press on, they will be able to mop the floor with the defenders. Tabs and Relaxer, the 2 men surviving with the Eagles. And I can't imagine they'll be able to for much longer.
Looks easy, simple. Maybe they perhaps find 1 kill with the Desert Eagle, but I don't really see possibilities for all too much else to be done. Tabs right around the corner. Even finding the first frag, and that USPS is going to follow shortly behind as well. 6-2. Fate, what role they have over this T side.
4 men for Fate there as well, still alive and kicking at the end of that round, so they're going to be pretty comfortable. Look at the money on some of these guys. Blocker sitting at 10k. Mar and Nikki around that $7,000 mark as well. They have got a healthy economy, and they know that they can continue to win these rounds in the fashion that they are. And even if they lose one, they've got a really big cushion behind them. They can buy up for another 2 rounds at the very least before they have to eco. So they're in a fantastic position right now. Relaxer with this AWP in round number 9 is going to go for his stance over towards Long. And with the door broken, maybe Fate can try and wriggle into B again.
There's at least some damage dealt, but really just marginal. Clive's on literally 99 points of health, Marth 93. It's barely even a talking point here inside the connector.
Flash has come over. Tabs is going to be forced right back. He can relay all of this information. He hasn't shown himself yet. As he goes for this peek, he's actually able to do quite a lot of damage. But the Molotov forces him right out. Lucky for him, the T's are all charging right through to try and get onto this site. It's only Plez in the last line of defense. He seems to be holding it quite nicely.
3 versus 3. Bomb goes away surely in the next couple of seconds. Galaxy Racer pipping in, but Relaxer becomes the main pivot point on this retake. AWP towards Long. The flank gets flanked by Mar. And in the 2 versus 2 scenario, Fate want to play this as a single-pronged defense. I think Ma needs to rotate into the toilets. That's exactly what he's doing. Only 20 seconds left, and there's no defuse kit available right now. Galaxy Racer, how do they get this one done? Nikki needs to make a mistake, and there's only a couple of seconds to force it through. Dezen needs this kill right here, right now, and it's not gonna happen. Nikki finishes it off, and he's good for round 7.
That's absolutely fantastic there from Fate. I really like the way they play that. They play that from very, very far back. Now, I'm not sure if they know that no one on Galaxy Racer had a kit there, but if they did, then that is masterful. To be able to say, they haven't got a kit, so we're going to play this from miles away, and we're just going to run this clock down as long as we can. That's exactly what they did. They did it flawlessly. It applied loads of pressure onto Dezen in that 1 versus 1 situation, and it made the round easy for Fate to pick up.
Just pistols for Galaxy Racer going into the next. Pretty much a flawless start from the Bulgarians as they continue this tear through the T side of Overpass. You might be going on a 3rd map overall.
It's going to be Fate once again, just charging all the way up long. They are just gifted this one for free. Of course, they're just up against these pistols right now from Galaxy Racer. They've got all of these nades over towards B as well. They've really kind of gambled on a B push. They go for that nade stack. Maybe it swings their way. That's not going to be the case here, though. They'll have to save him for the retake.
He's on through, and Galaxy Racer, we haven't found a single frag just yet. Pretty much a giveaway round. You'd expect maybe a couple saved, but only Kevlar, just traded pistols in hand. Might eventuate into exits. Sat behind the smokes. There's more to follow. Keeping Galaxy Racer at an arm's length away from this A-bomb site right now. At C4, it's already so far ticked, and there's Molotovs to add to the mix. That'll separate the retake. Galaxy Racer said they were exits, but this is not looking promising whatsoever. Of course, the round is not even in question. It's a nice shot, fancy and flashy, but now the AKs can take control. One frag found. I don't know if that's good enough.
Even found onto the man with 11k as well. So Blocker's not going to be troubled whatsoever by reinvesting. And that's just unfortunate from Galaxy Racer. Even that 4 deagle stack, the 4 nade stack that they had were all deployed towards the truck, and it just didn't do any damage whatsoever. Now going into the 11th, they're actually going for this double AWP setup. Pleasant to pick up the 2nd. He's the man who wielded it over on train as well when they went for that double setup. And I assume he'll be holding it over towards B. So maybe this is something that Fate won't expect as they charge in.
Seems to be that common stratagem that they've been throwing into place so many times, and Dezen has to hold up the line. I don't think he's going to be able to beside the pillar. A first found, but traded right back, and Pleasant might be next to drop. I like found in the meantime, and Grux, he's been given the space to rotate right through, and he finds Patrick too. Galaxy Racer finally up to their 3rd round. They need a whole lot more before this half comes to a close.
That was really strong there from Pleasant and Dezen for them to just find 1 kill apiece, but more importantly, deploy that smoke grenade and buy enough time for the rotations to come through. And as soon as they did, Grux could provide all the support he needed, find those final 3 frags, and put the round in Galaxy Racer's favor. However, if Pleasant and Dezen drop there, the C4 goes down and it's Fate's round for the 10. So very, very nice stuff, and it allows them to carry these weapons across and play this double AWP setup once again here in the 12th.
Actually go right back into this B-bomb site despite it not working out before. Galaxy Racer, they've altered the setup. No aggressive player, no AWP, and no chance with Grux and Dezen both dropping. 1 minute 30, and already that bomb going down.
I'm absolutely speechless. I don't understand. Fate's like, the whole mindset here is just charge back into B again. I think they knew that there was going to be another double AWP setup as they would have carried it across. And therefore, just keep rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Okay, it didn't work that time. Let's just do it again, yeah? And it works out absolutely perfectly for them. All the flashes rain over. They just charge right through, find those opening kills with ease. And they know that these AWPs aren't going to be able to go for the retake. Even if this was a 3 versus 3 situation, Galaxy Racer have no equity in this round and no chance with the AWP.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and Fate have read the situation so masterfully here on the T side. I don't see any possibility of this just going 2 maps now. I think Vertigo is certainly on the cards. These saved rifles. Relaxer takes an overpeak. That's a massive mistake. We're starting to see them creep in left, right, and center from Galaxy Racer. The change of the B bomb site. And just losing all of these opening picks. Relaxer going for peaks that he really doesn't need to. This is just stat padding.
Absolutely. And in that final scenario, there's no excuse for him to continue being like that. Whiffs a couple of arguably pretty easy shots, and going for that final peak certainly didn't do him any favors. The odds now heavily favoring Fate, though. This is something we haven't seen at all so far this series. On Train, Galaxy Racer were the hot favorites, and now Fate have just turned the tables completely on their opponent's map pick. We are seeing this single AWP set up in the hands of Relaxer this time, and they still have the cash to buy up quite healthily, and it is only the AKs here for Fate. But are Galaxy Racer able to close this gap before the halfway point?
Really don't see how they can. I don't even think 6 rounds on the CT side of Overpass is necessarily good. Up against Fate, we know that their Overpass is incredibly confident. That lays into place the question marks. Why would Galaxy Racer pick a map like this? It's Fate's previously home map. It's always been a Bulgarian stronghold, dating back to the days where Blocker would have been playing with Cirque of all players, and time another star AWP to join up the forces. 50-second mark, they're going to pile drive their way into this curly letter once again, where only Dezen is holding the control. Misses all of those shots, and that pretty much signals the beginning of the end.
Gets some pretty decent damage, but not even finding a single frag there really causes some problems. Grux is able to come in for one, but with Fate still maintaining this man advantage and all the utility as well to continue to keep these CTs locked out, I really don't see a way in for Galaxy Racer. The boost is quite nice bit of initiative to go for it. Might be able to spot out something, but Fate are actually fully aware of this. They're playing this very, very disciplined, and I don't think the Galaxy Racer have any way in, especially not with Nikki around the corner to find two. Completely shut this one down.
It genuinely seems like they're just making the mistake every single time, and this B bomb site has been so damn easy for Fate to snowball over the top. They don't take away the AWP, but that's all she wrote. Double digits already on this terrorist side, and almost just flawless half. Remember, Galaxy Racer started us off quite strong here on the defense. Unable to capitalize. 10-5 is their best case scenario here. It'll be a floppy bye going into number 14.
Floppy bye indeed. Just the Deagles. They can't even really afford to actually go for a whole lot more around that. They want to try and keep around about 3k in the bank so that they can have a next. And it's just going to be Relaxer on that AWP to try and hold things up. Fate once again just charging right into this B bomb site. They know that this aggression's working. And look at it. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Rifles drop, only the one Deagle to hold up the defense, and it's just never going to happen. It just looks far too easy. It's like Fate are smurfing here on Overpass, with Galaxy Racer unable to put together even a morsel of defense towards B, and it's almost like a practical joke at this point. Guess what, boys? We're going to go for it again, and what an absolute bombardment there. It will be a bye from Galaxy Racer coming into the last round of this half. Just look at these rifles drop. It's the AWP as the primary investment, but as they fall, it's economy. Fate scoreline snowballs.
I don't know what was said or done in that 10-minute break between the maps, but Fate are just looking like a completely different side.
I think it's just the different maps. I think it's the confidence that comes into Overpass for them.
Of course, they picked into Train. Train was their map pick, so you'd really expect them to have that confidence factor on Train as well, if not more so. So to see them like this on Overpass, it's super impressive, but it's also incredibly surprising. And I think maybe they will first pick into Overpass a little bit more in future matches.
Yeah, I think so as well. At one point of time, it would have been just almost a must pick for them. Overpass was a map that they always felt comfortable on. You saw if they had maybe 2 of Train, Dust 2, and Overpass in the pool, it would almost be a guaranteed series win for them. And this is exactly why. This T side, it's been so flawless. They've been out-reading and out-playing Galaxy Racer. Just an incredible comfort map here for the Bulgarians. As we see this half continue, might even be a 12-3 finish.
Oh, it absolutely could be. And actually, in a 4 versus 4 situation with Relaxer missing that shot as well, he hasn't been all too consistent so far this half. A cheeky little no-scope to come through as Patrick whiffs. Just makes me eat my words a little bit. But I'm still going to stick by it. He hasn't been massively consistent on this AWP so far here on Overpass. He's been a man that was like putting in some massive plays over on Train. We actually saw the just statistics in his favor, just finding all of those kills. So it's quite unfortunate to see him slacking a little bit here on Overpass. I'd like to see him pick that up as we move into this second half. But maybe it's just too little too late, even if they do.
He might not even have too much time to do so here. A 2 versus 4 to try and finish this one off. And even this 4th round might just eventuate to be a consolation prize. That's if Nicky doesn't rob this one away as well. Smoke's placed, and it doesn't look like Galaxy Racer are playing a coordinated approach. They might single-handedly challenge Mar here, and Grux is able to find the frag. With Nicky holding it down, the kits are available. Galaxy Racer can play the timings. Nicky finding the first. This should just be the crossfire, and Grux able to sweep it away. Number 4.
But you certainly saw the stars aligning. There was massive potential for Fate to clutch that one up. As Mar kind of went somewhat unchecked, there was huge chance that he just finds that opening pick onto Grux, brings things back into a 2-on-2, then they can just go for the clutch in that scenario. Nonetheless, it is going to be Galaxy Racer to find 4. Not a good half by a mile, but I don't know. They recover that final round. It will be like, yeah.
A little pat on the back, perhaps. Look at Nicky, by the way. 22 kills.
He's a man that you really don't see stepping up all too much. It's really surprising to see over on Train, we didn't see big numbers from Blocker or Han. I was kind of thinking to myself in this one that they'd have to step up for Fate to get the work done. And they haven't been. But Han's currently sitting on 5 frags. Blocker not doing a whole lot better either. But Nicky is the man to turn up. He's the man that's really making this work for Fate right now.
And he certainly bought them a lot of time in this series. Now we'll see the CT side where Han will more than likely be far more effective. Blocker is that main anchor towards the B side of things. Certainly going to be more successful than what we saw right there from that Galaxy Racer start. And I think they're just going to be beaten to the punch here in this map. They've got to take a massive terrorist side if they even have a chance in this one. Otherwise, it might be curtains right off the bat.
I'm going to name and shame as well. I feel bad, but I have to do it. Desmond was a man that I really talked about on Train, putting up here on Overpass. He's got 2 kills at the heart. It's having very, very little impact, and that is hurting Galaxy. They need those young guns that are the ones to find those opening picks in so many of these rounds to turn up and do so. And if they don't, then it just damages them. They can't seem to recover off of it.
You've heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Emin named and Emin shamed.
Anything bad.
Certainly didn't. This halftime break taking its time before we get back into the action. But in the meantime, sing us a song, Josh?
Not particularly.
Okay. No, I don't.
You sure?
Yeah, I am sure. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. What song would you want me to
Sing us Death of You and Me by Noel Gallagher.
I don't know the words to that.
Don't know the word.
By the sounds of things, you do, though.
No, I've forgotten them. I'm just lyrically just kaput.
All right. I'm not going to pursue evil, so I'm just gonna go with that one. A little bit of a lengthy half-time break. I think we will be getting straight back. Hear the tick. Exit. Something's counting down, and we're about to get kick in with the second half pistol.
Let's hope so. Well, prediction, case in point. Fate with 11, and I think the pistol round might just put them over the top here. Galaxy Racer, they need 12 rounds to take it 2-0 in regulation. Otherwise, they're going to Vertigo. It's one of the first times we've seen it in this tournament. I think it's the first time me and you have casted Vertigo in this tournament.
Absolutely. It's something that you really don't see all too much of now. It was interesting because when it was added to the competitive map pool, it was played a lot. A lot of teams really liked it. When they did a bit of a rework of it as well and had that second iteration, a lot of teams were still picking it up. So last season of LOOT.BET, Season 7, loads of teams. Actually one of the most played maps. Here in Season 8, no one likes it. That's just kind of a general thing right now. And yes, it's not.
Yeah, it's that composition of teams. You never really know what you're going to get in terms of map pools. It's usually skewed one way or another. It's very, very rare that you have a CS tournament. Each of the 7 maps are even closely played in terms of quantity. This time, Overpass and Fate Couple of steps away from the finish line. No defuse kits carried through, but Blocker with the first kill is going to stunt their growth towards long. Grux needs both of these frags, and with the second connection with that Glock, he is going to fall away, doing a lot of damage to both that dream team of Blocker and Han.
It looks like Galaxy Racer are going to cut their losses. They're going to go back, retrieve that C4, try and head over towards B. And that is absolutely the right call to make right now. Fate have gone for this gamble stack towards A. And as long as Galaxy Racer can speed this one up, they can get onto the site before the rotations come through.
Blocks at the ready. Bomb should go down here. P250 not even required to get the entry, but there it is anyway. Mar drops. Who's next to fall? Nicky's been spotted. It's P250 time once again. As Grux wants to step in, but what was that? That's actually sensational. Relax the tabs. They both fall as the Glocks close in from the rear. It's heaven control taken from Grux, and there's the connection in the combination.
You quite often see pistol rounds being very messy, especially at that kind of range, but not today. Clinical headshots from both sides coming through. The entry from the P250 on tabs there, just hitting a sensational shot onto Mar. And then we get to see this again from Nicky. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang. 2 bullets is all that's needed, and it sways the numbers back in their favor. Unfortunately, it's just not enough, though.
Certainly isn't. 5-11, scoreline closing through once again, and let's see if Galaxy Racer can get the job done against just a couple of pistols. Fate, they've picked up that single scout, actually 2 in on Patrick and Han. Eagles in the single CZ75 elsewhere. Just Galils for Galaxy Racer as they spread for control all over this map. It's Nicky to fall first, Mar after. 1 minute 25 on the board, and ready, lots of damage being dealt.
Still a long road ahead, but this is certainly the start they need to claw back this one. They're looking quite strong on this T-side. I really like what they did on the pistol. Their headshots were just really snappy. I'd love to see it. Right now, Han, he's the only one that's actually punched in any damage so far here in the 17. Still the scout in hand, potential for him to find more. But with the C4 being left behind, his position now exposed, Galaxy Racer are certainly just going to wrap around, get that bomb down on the A site. It's going to give Han no real opportunity.
No, I think saving becomes the best bet once again. There's a defuse kit available. I don't think there's any utility actually on the floor right there, but an upgraded pistol gives at least Fate something to work with going into the next. We will see that scoreline close up, at least 6-11 now, and Galaxy Racer should be given a free 7th on top of this.
Should put the scoreline 7-11 as Fate will have nothing to bring into it. I assume he drops that CZ over to someone, so they'll have a little bit to work with. Maybe they'll be looking for 1 or 2 kills in that one. I don't think they'll be able to get a whole lot more than that, though. Galaxy Racer, as I said before, still a very long road ahead to claw this one back. But if they can get themselves onto 7, it's only 4 needed to level out this scoreline. And considering they are looking better on this T side, that is absolutely doable. A dangerous factor for Fate to bear in mind. We've seen them play incredible Counter-Strike on their B half. We need to see it again here on the CT. Otherwise, things start to get dangerous. Of course, Han not even able to bring that Scout and CZ combo across. They're not going to be able to invest anything into this. Everyone on around this 2k mark. They can't afford to buy the pistols. They are going to go for the nades. I assume it will be for a nade stack. Han actually can't invest in anything either because he's got the luxury of sitting around $3. That means that he can go for that AWP when the buy comes in if he wants to. In order to do so, can't buy anything in. Just going to be that 4 nade setup over towards B. They're going to be hoping Galaxy Racer turn up and they'll be able to get that stack in. But Galaxy Racer are wise to it. They're headed over towards this A site where it's completely unguarded. They are taking their sweet time with it. I think the longer that they take, Fate will start to realize that actually, it's not going to be a B hit. They can hear the sound cues over on A. They will start to rotate. With all of those grenades still in hand, it's dangerous. Yeah, there's this kind of danger factor that Galaxy Racer could fall into a bit of a trap. Nonetheless, one of the nades being used. In fact, all of them being expended on Connector, doing only 5 points of damage onto tabs. And yeah, that's kind of any chance that they had in this round, someone eliminated.
As soon as that nade stack falls the way and just doesn't really sense be able to close this one out with only a couple of USPSs. No real investment found, as we said, Josh. No matter what Galaxy Race do, and of course they've selected the correct bomb site in this attempt over towards B. Should seal the deal.
Pretty nice read there from Galaxy Racer for them to actually realize what was going on over towards that B site, rotate back around, and then kind of do the same again later on. They're not taking any casualties so far here. Pleasant's just spraying away with this Galil. Does get dinked, so I think this is going to be his key to fall away. Allow Grux to help him out. And that's going to be all 5 players staying alive for Galaxy Racer. Really best case scenario for them. They don't need any reinvestments to come through. They've got a little bit of extra cash from the bomb going down as well. This is where they need to win the round. Han's got that AWP available. Everyone else with the utility to work with as well. This is a must-win round for either side.
We always talk about this momentum factor, and the T side is exactly where you can control the pace of the action. Galaxy Racer forced away from those big CT sides, and now they've got to do it all on this attacking half. Certainly possible, and with all of the AKs at the ready, Dezen and Grux find the openers.
That's the Dezen that we've been missing. Just swinging around the corner, taking that initial fight with Han. The headshot is absolutely flawless. And that gives them a load of opportunity here. They're not even going to seize it straight away. They don't want to charge right into this B bomb site. They don't have the information and they don't have the utility posted. But with another kill coming through from Grux, the information that there's one more man there, now they can start to make a decision. And that decision is actually to grab the C4 and head back to A. They know that there can only be one defender, and that's Mar.
He is. He's the first to take the challenge with Relaxer dropping. That's all of the information gained by Galaxy Racer. Nonetheless, still a 2v2 scenario with the bomb wrapping in. Pleasant taps those digits through. Bank control firmly taken, and now how do Fate respond? Expect a snappy rotate from the B site. I expect both players to reconvene and play this one as a unit. Full HP on Galaxy Racer. A bit of utility to hold this one away. Smoke, flash, nade. It's the rabbit here on the A bomb site, and a couple of flashes from Fate. Try and get back into this one. Pleasant's got such a tight angle, and there's the first. Doesn't even need to swing outwards, does anyway. 14 seconds on the bomb, but Nikki with no kit has to backtrack, and Fate prevented from getting onto 12.
That's fantastic from Galaxy Racer there. They just aren't even phased by that one at all. They can fall right away. Bombs planted for them. They know that the rotation's not going to come through from the B halls and that it's actually going to come in from Connect. So they can play it from a distance. That initial kill coming through from Pleasant as well on that fantastic angle works wonders for them. Nikki falling away does actually find himself that AWP. So that can be dropped over to Han, who wouldn't have otherwise been able to afford one. That's pretty impactful. However, they're not going to choose to invest around it. Only the pistols, a little bit of Kevlar here and there, and some utility to work with. And this could very easily be a 9th for Galaxy Racer.
Certainly should be, just against this null and void buy, as you mentioned. CZ75's at the ready. What can Fate do here? Funnily enough, we saw a fairly weak, flimsy CT side earlier on Train, and that's re-emerging once again. As we go on to Overpass, that defense certainly seems to be the problem. And if Galaxy Racer are going to 2-0, of course, we've seen the entirety of their defensive half. They've got to get all of the job done on this terrorist side. It's Grux to search for this initial opening. He's hunting for a headshot. He's going to be able to find one. Nikki instantly falls, and it's just a Grux show on the B bomb site. All of the conversions, and Han, I'm sure he's going to save this up, Josh.
I reckon he will as well. That's a really smart move to go for, especially with Mar. Someone acting as a bit of a bodyguard, I'm sure. With that CZ in hand, he'll try and make sure that he can carry it across. In order to do so, though, they need to survive for another 30 seconds. And during those 30 seconds, Galaxy Racer are going to hunting. They don't want Han to bring that up around. They want to have an easy run until they're level pegging once again. Then they'll be in a more comfortable position.
And what it's going to look like for Fate. I guess it might even be the double AWP setup. They sometimes resort to that when the going gets really tough, and that is one of these moments right now. Bomb explodes. There's the 9th. Galaxy Racer, they've done a splendid job of drawing this scoreline back. 5 in a row, that's exactly what's required. A couple more now. be even Stevens once again with all to play for. We see those entry kills. It is Blocker and Nikki leading the charge. Blocker, you noted it, has been a quieter player in this map. Certainly a talking point. He's usually that shining star. More importantly, though, Josh, Han, 0 opening frags this map.
With that AWP, he should be the one that's finding these picks, especially with Relaxer, such a defined AWPer as well. They're often going for these picks. Early on in the round, they'll both be trying to fight mid-control. They'll both be trying to fight some control over towards connector or maybe be short. And it's clear that Han's just not winning those engagements. Really not having a lot of presence here on overpass. And on this CT side, it's so important for your AWPer to be firing on all cylinders. If they aren't, it leaves a real gap in your defense.
Yeah, that's why I might even suggest for Fate to go towards that double AWP setup right now. I almost can't see it happening. They've been prioritizing this 1-4 setup. Let's see what Han can do here. At one point, he was just by far and away, along with Blocker, the best sniper actually in the scene with Cirque heading away. 9-11. Let's see if they can try and floor a couple closer to that finish line.
On this time, wants to go towards connector early. He changes his mind and actually falls right back. That's a fair amount of time wasted and could have been very dangerous had Galaxy Racer pushed through the fountain area. But somehow Pleasant actually just spams right through that smoke, finds himself that opening pick, and that's got to be so demoralizing if you're Patrick.
It absolutely is. It's just so devastating. You lose your life just a couple of seconds into a buy round that you've saved for. I just don't know. This is a head scratcher once again for Fate. They are really starting to struggle on this defensive half. Let's see if the final four can actually do anything about it. Han, of course, has a bit of cash in the reserve, and he will be the first to receive this challenge. He needs this kill right now. The timing, it just couldn't be worse. Forces his way towards toilets, and if he re-engages, he might just be history. Misses the shot. Does find the flashbang to try and bail away from the front of that site. By design, you've got so many different angles to watch, and playing bank as well. You can cash in on this aggression. He absolutely does. Relaxer falls, and now might want to re-engage into this avenue. It seems like Han is missing everything. This is so unconventional and so unlike himself, and he needs the support of Ma here in the attack.
Pleasant catching off the rotations, but time is of the essence right now. They've got 20 seconds on this clock, and Han's just landed another nice one onto Dezen. This gives them an opportunity, but with Tabs dancing around the smoke, Pleasant's able to go big, and Han left all on his lonesome. A huge turn of events as Pleasant's gone massive, and Han now just has to spam away through these boxes. His position's known. He does connect the shot, but no kill comes through. And now, time ticking away, he knows that he can't just charge in with this AWP. He has to wait for Galaxy Racer to make a mistake, and in them not doing so, he's pretty much out of this one. I don't know what more he can do here. It just continues to creep up. 15 seconds ticking away. He has got a kid in hand, but as soon as he gets spotted, there's no chance for him to find it. Tabs finishes him off, and that's going to be Galaxy Racer onto 10.
And that's Tabs and Pleasant doing absolutely all of the work right then. Sensational defense from Han. I mean, well, not really sensational. He missed a ton of shots there. Forces him into a 1 versus 2, which is practically impossible there on the A-bomb site. Fate, now a decision to make. What do they do? It's going to be the half buy going into round number 22. The CZs come out once again, and Galaxy Racer, all of the momentum on their side as they head towards both sides of this map, spreading the attack, and Fate seemingly on their last legs on the defensive half.
Over on Train, it was a very CT-sided map, a very CT-sided affair. Here it's quite the opposite. Fate had an incredible first half, going 11-4. Galaxy Racer have managed to pull it all the way back. If they can convert this one, which they should be able to against these pistols, we will be level pegging. 11-11. Galaxy Racer, a huge opportunity to pull this one all the way back. Take this series 2-0 against all odds.
My big question is, if Han doesn't find a frag here, even with $3,400 loss bonus, won't have enough for an AWP in the next. Like, it's Mark could perhaps drop one, but this gets touch and go. And if Han isn't massively successful here, this might all fall the way of Galaxy Racer. This is the turning point where they can try and draw this scoreline level. 3 players away on this B-bomb site. Dezen's hunting for that initial information. Fate not giving him all too much to work with. Waiting is a Effect back towards the monster. Will just tear on in for Patrick. Needs even more damage. Crux is going to seal his fate, and he can't find any further headshots. He's down to relax with the AWP, to chip and chime in with the scoped rifle. Of course, the flank coming in the meantime. Tabs, I don't think he spotted this one from the connector. Mars going to peek, but not punish.
That's really unfortunate. The timing just doesn't work out for Mar there. He could have found that kill, grabbed himself an AK, and had a pretty favorable 1 versus 1 situation. But instead, 2v1 has to wrap around, grab this AK-47. I assume he goes for this one. In fact, he almost certainly goes for this one, but with no kit in hand, the time pressure mounting, this is going to be such a difficult clutch for him to find.
Almost impossible. Time ticking. 20 seconds remaining. And Galaxy Racer almost on a hunt already. It's Relaxer to finish off the job there. 11-11. They've drawn the scoreline back through 6 in a row.
This is just so comfortable. Even after On finds that opening pick. Grux makes a huge mistake. They still pick it up quite nicely and put them 11-11. This has to be the buy here for Fate. They have to win it, really, but they have no momentum. They have no confidence built up right now.
Seemingly not. It's actually 7 in a row as well. This T side has been absolutely flawless. We thought Fate were good, but whole CT-sided affair has all fallen apart at the seams right now. Galaxy Racer absolutely getting the job done. I don't know what the turning point could be. Another quick, snappy tactical pause taken. What's the change of pace for Fate?
I'm not sure. I think they've had many opportunities. They've had several buy rounds throughout this comeback from Galaxy Racer to change the pace, to try and do something different, to go for that double AWP setup, as you mentioned, maybe throw one down to Nicky, see what he can do with it. And instead, they've just not been going for it. They've kind of just been playing this same setup. This time, Han is actually going to go for this pick towards Connector, something that we have seen him experiment with previously, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade.
That's certainly not good enough. As the AWP and Connector, you need to either bail or find all of the kills, and it's Grux instead with a double. It's all headshots for him, as Pleasant's also going to mop up the rest beside the B bomb site. The whole defense is spread, split, and dead, and Patrick has to do everything in the 3 versus 2. Got full B control, but this can be snatched away incredibly quickly with Galaxy Racer closing in from all angles. He's going to peer over the top, but he's in no man's land. And with the flash not quite connecting, how's he going to get the job done? The answer is he isn't. Down to Nicky, who has been the better player for Fate thus far this map. Remember that scoreboard at the end of the first half. And now with the silencer, has to sneak into action. And I don't know if it's possible. Tabs makes the mistake. He rotates around with full heaven control. I don't know if Pleasant's going to be aware of this one. And he's got the best angle for the job. Pleasant's read it perfectly. And there's the frag for number 12. A flawless half for Galaxy Racer.
Such a strong position there from Pleasant. Plays that 1 versus 1 situation absolutely perfectly. He knows that Nicky will have to swing very, very wide to spot out that position. And now they're just going for the pace once again. Over towards B short. Patrick's going to get eliminated very early. And Dezen spraying away to make sure no trade comes through.
And these pistols have been absolutely useless. Fate only finding one single frag, I think, in the last 2 anti-eco rounds. And once again, losing that initial man and spreading the defense.
As you say, these rounds really haven't paid any dividends right now for Fate. In these ones where they go for the pistol buys, they go for the SMGs, it really, really doesn't work out. Mars spamming away, can't even find that one onto Grux. That's going to be the 2-man advantage here for Galaxy Racer. And this is for 13, remember. This was an 11-4 half for Fate. Galaxy Racer are drawing very, very close to that 16th round.
And when we put this in context, this is a 0-1 matchup, Josh. We know that the losers of this one, if it is Fate 2-0, they have to win then 3 series in a row. And Galaxy Racer right now, they've got to be feeling on absolute fire. They've got to be feeling like they're on Cloud 9. It's 3 rounds remaining after dispatching of these pistols to try and close out this series. Get into that 1-1 bracket. Nicky, oh, is going to find one in the meantime. Salvage an AK-47, but Galaxy Racer, they've salvaged something better than all of this B-bomb site.
Going to be the C4 down, and the pistols hastily trying to get in to deny the post plants. In not doing so, it allows these AKs to rack up some more kills, get themselves in really strong positions. Blocker right now is in a position to do some damage, but can't seize the opportunity. Nicky has to just fall away and save this AK. There's no point in him charging in and trying to contest this 1v3, but in doing so, it's going to be Galaxy Racer onto 13.
This T side just being so impactful as well. You see Galaxy Racer there, get the information about the pushing onto connector through to the toilet. All of that intel radioed into the reinforcements over by the B-bomb site. They bombard that defense. Easy frags to find. The pistols dispatched off very nicely. And Fate given away such a lead here. Remember, this was an 11-4 half. A 13-11. Galaxy Racer 3 away from the finish line. See what the buy's composed of. Han, no AWP coming into round number 25. It'll be all of the utility for Fate. But what can they do with it?
Well, the AWP comparison, certainly an interesting one. Relaxer, he's winning the battle so far here on Overpass. 10-4. So, really punching in these numbers. And he's the man with the sniper here in the 25th. Han hasn't got one of his own to contest it. This is where things start to get scary.
B site seems to be the weakness for both teams right now. I've got to say, for Fate, remember, they were bombarding Monster time after time against the double AWP setups. And Galaxy Racer, they've taken a tip out of the Bulgarian strat book and done exactly the same, double dipping into the curly letter. Grux, Relax, and Dezen all finding pickups. There is a stack in effect, and Block is able to steal away 2 frags in the meantime with the C4 dropped and Fate establishing quite powerful positions. Let's see what Han can do. He's against his favorite weapon. It's a leg. There's the frag. Everybody chipping through for Galaxy Racer, as this could very well be the 14th unless Blocker can do something sensational, and it's not gonna happen. 14-11.
Huge potential for him to have been able to clutch that one out. There was only 35 points of health between them, but Blocker just couldn't quite connect to the end there when it mattered. That's going to be 14 now for Galaxy Racer in a map that we said was almost certainly going to go to a third. Instead, this could be a quite swift 2-0.
Certainly could be. They've shown nothing, literally 0 rounds on this CT side, and that pace continues. No utility. Couple of Famises also on the board. Patrick at least has one, and Han finally with the AWP, but those grenades really do become a problem.
Credit where credit's due. Galaxy Racer have been fantastic on this east side, and I think this really shows maybe why they went for this Overpass pick. Their whole execute, everything have been flawless. And as Grux finds another man over towards B, that completely opens up the site. Fate had a 3-man stack on the A site with 1 man in connector as well. This could be round over straight off the bat.
Especially with Relaxer holding this up close and personal angle. It's a Tech 9 out. And Galaxy Racer, they don't let up for a second. Nicky only finds 1 in response, but the round's already done and dusted.
That's so unfortunate for Fate. I'm not really sure why they go for the A stack. You established in the last round that B is the problem. B has consistently been the problem throughout the entirety of this half. So for the response to be, okay, all right, B's been a pretty big problem. We have gone for B stacks and they've not worked out. Let's put 4 guys on A. It just doesn't make sense.
No, that adaptation really doesn't to me either, to be perfectly honest. I think they want to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, but maybe just the wrong size for the screw. 15-11, that'll be the scoreline as Blocker retains just a single AWP on this server right now. And the money, apart from maximum loss bonus, is crushed. That was a full investment right there for Fate, of course. Backs up against the wall. They've taken nothing on this CT half, and now they need 4 in a row.
Blocker should be able to carry this AWP across. Tzar closing in pretty quickly, but I think he'll be able to get away with this. I think the only one that could take him out is Pleasant, and he falls just before the end there. It is going to be 15 here for Galaxy Racer. Fate carry that AWP across. I assume that gets dropped over to Han. So not the best of buys, but it's certainly sufficient. With that AWP, couple of FAMASes to back it up, utility on many of these men as well. And actually, interestingly, Blocker's holding on to that AWP. Han doesn't want it. The M4's been dropped to him. And the AWP's going over to Blocker. So quite clear that Han's not been massively confident with it today. And this is really starting to show. Galaxy Racer, 4 match points, 4 chances to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion. And I reckon they seize it.
Seems to certainly be the case. Blocker had that initial angle, but has to fall away with the AWP. Funnily enough, holstering it instead of Han. Obviously, a breakage of confidence here in round number 27. See how that could be the case, considering the pace of this second half. Galaxy Racer can close towards A long. Pleasant's going to be the first man through this boost. Could just get the series popped in the bag. It absolutely will. 2 kills. The A bomb site cracked open as Fate are on their last legs.
This is absolutely mental for Galaxy Racer to see this one through. Another kill coming through from Tabs. A second there, and that's all said and done. 16-11 after being 11-4 down at halftime. That is madness.
It is absolutely crazy. That should have been a series that Fate absolutely had in the bag, in the back pocket, but it wasn't. Galaxy Racer, what a terrorist side. And that concludes our day of LOOT.BET. Thank you very much for joining us here today, folks, ladies and gents. We've got another best of 3 coming up tomorrow, so same time, same place. See you then for more Counter-Strike action.